Good morning and welcome to the second day of 2024 PISM Strategic Ark Conference. For those who didn't have a chance to follow our conference yesterday, my name is Tomasz Zając.
And I'm Amanda Dziubińska.
We are both senior analysts at Polish Institute of International Affairs, and we will guide you through our lineup today. Just a reminder, there will be no coffee breaks, only a lunch break. Yesterday, Evgenia Kara-Murza reminded us in her speech the importance of hope, and it is impossible to win without hope. We touched upon a variety of subjects yesterday. We talked about what should be the right strategy to win, what is in the toolbox. We talked about Navy. Some strong statements have been ushered, like we need to give war a chance. But this is what this conference is about, just being honest and groundbreaking intellectual thoughts. What are your impressions from yesterday, Amanda?
Well, I think that what we learned yesterday is that it is more important now than ever to co-produce, to co-develop, and collaborate across allied industries and countries to get the best capabilities for our continents, for our countries, and to do this with speed. We also talked about the tempo, that it is also very important. And to kick off our morning, I'm thrilled to introduce the panel that I've been eagerly anticipating throughout the entire conference. And we will be having a discussion about ensuring a decisive Ukrainian victory against the Russian invasion. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome our panelists.
Evgenia Gaber, Professor of National Security Studies at George C. Marshall Center for Security Studies.
Pawlo Klimkin, co-founder at Center for National Resilience and Development, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Marie Mondra, Professor at Sciences Po University.
And Daniel Szeligowski, Head of Eastern Europe Program at the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
The panel will be moderated by Konstantin Egert, a Deutsche Welle Russia analyst and program host.
But first, please enjoy the video.
In the face of aggression, the quest for a decisive Ukrainian victory is not just a battle cry. It's a necessity for lasting peace in Europe. Our mission? Swift and unyielding support to Ukraine. Every decision made by the global community, from rapid military aid to strategic economic support, is crucial in tipping the scales towards victory. The role of leadership, both within Ukraine and across the free world, is more critical than ever. We're bolstering our efforts, not just for now, but for a sustainable future. By enhancing our strategic toolbox, politically, militarily, and economically, we prepare to meet and overcome every challenge. This panel explores how continuous global support and strategic planning are vital for Ukraine's victory, and how we can collectively secure a peaceful, stable Europe.
A very good morning to you all, and thanks for gathering here in significant numbers. I think it is a very interesting session because the organizers suggested to look at things which are not probably very popular to talk about. For example, not only imagining Ukraine's victory, but also imagining, for example, decoupling of the West from Ukraine, because as we see, lots of people say, well, the interests are diverging, and Bridge Colby is only one of them. And he's been mentioned so many times, I sometimes feel like he's participating, actually. There is also a question of what is realistic in this confrontation. And actually, I hope it's going to be a very intense and provocative discussion. And I would like to basically ask you to start with 2-3 minute sort of introduction initial thoughts, they can be pretty much sort of random in a certain way, to give us the flavor of what is your first reaction when you see this sort of what's in the toolbox for Ukraine's victory. I would like to start with probably with Daniel.
Thank you, Konstantin. So, and then good morning, everyone. I'm not gonna put on a brave face and tell everybody that the mistakes we made these 2 years, that they have not had any impact on Ukraine. They did. So most of our panelists yesterday focused on the military side, yes, on how to win a war. I would try to focus at least for a moment on how to win a peace, which means what comes after the war. This is my very own theory of victory, what we could attempt at, and this is free and independent Ukraine, able to secure its unhindered socio-economic development. Now you ask me what it takes to get there. So this is what I would say. Russia has no say over Ukraine's politics. Russia is not able to put at risk physically Ukrainian statehood and the Ukrainian nation, and Ukraine has free and secure access to the Black Sea. That's absolutely important if we are talking about the viable Ukrainian state. Now, you may say it's pretty general, but I would say that...
Yeah, it is actually, that's what I want to say.
But it is for a purpose. So Woodrow Wilson was general to the same extent in 1918 when he told you about Poland and Polish independent state. I mean, I would say it's clear enough to steer our thinking in the long term, what we want from Ukraine and what we want from us, and it is vague enough intentionally to let Ukraine fill it with substance. Please take notes that I intentionally didn't mention borders. I didn't mention any kind of deal between Ukraine and Russia. That's up to Ukraine to decide if, when, and on what terms. It's still within this theory of victory that I mentioned. It starts with securing what is there, here and now, because I always say that Putin is kind of dog in the manger. He believes that either he has Ukraine or he will destroy it and anyone can have it. It means that we would have to secure Ukraine physically, Ukrainian statehood, but Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian population as such. Rebuilding a country is way easier than rebuilding a nation. I mean, reproducing a nation in the long term. And this is something that I would have to consider at this moment as well. I mean, Putin tries to break the DNA of the Ukrainian nation. We have to consider that the population in Ukraine, demographic situation, which is worrying, that should worry us as well. Now, pretty quickly, because there is
really quickly.
Yes,
because
this is something that I wanted to ask Cory yesterday, but I didn't have the chance to do it. But there is a dilemma, and I think this dilemma should be solved. I think it runs deeply to the DNA of the Western world. We are ashamed of victory. We think that we are much better than that. Mm-hmm. We are trying to look for off-ramps. We are looking for, we are trying to avoid humiliation of our opponents. We're trying to come up with a win-win solution, cooperative approach. But there is always someone who has to lose and someone who has to win. Now, I know this is a fancy word now, building bridges in Washington. So I would leave you with a question. How to build a bridge between win-win approach on one hand, which means that no one loses, and the art of winning, which essentially means that someone has to lose.
Daniel, thanks. I mean, I actually would like to go now to Yevgeny and then to Pavlo, because the Ukrainians, they have to answer. And not only please share your initial thoughts, but also respond to one thing which actually started to jar me recently, and that is this idea that, well, you know, it's for the Ukrainians to decide on the conditions of winning. And you know, it increasingly, for me, maybe I'm wrong, by the way, starts to sound as if, well, you know, you'd better decide quickly that you can't win. So you'd rather grab a moment when, you know, there are still some conditions that could be beneficial for you. Is it so? So please, Yevgenia and then Pavlo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's always great to be back to Poland. Because I'm speaking here in my personal capacity, I also want to start by thanking the Polish people for all the support that you provided to Ukrainians in the start of the full-scale invasion, and to all the friends and allies here in the room. We really appreciate it as Ukrainians, and that's something that is part, I believe, of our formula of victory. Going to your question, I think that for Ukrainians it's pretty clear what is Ukrainian formula of victory and what is up to Ukrainians to decide, because it's 1991 borders, the only internationally recognized borders, but it's not only about that. It's also about the return of political prisoners, kidnapped children, more than 20,000 only officially recognized, and many other things that are pretty clear. So I don't think there is a change there, and I don't think there will be a change, because we are not talking about territories, we are talking about people who live in the occupied territories. And that's not about a occupation, that's not about changing administration or changing currency in the occupied territories. That's about physical extermination of people. If we look at what happens in Kharkiv, for example, which is not occupied now, but under constant attacks of the Russian side, and how everything is destroyed. Ukrainian DNA mentioned by Daniel, but also it goes from publishing houses, from libraries to civilians to hospitals, as you know it. So for us, for Ukraine, that's not a question whether we change it or not. But very briefly, 2 points, because we're talking not only about what the victory for Ukraine would be, but also what is in the toolbox and how to achieve it. I would say that if you don't know what to do, just read classics. And because we're talking about the art of winning, I would also remind the art of war by Sun Tzu, who said that, to avoid strength, you need to strike weaknesses. Do we know the Russian weaknesses and vulnerabilities? We know. And mostly that's about economy, that's about resources, that's about dependence on technologies which come from the West, dual-use goods which are still unfortunately there on the Russian market. It's also about dependence on revenues from oil, which is still, this trade in oil, it's still there. So I do think that it's very important to come up with a comprehensive strategy, not only what can be done and should be done on the battlefield, a decisive defeat of Russia, but also a geo-economic strategy of curtailing and curbing all these illegal economic activities which enable Russia to continue its war effort in Ukraine. And of course, the second part is actually strike these weaknesses. So for that, Ukraine must be enabled to strike that, including deep into Russian territory.
Thanks a million, Pavlo. I would like you to address, among other things, during your remarks, this Yevgeny's idea about the necessity of more comprehensive, if you wish, sanctions and pressure, and probably secondary sanctions and things like that. You're former foreign minister. Is it realistic from your point of view?
It has to be. Good morning. I was born in the Soviet Union, spent considerable...
Hold your mic up slightly.
Okay,
Yeah.
it works. Okay, happy. I was born in the Soviet Union. I spent part of my life there. And I was enthusiastic, as many Ukrainians, about our independence. But it was a fundamental question for me. What is the point of no return in the sense of leaving the sense of Russian sphere of influence of the Russian world? And my point, we are there. The point of no return has been crossed, and we are out. It's part of whatever happens in the future, really. It's my sense, not from opinion polls, it's my sense from talking to people, we are out. It would never, ever be accepted by the Russian leadership, maybe by kind of different Russia in the future, but not today and not tomorrow. For the people in power in Russia, there is no Ukraine as such. There is either Russia, kind of wrong Russia, or anti-Russia, like Putin famously wrote in his article, but no Ukraine. The moment Russia would be forced to accept Ukraine exists, Ukrainians exist, Ukrainian as language exists, our history is there, would be also part of our victory and also part of our common victory as the Western one. Third, we are not in, and we have to become part of the European space. I mean, not just geographically, but the space of values, European Union, NATO, but fundamentally understanding that it's also for the West the point of credibility. The point of credibility towards the current Russian regime, but it's the same way point of credibility towards everybody else. So for me, the sense of what we have to achieve is, of course, about our land. Of course, it's about our people. But about clear sense that we are resilient as society, as a nation, we are democratic, and we are part of the West. And it's how actually the sense of victory looks like for me.
But still, what can be done? Because that's a very important point, I think, what Evgenia raised about more economic warfare by the West, more stringent attitudes to, the Modis, the Lulas, the Ramaphosa's of this world that facilitate the war. As a government minister, former government minister, what is lacking? I mean, maybe Ukraine is not making its case strong enough. Maybe there is too much vested interest. What do you think? Because I do think it's very important.
Russia is still part of the system. Mm-hmm. Russia is still part of the world economy, in the sense of oil, in the sense of metals, in the sense of financial flows. And whatever sanctions you can impose, there is always a way to circumvent them. If the better you're gonna get with the sanctions, the better is the Russian resilience, because the Russians also can learn from everybody else, from their comrade Kim Jong-un or whoever. But fundamental point, the West has all the leverages to raise the stakes. The clear point in Moscow has to be whatever is our efforts to be more resilient towards the Western sanctions. In the very next moment, the West is ready to raise the stakes further. We clearly understand that to raise the stakes in one batch is not a current policy. But at least in the sense of consistency, there should be crystal clear understanding at the Kremlin. The next moment, there are gonna be next raising of the stakes, and there should be the same understanding everywhere else. And it's the only credible way forward.
Thank you. Marie.
Thank you, Kostya. The key issue, in my view, is commitment today. That is morale and conviction. The strong belief that defeat, Ukrainian defeat, is impossible, and that victory is possible. And I think the moment we can convince everyone, especially our governments, of this impossible defeat, possible victory, will make huge progress. Defeat is impossible. First, because the Kremlin has no war objective and has no peace objective. So they cannot stop the war, even at their conditions. Defeat is impossible because it would mean that Kharkiv becomes Putingrad. And I think if we say these kind of things to the Germans, to the French,
Mike.
yes, it really, it will make a difference. Because that what would mean defeat, right? Like in Grozny today, where you have a Putin Avenue, and victory is possible because we, the allies of Ukraine, with Ukraine, we know exactly what a just peace is. A just and lasting peace. We know exactly what we want.
What?
And
what,
and
Marie,
we are anticipating.
What does the West want? Explain to me.
But before I go into we go into more details, I would like to say that my inspiration has always come from Poland and from the Czech authors as well, from Kundera and from Czesław Miłosz. I was very fortunate to be a grad student at Harvard when Miłosz was giving a series of lectures just after he won his Nobel Prize of Literature. And I remember reading his book, The Other Europe, and the first page about Vilno, where he was born, and that changed statehood at least 4 or 5 times in a few decades. And that's why I had, I'm saying this about Kharkiv or Mariupol or Donetsk, because we have to talk about people that live in native cities. We need to talk about people to make this war, as you did, Evgenia, to make things just unforgettable. Because in our discourse, we have to say things that people will not forget. Now, what Miłosz has spent his life struggling with was indifference in Europe and lack of will to understand what was going on in the Europe of, after the First World War and after the Second World War.
Mike.
Now, today, we are making the history of the new other Europe. The first other Europe is in Europe, and I think is more or less fine. So the new other Europe is Ukraine, the Belarusian, the Ukrainian, the Moldovans, the Armenians, the Georgians. So we know that those nations, those peoples, those countries belong to Europe. And I can assure you that the great majority of the French now think of those countries as European. So we've gone a long, long way. And
Maria said
I will be happy.
3 minutes, please. Yes. We have to give it to the others, and we have to go back to practical issues. I think there's one thing very interesting that you mentioned, and that is the what was mentioned yesterday too by Corey, for example. You have to speak to the publics. You have to explain why Kharkiv is important for Monsieur Dupont from Strasbourg. Mm-hmm. What I think that what we do know, what we agree on a toolbox, a certain agreement we do see already. So one is, of course, providing arms for Ukraine. That's no doubt about that. Secondly, it's an expanded economic warfare against the Russian regime. Thirdly, it's working with the Western publics to convince them that it's completely indispensable for them to support Ukraine and to have Ukraine win. I would like to ask Daniel, do I miss anything?
several pieces of puzzle are still missing. I think.
Please.
Yeah, the first one is, you know, the war has never been framed in terms of territory. You mentioned that, but not precisely. Even Russia didn't formulate precisely territorial claims. This is the war about Ukrainian statehood. This is what is at stake, not territory. If there is a problem and then the Russian troops cannot hold ground, they withdraw, like from Kiev, from the Zhmyny Ostrov, so the Snake Island, etc. So this is about statehood, and the end state must be for. I mean, the end state is about statehood as such. This is what matters. But if you likely try to talk to the Western public about the Ukrainian statehood, that this is what Putin attempted to do, this won't fly. So I would suggest a bit different conversation with the Western public. And did you have Ukrainian troops in Berlin? Yes. Did they ask to go there? I'm rather not sure. So if Putin is able to capture Ukraine, he will get this grip on the resources physically, on the people, on the mineral resources, on the material base, and he will send Ukrainians for a war with us. This is why Kharkiv matters, and this is why all these small villages in eastern part of Ukraine matter.
You know, you mentioned something which I think is a very, very touchy and sensitive issue here. You said this war is not about territory. This war is about Ukrainian statehood. And I mean, it sounds, and by the way, it's very relevant to what we are discussing. If territory is not that important, and I would like to basically engage Evgeny and Pavlo into this conversation, we know the proposition. If somehow Putin is stopped at a certain point, and essentially whatever he manages to keep is exchanged for NATO and EU membership, probably quick, fast-track NATO membership. It's not about territory, but the statehood is preserved. Is it an option? But literally 20 seconds.
So one sentence, because I think this is completely the other way around. For Putin, because this is not about territory, land for peace would not fly, because 20% of the Ukrainian territory being occupied by Russia doesn't matter for Putin.
Evgeny.
I would actually go beyond that. It's not only about Ukraine, because we're talking about Ukrainian people, we're talking about Ukrainian territories. This is not a war only about Ukraine or in Ukraine. And yesterday we had great panels, and I wanted to ask a question. We had a panel about defeating Russia on the battlefield and beyond. And we never got to that beyond part, because for me, this is also Russia's war on the West. And when we're talking about irregular warfare, my question is, what are the threat perceptions in your respective countries? Do you think that there is a threat coming from Russia? So when you mention something missing in the whole situation there, I would actually mention this cognitive shift and recognition of the fact that Europe is at war. At least Russia is very vocal and very clear about that. When you listen to President Putin, what he says, Russia is at war with NATO. When we listen to NATO, what we hear from the NATO side, we're not at war with Russia, and we don't want to be dragged into war with Russia. And we're not warmongers. No one wants to have a third world war, etc., etc. But now it's about unconditional war, and it is there. So for me,
Mike up.
For me, the very important thing here is to realize that if Putin gets what he wants in Ukraine, and I think that even 5% of the territory of Ukraine would be actually victory for President Putin, then nothing would stop him from other aggressive acts. And look what's happening in Africa now. Control over critical minerals, over rare earth elements. Look about Russia's outreach to the Latin America, to the so-called global south, which we did not actually discuss too much, but which matters, especially when it comes to the economic warfare and keeping Russian economy afloat, and about all the active measures which are there not only since 2007, but since Soviet times, since Russian Empire actually. So now with Russia moving from disruption to destruction in Europe, I think what you are missing out from the whole debate and discussion about peace for territories, territories for peace, Putin doesn't care about swaths of land in Ukraine. Putin cares about strengthening his positions, the footprint in Europe, and then going beyond that. So it's not only about Ukraine. When we're talking about donations to Ukraine, providing support and aid to Ukraine, Ukraine appreciate that. But that's investment in the European security. Because I agree with many points that Mary made, but I would not probably put Belarus, Ukraine, Armenia in the same bucket, because we're on the very different levels right now. And I would say that supporting Ukraine, we support the new Europe, European security, and also transatlantic security. And this is, I think, this mental shift, cognitive shift is important, including when we communicate it to our societies in Europe.
Pablo, you have anything to add very briefly, and then I'd like to address a question to Marie.
Yes. I don't know how many years Putin gonna be in power. But let's see, we are in 50 years from now. What does he want? Actually, the Russian kids reading about him in big books, staying in front of the Putin's monument, like Marie said, at the Putin's Avenue somewhere. For that, there should be a sustainable Russian regime. So the new invention is to say Russia is actually a sort of civilization, not part of Europe, but a special civilization, kind of aping up the Chinese, the Indians, the Iranians. But China and India are actually civilization disguised as states. Russian culture, 19th century, is basically European. The simple point, what is special about the so-called Russian civilization? And if you get Ukraine out of the equation with all kind of history, about orthodoxy and all kind of stuff. So fundamentally, how can you put your point about the special character of the Russian civilization, and how can you make the Russian regime sustainable? And if it's not sustainable, what is about Putin? Putin is not sustainable, and Putin is not sustainable, so what's about Russia? So fundamentally, this point is not just about any sort of deal. And if we want to have a new status quo, we need a sustainable status quo. And sustainable status quo should not be about a kind of deal. And if we make a deal, the future is not about rules. Forget about it. The rule-based world is over. The whole sense of benefiting the rule-based, it's over. So it's about deals. If you want to enter into about getting deals, good luck. It's not about myself.
Thanks, Pavel. Marie, coming back to the toolbox, and we're still talking about, I would rather say, a Ukrainian Western offensive against Russia. Not military, but first and foremost, political, which is, of course, also in a certain way underpinning the military component. If we look at the actually coming months and even weeks, I would say, in your personal view, do you think that NATO should make some kind of very clear announcement in Washington that, well, essentially it invites Ukraine to join, number one. Number two, I know it was discussed briefly, but I do think that's maybe quite a game changer. Do you think that some NATO troops from allied countries, should be deployed in Ukraine very visibly, let's say in support roles, biological and chemical weapons specialists, but really deployed on the ground, at least at the beginning, just to show that NATO and the West stand with Ukraine. And by the way, under the UN Charter, Ukraine can actually ask for assistance. You don't need NATO for that. So do you think there needs to be, as a toolbox, if you wish, do you need these practical and at the same time symbolic steps?
First, I'd like to emphasize what Pavlo just said. You don't make deals with a paranoid tyrant. It doesn't work. We've been trying for 4 or 5 years. It's not working. There's absolutely no way it's going to work now when the man is under an arrest warrant from the International Court. So let's stop. I mean, it's not even on the table to make any deal with him. What I would add to answer one of your questions, Kostya, is you can no longer talk to the man. We can't talk to him, but his advisors, his military commanders cannot talk to him. The man is no longer in a mental capacity to listen, to make plans, to strategize. So the thing is, and I think that's an important point in the answer to your question about military action and more than a show of force, but real force on the ground, is that the people we have to send very strong messages to with practical actions are the military commanders. That the guys we can aim at, and maybe a few members of the Putin clan. When we start looking at it this way, I think we find ourselves empowered, because we keep saying it's a huge destructive war that is threatening not only the Ukrainians or the Moldovans, but the whole of Europe and whatever very fragile balance of power there was in Europe in the last 30 years. So yes, the message that those people that are making most of the decisions the message they would hear very well is not a show of force, but be present in Europe, because Ukraine is Europe. And let's not forget that in June 2022, only 4 months after the beginning of the aggression, the European Union gave candidate status to Ukraine, and if I'm not mistaken, to Moldova as well.
Should be a NATO candidate status now?
No, what I'm saying is that it is Europe. This is why I quoted Miłosz. It's no longer the other Europe. And this is why I insist, it's very important that Belarusian society, Georgian society, Armenian society are going along the same way. The number one priority today is to win the war on the battlefield. This is the emergency. All the rest, yes, we are doing, and we also have to do better. And economic, but we need more and more wins on the battlefield. The battlefield is not only the front line, it's also the Black Sea, where you are doing very well, and other. So to do this, it seems to me that now, in NATO and within a number of the member states of NATO, it is discussed every day the possibility of having men on the ground. How that will be done, and how each country might choose to be present on the ground.
Should they be present on the ground? Marie, should they be present on the ground? My question is very simple.
Yes, of course.
Yes or no?
But yes, of course. I mean, it's already, first, it's already the case. We do have thousands and thousands of people, whether they're engineers, technical militaries. You cannot support Ukraine militarily the way we are doing it without having our own people there. So the question of being there with, I think, just troop soldiers, it's not the most important. And actually, I understand that it is not for the Ukrainian army. This doesn't seem to be the priority. We have to listen to them. Because they have,
Marie, I'm really sorry. I have to stop you.
Many mistakes.
Because it seems like we're not getting an answer to the NATO question. Yeah, Daniel, should Ukraine be invited to join NATO? Is it a tool, a useful political, diplomatic, and pressure tool against Russia? I'm talking about Washington in July.
Yes, I think so. You did long
Good.
explanation.
Now,
and we missed an opportunity a year ago.
Yes, absolutely. Vilnius, and quite a few of us probably were in Bucharest in 2008. I'm sorry, it was like watching Bucharest again, but without Rogozin drunk.
Let me follow with a couple of sentences. So, conditions are quite clear. What we should be talking in our modalities. Conditions are there. We know what are the conditions. Again, the discussion about the conditions is useless. I would say. I mean, it's just a waste of time. Now, the whole concept of building a bridge. You know, what's the problem with a bridge? I have two problems with the concept of a bridge. The first one is that I was around Kiev quite early in the 2002. Bridges were the first one to be blown up when Russians invaded. So I wouldn't be, I don't like bridges because bridges are kind of infrastructure that tanks strike on it. And I'm the first one to be blown. And then I saw several bridges in Poland. I come from a remote region in Poland, the eastern one, which is rather underdeveloped. You can imagine a bridge that there is absolutely no way that goes there. It just stands somewhere in the middle of nowhere. This is kind of bridge that we are trying to build now between NATO and Ukraine. That's my problem with the whole concept of building bridges.
Thanks. We still have 15 minutes, so I'd like to touch upon something. Yes, Evgenia. Yes, and that is why I want to touch upon two things very briefly, at least to leave 7-8 minutes for questions. But one question to Evgenia. If we're discussing the toolbox, there is this debate fading in and fading out regularly about the impact. Actually, Marie touched upon it. Whether Ukraine and the Western allies should strive to impact Russian public opinion, maybe trying to shake it out of this indifference and the to tear down the do not disturb sign from the Russian door. And secondly, to impact the regime in a sense that it is a vast bureaucracy, which has its vulnerabilities. If possible, briefly, please.
Yes, and I will answer to both questions about NATO and about your second question with one response. Ukraine must become a NATO member, and that will help shape opinion in Russia and in Russian elites, and that will also help ensure Ukraine's security. I will explain. Talking about Russia, I don't have, with all due respect, I don't have any hope for the Russian opposition as it is now, for the Russian public opinion. I have very close family members in Russia who are supportive of this war, and I believe it's not only a result of being brainwashed, and I don't think Ukraine or any of the Western countries can actually influence the processes which are happening inside Russia. And we know that very often, and that's also something that Evgenia mentioned the first day, that it's impossible to have an influence on what's happening inside Russia. Very often it's just random and unpredictable. What we can do is to make sure that whatever happens in Russia, whatever the regime change is, whatever the developments in Russia are, we as a political West, let's say, we're very well prepared for that, and we have enough defense and deterrence capabilities to be quite sure that we are okay independently of what happens within Russia. This is one thing. About NATO, very briefly, but I think this is also very important. After NATO has trained Ukrainian soldiers, and Ukraine has 1 million at least very capable, highly experienced military, does NATO want to have them on board to protect NATO from Russia or in a gray and buffer zone? After having invested, and hopefully in the future as well, billions of euros and dollars in Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, do we want to provide Ukraine with the air defense systems to protect this infrastructure or not? Do we want to have that as part of NATO or not? another question. Yesterday we were discussing the Black Sea and how the maritime power is key to winning any war. The Black Sea now is pretty much a Russian-Turkish lake it used to be. With Ukraine's successes in the Black Sea, these dynamics is now changing. Ukraine has been able to degrade Russian capabilities, destroy 1/3 of the Russian fleet. Now, with the Montreux Convention there is no other change to increase NATO's naval presence in the Black Sea, except with the exception of Ukraine to NATO, because Ukraine is a literal state, so there is no violation of the Montreux Convention. You have Turkey, which sees Russia pretty much as an economic partner, but also a strategic rival. And this membership of Ukraine in NATO would actually increase the presence and naval capabilities of NATO in the Black Sea. So I wouldn't only look at this situation of Ukraine trying to knock the door of NATO, but also of NATO, which probably should be interested in having Ukraine on board because there is no other options left. And then in Russia, with public opinion, with opposition, let's now turn the tables and say, let's leave it to Russians to decide what they want inside their country, and let's be sure that we are prepared to face any scenario, any threats, and any challenges coming from whatever Russia we have in the future.
Well, at the same time, you can say, to flip your argument, if you look at the Second World War, there were attempts to impact public opinion in Germany. There was the BBC German service. There were broadcasts by the Soviets into the German territory. There were defectors that were broadcasting to Germany, leaflets and so. Well, I mean, technologies were different. Why you think it should be forsaken now? Why do you think it's useless?
Because how much interested the Russian population is in getting unbiased,
I'm answering the question.
information.
Not very interesting. Not very interested, no.
So how come the media, first of all, I don't think that all opposition media is really opposition, even if they have offices in Europe, that's not necessarily the case.
Yes.
But second thing there, I don't really see how people who are absolutely not interested in politics, brainwashed, and for centuries and centuries have this imperial mindset, can change this mindset without decisive Russian defeat on the battlefield. That's why sanctions are important. That's why Russia's decisive defeat is important for the Russian population to understand that there is something wrong with this country. And this public reckoning is important. With media, unfortunately, I don't believe you can change it.
Thanks. Pavlo, 30 seconds.
And I believe we can. The black box is not totally black. One of the fundamental problems here in the West, discussion about containment and deterrence, but it's all a kind of defense mood. And the Russians are different, the Chinese are different, so why not to become proactive in some moment in time? And it's a fundamental problem. We need to start working proactively and building strategies. It's like an alternative simulation. We need to understand what we need out of Russia. It's not about regime change. It's something completely different. But the black box is not totally black, or at least we need to make it not really black.
Pavlo, thanks for that, because I would like to address it to the directorship and to the experts of PISM. Maybe that's a topic for another conference or a seminar, because frankly, that's a discussion that keeps popping up regularly. Now, we have 8 minutes left, and I open the floor for questions, and I would like to ask our panelists just maybe to mention, if anyone feels like, during the answers, if there are any lessons to be drawn from the resistance to Russian aggression against Ukraine with regard to policies that can be implemented with regard to China, DPRK, and Iran. And now to questions. I'll stand up to see better. Who's there? Are there any hands? Oh, Agnieszka, please. I see you first. Gentleman over there, right? Okay.
Hello, Agnieszka Leguska from PISM. Very quick question, because I have different impression from this panel. Very quick question and answer. Do you think that if Ukraine fails, the next step Putin will do against any NATO member states?
Thank you. Who is...
Take several questions, maybe.
You want several questions?
Because we have very little time to answer.
We'll see. Okay, fine. I agree. You're now the master of ceremonies. Yes, the gentleman over there.
Thank you very much. Patrick Kugiel, PISM. I would like to thank Mrs. Evgenia Gaber for bringing in the Global South into this discussion. And my question is, how do you think, how important is the position of Global South and support from the Global South countries for winning the war? Because, and what do you have in the toolbox to convince those countries, including the important ones like India, Brazil, or South Africa, to condemn the Russian aggression, to stop doing business with Russia, to isolate Russia, etc.? Because my fear is that without engaging the Global South, this conversation, this discussion among only the transatlantic community will only reinforce this sentiment, this perspective in the rest of the world. Then the war in Ukraine is actually a proxy war between the West and Russia. So how important is the role of the Global South? And do you think the conference in Switzerland in June may be
Thanks a million. Your question is pretty clear. Thanks a million. Please be brief. I don't see any hands, but are there any? Is there a third question? No. So, who wants to volunteer to answer?
Let me start. On the first one, the short answer is yes. I believe and consider it an educated guess, not a wild guess. In some moment in time, Putin will try to test Article 5. Maybe not in a military way. But it's a sort of thinking which is definitely there. And it's a fundamental point for him, but not just for him. For the others who are now, in a way, supportive. On the Global South, I don't believe Global South does exist. It's neither South nor global, but I talk a lot to the guys in the non-Western world. And the overall perception is a proxy war. And wait and see what gonna happen. If Ukraine and the West win, so it's gonna be one version of the reality in the 20th century. If not, it's gonna be a kind of fork and the second or the third version of the reality. So it's not about lacking sympathy. It's about a fundamental anti-Western animosity and especially American animosity there. And in the sense of US and Western credibility, it could be a game changer or not.
Pavlo, before I give the mic to Marie, just one very quick follow-up regarding the possible sort of operation, let's say, Russian operation against NATO and testing Article 5. There is this sort of more or less accepted wisdom, Putin is not going to do it as long as there is war going on in Ukraine. Do you agree with it? Because personally I have doubts about it. I think that he likes to think out of the box on that.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's a wisdom and it's accepted by someone. I believe the test is quite likely. It's just not about tanks here around Warsaw. It's we live in a fundamentally different world. It would be a combination of different pressure from migration till kind of, but testing it to the limit of the internal solidarity within NATO. And I believe the plans are ready. The only point is how to use it, under what conditions, and what going to be the consequences.
Thank you. Marie, you wanted to add something?
I have a,
Mike.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I have a different analysis, but I may be wrong. But I hope you're wrong and I'm right.
I would be happy.
Yes, I know. First, the Russian army is not doing very well in Ukraine. First point. And you also emphasize...
Marie, you have 30 seconds, literally.
Yes, okay. No, but this is really the important question that Agnieszka raised, and I do not agree. Because first it would mean that they win militarily, I don't know what, but they are much stronger and that the Ukrainian army is defeated, which I don't see. And then why would they risk Latvia or Poland? So I'm just repeating myself. Putin will not make those decisions, but military commanders will when it comes to the territory of a NATO member state. So if they all want to commit suicide, then, you know, we are beyond reason and reality. But I do understand your point in Poland and in Lithuania to say, you know, they have an ambition of, no, they may have whims and big emotions and passions, but let's always study the capacity.
Thanks. Daniel, 36, before we go for the last question.
There are two components of the Russian defeat. The first one, Russia must be defeated decisively. The second component is Putin himself must acknowledge that he has been defeated. And this second component is extremely important. Now, our message to him is as long as it takes. His response is as long as it takes, and one day later we will win. So we have to create facts on the ground, something that is hardly reversible, because from his perspective, everything is reversible. You know what is hardly reversible, or at least it takes a lot of time? Building a huge defense industry in Europe. This way, we would tell them, you already lost.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Last question.
Global
very
South
briefly,
question, if I may?
No. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. A quick question on the, to pick up on the imperial mindset. I fully share your view, Evgenia, that this is not Ukrainians' business, that this has to be internal process in Russia. But I was also encouraged to hear what Marie said, that European or French publics do consider Belarusian Georgians as part of Europe. But I wonder whether we in Europe, in the West, can do more. We are very complacent in that. I think we've had just the first Ukrainian studies program opened in the UK.
The question is clear. Thank you very much. Thanks a million.
And
Evgenia,
whether
please.
we can also encourage the internal process inside Russia through doing things in Europe to start discussing about the imperialist mindset.
Evgenia, since you are the expert on fighting Russian imperialism.
No, I think the question was about France, so I cannot speak to that.
I think it was you were mentioned first.
There's one comment I would like to make in response to your...
Mike.
You don't want to go first? Your question is very important because I also have a slightly different approach to Evgenia's approach. Because I'm French, because I have, as a French, a European, a huge responsibility in what's going to happen in Ukraine, but also in what's going to happen in the Federation of Russia in the years to come. So this is where I think we have to do what we all did in 1943, was to anticipate the post-war situation. And we have to start as early as today to think of how we will accompany the many peoples and societies of the Federation of Russia to rebuild their society, their republic, their country, under international supervision. Because what happens in Russia is absolutely our concern. I mean, security on the continent means that we do have responsibility in what's going to happen in Russia later for the sake just of people there. And this is not regime change.
Thank you very much. This is the final point. I would like to thank Evgenia Gaber. Evgenia Gaber, Pavlo Klimkin, Marie Mondra, and Daniel Zheligovsky for this panel. Please thank them too.
Konstantin, please join us over here to some follow-up on the panel. So, a lot of very concrete ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be useful. So, a lot of concrete ways of defeating Russia have been enumerated during the panel. And I wanted to ask you about your take on that. So what's, in your opinion, are like maybe not 10 commandments, but 4 commandments on how to defeat Russia? What is like sort of the best of the panel?
I think that, first and foremost, we didn't dwell much on the military aspects of the defeat. And that is, I think, quite understandable, because everyone here, at least in this audience, understands the importance of the military component. We talked about it a lot, so that was a given in a certain way. I think the second idea, which came through, by the way, pretty clearly, is that there has to be not a symbolic but fairly visible presence of Western allies on the ground in Ukraine, because that will serve as Putin's deterrence. Number 3, diplomatic steps. That is important, both in terms of making, in Washington, making, again, a visible movement towards Ukraine's membership in NATO, as well as trying to impact the global South. And I think the 4th point, and that remains quite contentious, and I think it's a very interesting point for further discussions, and that is, how do you influence both the Russian regime and the Russian public opinion? And I was quite surprised, actually, that there was such a lively debate inside the debate about that, and that, I think, means that it's not only a matter for, you know, the so-called Russian opposition, or whatever you call it, but it is also a strategic matter which should be considered within the framework of all discussions about the toolbox.
Konstantin, thank you very much for your contribution to the Strategic Ark. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move on to the next panel, where we will be discussing nuclear weapons as instruments of deterrence against existential threats, as well as tools of coercion and intimidation. Please join me in welcoming our panelists.
Łukasz Kulesa, Deputy Head of Research from the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
Barbara Kunz, Senior Researcher and Director of the CIPRI European Security Program.
Paul Schulte, Honorary Professor, Institute for Conflict, Cooperation and Security at the University of Birmingham.
And Amy Wolf, Senior Associate Fellow at the Royal United Services Institute.
The discussion will be moderated by Diego Ruiz Palmer, former Special Advisor for Net Assessment at NATO headquarters.
And please enjoy the clip first and then the discussion.
As the world enters a new era of nuclear strategy, the stakes have never been higher. Nuclear weapons, symbols of global tension and competition, are at the forefront of international security concerns. With these nations accelerating their nuclear capabilities, the challenge to maintain peace and prevent a return to Cold War dynamics is critical. How do we enhance deterrence while avoiding escalation? This panel will address innovative strategies for contemporary nuclear challenges. We'll explore balancing robust deterrence with effective diplomacy to adapt to new global threats and maintain stability. Join us to confront the complexities of nuclear modernization and find a path towards a stable and peaceful international order.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my distinct honor to share this panel with my 4 colleagues here, Amy, Barbara, Łukasz, and Paul. And we will try to address, to the best of our ability, a very complex nuclear landscape. As we're all aware, Russia has been modernizing its nuclear strategic and non-strategic forces for the last 2 decades. Steadily, China has been expanding its ICBM silo-based force in recent years. DPRK has been diversifying its nuclear as well as non-nuclear offensive capabilities, and Iran, despite the attempts of the international community, is very close to the nuclear threshold, as we have been. In adding pain to injury, we have seen Russia and North Korea turning nuclear deterrence which we in the West invented against us as a tool of intimidation and coercion. And because of that belligerent behavior, we are being intimidated by them. So they are turning the tables on us. And the nuclear deterrence, in effect, is being moved from its intended purpose to really try to change the facts on the ground through psychology. And the Russians are very good at this. They understand that nuclear weapons are weapons of terror, and therefore this is adding to our challenge in dealing with this very complex nuclear landscape, much more complex than it was at the end of the Cold War 30 years ago. So the three Western nuclear powers, the United States, the United Kingdom, and France, have really the work cut out for them. And we are very fortunate to have with us 4 experts that are going to look at these issues this morning. And I will start with Amy to have her address these issues from the standpoint of the United States and what can the United States do to its nuclear posture to strengthen its deterrence, but also to strengthen the extended deterrence commitments that the United States has worldwide. Amy.
Thank you. First, I want to thank PISM for inviting me to be here. I've been to Warsaw before, but I've never been to the Strategic Ark, so I'm really pleased to be here. Second, I'd like to point out that I'm speaking for myself, not for any of my current or past affiliations. I am certainly not speaking for the U.S. government. So, with that, when Diego sent me questions, he asked if the United States should increase its nuclear forces to help ensure that our deterrence and extended deterrence commitments remain credible in the changing landscape. And I have a short answer and a long answer. My short answer is that the United States should increase its forces, i.e. the number of deployed nuclear warheads, if there is a military requirement to do so. Deterrence is a psychological mind game, but meeting your military requirements is a question of weapons and targets. So basically, if we need to increase the numbers of weapons, that's a military requirement question. As to the broader question of what we should do to enhance deterrence, or particularly extended deterrence, I would have to turn the question back on the Allies. I mean, I cannot tell you what makes deterrence credible to the Allies. They would have to tell me. And credibility is more than just about numbers. It's about the strength of the U.S. commitment, the U.S. responsibility to its allies, and the allies' willingness to trust the United States with that commitment. That being said, there's a lively conversation going on in the United States right now about the size and structure of the U.S. nuclear force. In particular, the question focuses on what we should do in terms of numbers and types of weapons to respond to the Russian and Chinese forces in a two-peer environment. So basically, the question boils down to whether the United States needs more nuclear weapons because we now have 2 nations with whom we are in a deterrent relationship, which means 2 nations with targets we would want to be able to address. Again, it's the military requirement. Now, the scope of this debate covers the full ground from no, we don't need to change our forces to, oh, yes, we need lots and lots more, but it settles somewhere in the middle. Last year at the Arms Control Association's annual meeting in June, Jake Sullivan, the president's national security advisor, said that reminded everyone that the United States is replacing its entire nuclear triad in something we call the program of record. And he did not forswear increases in that program, but he did say that the United States does not need to increase our nuclear forces to outnumber the combined total of our competitors. So some numbers up, yes, not twice as much as everybody else, or even equal to or more than everybody else. You may have heard of the Strategic Posture Commission, which was a congressionally mandated bipartisan panel, released a report last fall. They addressed the same issue. They also said that the program of record is absolutely essential, but it's not sufficient to meet the new threats posed by Russia and China, and that the program of record should be completed on time, expedited wherever possible, and expanded as needed. So again, there's this growing sense that there may be a need, likely a need, to expand the size and scope of the US nuclear arsenal to meet the military challenges. This is not about enhancing the credibility of our deterrent. This is about enhancing the military capability. If you want to focus specifically on reassuring the allies, the best example we have recently is about a year ago. The United States and the Republic of Korea signed something known as the Washington Declaration. And the Republic of Korea has been very nervous about its nuclear neighborhood and has been somewhat interested in acquiring or reacquiring US nuclear capability on the peninsula. And the United States does not see a military requirement to do that, but certainly sees a need to enhance the credibility of our reassurances to South Korea. So the Washington Declaration calls for enhanced consultations, cooperation, exercises, port visits. It's a sense to demonstrate to the South Koreans physically what our weapons can do for them, even if they are not placed on the peninsula. And that's the essence of extended deterrence and reassurance. The guarantees are less about where the weapons are than about whether we would be committed to using them on the behalf of another country, even if the retaliation might come towards us. And that has always been the underlying concern in NATO throughout the Cold War. The question of whether the United States, when faced with Soviet or now Russian retaliation that could affect the United States, whether or not we would stand by our commitments to our allies. So I can see three reasons to change the US nuclear posture in Europe: new weapons, new types. The first one, as I've said multiple times, is if there's a military requirement, changing of the employment guidance or the targeting base if we need more weapons to do what we need to do. Right now, I don't see that, but that's what's under debate in the United States. Maybe we've changed our estimates of what Russian goals are. We've certainly had to do that in the last couple of years, and whether we need responses to further enhance our deterrent of Russia. That's less a military requirement question than the question of what Russia considers credible from our response. And the third is, I think, the question you asked me to get to originally. I'll get there. Changing estimates of our own consideration for our allies. Do the allies need to hear, see, or have us do more for them? And as I said, reassuring our allies and extending deterrence is not about weapons. It's about the credibility of our commitment. So finally, my opinion, and it probably won't sit well in this room. Nuclear weapons are not a magic bullet. Bringing new delivery capabilities to the theater won't provide a sudden change in the threat environment or a sudden solution to the allies' concerns about the US commitment. I have particular concerns in bringing new nuclear weapons to the theater about the crisis stability implications. If we can reach the targets that we need to reach in support of our allies without creating lucrative and vulnerable targets for the Russians to look at, I would prefer to do that. So putting more weapons on European soil, particularly doing so in places that are relatively close to Russia, does not appeal to me. You may have a different opinion. But finally, I'd like to make one critical point. If you are really concerned about the commitment the United States has to our allies, and you think we need to do something to bolster that commitment, please don't think we can bring you new weapons anytime soon. As I mentioned, we have a rather extensive program of record to rebuild our entire nuclear triad. We only have so much industrial capacity for both the delivery systems and the warheads. So if you want bright, shiny new weapons, you can get in line. If you want commitment and guarantees and assurances from the United States, we can use other political and military mechanisms to bring that to you much more quickly than we can bring shiny weapons.
Thank you for that. Let me just follow up on one point. And I think we all recognize in this room there are physical constraints on how much the United States can do in terms of modernizing its forces. Yeah, there are budgets, there are physical constraints on weapons production and so on. But from the late 1950s to the late 1980s, the United States had a full range of non-strategic nuclear weapons in Europe. Today, we have a manned component that is a collective one between the United States and several allies. But there isn't much between that and then the strategic nuclear forces. Do you foresee that there could be an agreement in NATO to begin filling that gap, even if it takes time because of these physical constraints?
I don't see it as a gap, unless there's a military requirement. Everybody wants to know about the sea-launched nuclear-armed cruise missile. 2035, it should be ready if you want to wait. It's the center of the debate about the need to expand the U.S. delivery system capability. And there are advocates who believe it is the only way to bring more capability to Europe. Why? Because it would be at sea, and most of us remember the INF years and the debates about putting more missiles on European territory. I mean, I ought to ask you, do you want 7,000 nuclear weapons in Europe again? I don't think so.
I'm not saying that.
I know, but that's where we were before we started pulling them back. So if you think there is a single point solution, first, I don't see a military gap, but I'm not on the side of the debate that thinks the sea-launched cruise missile is absolutely necessary. I see military requirements that could be bolstered with additional capabilities. A single point solution would give you a sea-launched cruise missile. Other solutions would be helpful. Air-launched cruise missiles, do they need to be based on European territory? I don't know. I haven't seen the military requirements. But we have other capabilities available in the nearer term, so you don't have to wait till 2035, that could be brought to bear if there is a military requirement. I don't want to keep emphasizing that point, but if you're looking for reassurance that the United States will be here for NATO, I don't think you should focus solely on whether we bring hardware.
Thank you very much. This provides a good background and transition point to Lukáš, to look at this issue of extended deterrence from a collective NATO and European standpoint. Lukáš, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I will try to provide a case of sorts for an adaptation of the nuclear posture in Europe, even though I'm not an enthusiast of new shiny nuclear weapons being deployed anywhere. Actually started my career at PISM 20 years ago, writing a short piece arguing that it's time to remove US nuclear weapons from Europe and keep the alliance strong. Obviously, that's not a piece that I would write today, but 2003, 2004, that's where I thought we were heading, rather towards limiting the role of nuclear weapons than strengthening them. Unfortunately, we are where we are. And I think it's important to note that the nuclear sharing arrangements and the stationing of US nuclear bombs in Europe is part of a larger construct. It's almost like a Russian doll in which you have the nuclear sharing, which is part of NATO's nuclear posture, which is part of NATO's overall deterrence and defense posture that also includes nuclear aspects, which itself is part of NATO's overall approach to everything. So we need to be careful about just talking about one single thing without having the knowledge about the linkages to anything else. But yes, I think there is a case also to think about moving to adaptation of NATO's nuclear posture. That includes some adaptation of NATO's nuclear sharing arrangements. And these arrangements are no longer unique after Russia did the kind of nuclear sharing on its own with Belarus, but they are pretty singular. So US deploying nuclear weapons on the territory of selected European countries, these countries training, preparing for the use of nuclear weapon, joint planning, plus the possibility, if we have a war, for the nuclear mission to be executed not by the US aircraft, but by the Allied aircraft. Pretty unique thing. Then there is this aspect that I think Elaine Bunn called the marriage rings of the alliance. So the symbolic, part of the symbolic linkages between the United States and European allies. So there is a lot there. And I think it's worth keeping. Drivers of adaptation, first and foremost, Russia. The Russian threat, that includes their arsenal, which they are modernizing in a way that is different from the United States, especially in the non-strategic domain, but it's constantly being modernized or renewed. Then the doctrine, and then the intimidation and the attempts for assertive coercion operating under the nuclear shadow in the context of its aggression against Ukraine. And indeed the Russian deployment to Belarus, which I think also needs to be taken into account. The second issue, you call it the military requirement. I would go a little bit broader, the credibility and ability of NATO to actually conduct a nuclear mission if called for. Which includes the number of aircraft, number of warheads, the whole system that supports a nuclear mission. So that's the second part, which I think needs to be adapted a little bit because we are, in a sense, operating on something that was inherited from the 1990s and wasn't really a careful design, but rather, what was left there after the major reductions of the post-Cold War era. Then the third issue, I think time for a more equal sharing of the burden and the risks connected with the nuclear mission in an enlarged alliance, a very much enlarged alliance of 2024. More European participation probably would also be good in the context of this debate about burden sharing in general. So maybe making space for some of the US non-nuclear assets to be removed to other theaters if necessary. And then the last issue, the issue of signaling. Signaling to our own populations, signaling to our enemies. There was a time that NATO was almost ashamed to have a nuclear posture. I think it's time to move on for that. Adaptation, I think very short-term things that we are already doing. Something that in the NATO parlance is called raising the nuclear IQ. So making sure that everybody understands what nuclear deterrence and the uses of misuses of nuclear weapons are about, and what is the actual NATO position. Then the hardware part. So we are in the process of modernization of moving to the F-35 B-61 bomb combination. Also adaptation of the nuclear command and control system. But that's what is going on anyway. I think there is a case to move beyond that. Short to mid-term adaptation. One nuclear sharing, I think there is a case to be made, not necessarily for more places where nuclear weapons are stored, but maybe for more countries to be engaged as DCA providing nations. Then better integration of what we do in the nuclear domain with everything else, what's going on. Of course, nuclear planning and NATO is a dirty word for the French. C'est interdit. So it's not possible to do that. So that's why France is out of the nuclear planning group. But there might be a ways to actually bring the nuclear, conventional, and everything in between closer. Then adopting to the lessons from this war regarding things like the survivability of our assets, resilience. Do we see our nuclear assets being in the bases that officially nobody knows where they are, but informally you can pinpoint on Google Maps where the bunkers are. So what's the plan to disperse these assets during a crisis or a war, for example? Things to tackle. And the very last thing, very long term, 2035, 2040 context, what happens after the current modernization of our hardware? Are we talking about air launch systems, sea launch systems? Yes, the perspective is very long, but at least we should start the discussion about it now.
Lucas, thank you very much for that. Let me follow up, and I will ask you to provide a short answer to my question. But Amy mentioned that in addition to operational capacity, deterrence is very much based on credibility, on the credibility of the provider and of the receiving allies, that they will actually respond to aggression. Now, would you think that the credibility of NATO's nuclear posture would be improved if we also improved our long-range conventional strike capabilities? That is, we call these aircraft dual-capable, conventional and nuclear. Should we, under NATO, have sort of nuclear sharing arrangements like for conventional long-range missiles? So you are not only dependent on nuclear response, but you have a strong conventional strike capability.
Definitely yes, because still I think in NATO's interest is to think about a possible nuclear option as really maybe not a last resort, but something that wouldn't be the first and the early choice in a war on the NATO side. Maybe we'll be forced to do that, hopefully not. But that also means that in responding to any crisis or an attack, we would need to have a better conventional options. And long-range strike is one of the ways to actually increase deterrence by punishment of our adversaries.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, this is a nice transition to Paul's intervention. There's been a lot of talk in recent months about the European contribution to overall nuclear deterrence by the alliance. We are all aware of the 1974 Ottawa Declaration about the French contribution to alliance deterrence. We're aware about the idea of what the French call dissuasion concertée, which President Chirac raised at, in about 1996. We have heard President Macron. We're aware of the bilateral agreements under the Lancaster House treaties of 2010 and the framework for British-French cooperation. Against that complex background, Paul, could you lead us a little bit into where could the French-British nuclear cooperation go as a complement rather than, of course, any kind of substitute for what NATO provides? But is there any room? Is there a requirement for that? Or is this a bad idea?
I think it depends on the French.
Your mic, please.
It depends rather what President Macron has in mind, which has still to be turned on. Is that working now? It depends on President Macron. What is the behind the latest French formulation about their approach to France's role in alliance deterrence and France's particular national deterrent intentions. So this is to be revealed. I think the British have traditionally been receptive to those, to French suggestions, but within the limits of declaring our main deterrent essentially to NATO. If there's a way which is proposed which could make our joint deterrence more worked into a wider NATO concept of deterrence, I imagine the British governments would go for that. But I don't know what's proposed or what the limits of French width of comprehension would be. I do think that there's not going to be any magic solution, rather as Amy pointed out, about hardware. We are maxed out. The British have got an ambitious nuclear modernization program, and there's no room. It's not just about money, it's about industrial capacity for changing what is going to be built. We're building new boats, weapons associated with them, and it's also a problem of technology. Each successive generation is more difficult. The requirements for safety, the requirements for silence are more exacting. So building a state-of-the-art modern fleet is difficult, and there's no major room for changing it, whatever diplomatic formulations may be worked out between London and Paris and within NATO. So that would be my major point. Don't expect too much. And don't expect that tough-sounding declarations are going to make much of a difference. British politicians, French politicians could say more, but I don't think that's going to carry much weight with the Russians. Some kinds of signaling don't carry much conviction, and there's no magic solution. So that's my overall point on that particular question.
Yeah, but we all know where we have been coming from in terms of the US, the UK, and the French nuclear forces, going back to the 1960s. And we know there are physical constraints as well as political conditions attached to all of that. But at the same time, the nuclear world we're looking at of Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran is unlike anything we have seen before. So it seems to me that we can no longer just look at NATO's nuclear posture and the contributions of the United States, the United Kingdom, and France, each in their own way, the same way we used to look at before. And it seems to me that the three nuclear powers of the alliance, plus the other 29 members of the alliance, need to have a much more open-minded conversation about what it is going to take for these three nations, together with the other 29 allies, to ensure that we have credible deterrence vis-à-vis these four powers all around the globe. So this is a very different kind of nuclear world than the one that, let's say, the NPG was looking in 1979 with the INF decision, or even the 87 world with the INF treaty, or even later decisions about scaling back US nuclear forces in Europe. We're in a really new ballgame, and it seems to me that we need to be much more open-minded and imaginative than we have been to date. What do you think?
Yeah, and the predicament is more complicated even than you mention. It's about the mood within the alliance, its ability to have an open-minded discussion. And here, I think the terms we've been given, nuclear fear, are not quite right. I mean, it's a reference to Karaganov's suggestion that Russia should deliberately re-inject nuclear fear into the relationship. But I think what I see around me, because Warsaw is a great place to watch the alliance in microcosm, is nuclear anxiety. Fear is an acute emotion. It propels you to make changes, to fight or flight. Anxiety is a paralyzing long-term emotion, and that's what I see prevalent within the alliance, and it gets in the way of creativity. It suppresses a lot of factors, and I wonder if we're talking about it in the right way. I've been struck here by the sort of depressive mood. And here, I should point out this is not an ideal speech situation. I'm glad to be here, but there's something paradoxical about discussing the politics and psychology of nuclear deterrence, particularly when subjected to nuclear intimidation. A full discussion would get into distrust, vulnerabilities, uncertainties within the alliance, and I don't want to talk about that here, which might, because we're going to be transmitted, as I understand it, and I don't want to give more precise impressions of the vulnerabilities of the alliance to people who would want to use it against us. This is not just a listening post, it's a transmission point. This is an important discussion. I've usually been in discussions like this before, in classified or private circumstances, and something changes if we have it in public. But it is necessary to point out that we're not very good at coping with the anxiety that the Russians are putting on it, and they have a very worked out doctrine for doing it. They've been thinking since 1917 about how to hold back understandably questionable or hostile Western countries who outnumber them demographically and industrially, and they want to try and paralyze our ability to respond to this situation, and they're doing it quite well. This connects with psychiatric ideas like depression, which I saw exhibited, and intrapunitive behavior. We blame each other rather than the people who are really intimidating us. It gets to ideas like moral injury. We are failing to do what we know we ought to be doing to respond to aggression, which is fairly clear-cut. And that's got all kinds of consequences. It gets in the way of a proper discussion. And this is all part of not just a psychiatric, but a military doctrine conversation. The Russians have a concept of sturjevanie, of deterrence in the mind. They would like to make it impossible, just unbearably dangerous and anxiety-provoking, to talk about what's necessary to resist Russian intentions, so that the discussions last night would be impossible. If the Russian psychological warfare, what they call the informational psychological field of information operations, if that was successful, we wouldn't be talking about what's necessary to do. It's not necessarily going to be successful, but there's going to be a lot of it. It will be aided by botnets and useful idiots and high-minded members of the disarmament archipelago in the West. So having this conversation is going to be difficult, but it will be impossible in public.
Yes. And thank you for reminding us of all those psychological aspects of deterrence, both as they're seen from our adversaries, but also the implications for ourselves. Yeah. And unless you have witnessed the exceptional Soviet nuclear exercise of June 1982, where the Soviet Union went through the full execution of a worldwide nuclear war, and maybe remembers the most threatening exercise of all times, maybe you don't get the sense of how far the Russians can go down this scale.
Yeah, that's part of nuclear anxiety. You worry about the transition to full-on nuclear fear. NATO leaders, particularly in Europe, do not want to return to the anxieties of the Euromissile crisis, where there are thousands marching on the streets and coalition governments begin to totter. So having the ability to create nuclear fear is one of the Russian reserve capabilities, and European, especially European statesmen, I guess it's true in North America too, are aware of that and would rather not have to go there.
Thank you for that. I think we have been discussing the capacity and credibility aspects with Amy and the arrangements with Lukasz, and the psychological relationships, the rings within the alliance, which are all quite important. I would like now to turn to Barbara to cover the last pillar of this conversation, which is arms control and disarmament. And we in the West can pride ourselves in that record, all the way back from the NPT through the SALT and START negotiations, from MBFR to CFE and CDE. I mean, we have been the parents of arms control and disarmament for the last 50 years. So we have no fear in terms of our credibility or commitment to that. But we are in a different world with many of these treaties having been overcome by developments in the geopolitics of the world. Can you give us a sense of where we go from here, given a little bit of the despair that we have experienced with all of that? Is there still a role for arms control and disarmament? And if there is, what is it? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And the short answer, I believe, is yes, but let me expand. And let me start by reminding everybody here that the main theme for this conference is the art of winning, and that it is, I believe, really crucial to remember that in the nuclear domain, winning means nuclear war never taking place. You do not win nuclear wars. And I think that is a starting point that I would have considered self-evident, but given that, for example, yesterday we were asked to consider giving war a chance, this deserves really stating explicitly. The idea is to prevent further escalation of this conflict and to make sure that nuclear war does not happen. The task at hand, as I think Director Dembski put it very, very well in his opening remarks yesterday, is managing a relationship that is confrontational in nature. And I think the managing part of this is really crucial. And so, as I said, the main task for now is to prevent that this escalates further and that we end up in a war. There are many ways to classify wars, but I think one really useful way of classifying wars in our context here is to say that there are intended wars and there are unintended wars. Now, arms control is not going to help you much in the case of intended wars. That is what deterrence is for, right? Deterrence aims at changing the calculations of the other side, raising the stakes, and thereby, based on the idea that the other side is actually interested in its own survival, will think twice about starting a war. So that much about intended wars. What deterrence cannot do is prevent unintended wars, just escalation that starts from something maybe just a minor incident and that just spirals down. And this is where arms control comes into the picture. So granted, arms control is not going to prevent intended wars, but then again, deterrence, which we are putting in place, and rightly so, I believe, also means that the risk for unintended wars are actually growing, which has to do with the postures we adopt, the signaling we do, the exercises we do, and so on and so forth. And so, again, this is the reason why arms control really does have a role to play in this context, based on the idea that there is a mutual interest in actually avoiding this escalation, and also, in a sense, the possibility, as we did in the Cold War, to compartmentalize both risk reduction measures, but also more broadly, a shared interest in preserving strategic stability, again, in order to prevent the risk of escalation. Transparently plays a role here, but so to sum it up, I believe arms control risk reduction is sort of a safety valve in a deterrence posture that just needs to be there in addition, not instead of deterrence, but in addition to everything we're doing to prevent intended wars. Now, just very briefly, because you mentioned all these, maybe you could say, iconic arms control deals, which are of a different nature than what I just mentioned, because these are what you may call harder arms control agreements about numerical and or geographic constraints. I think there the picture is indeed does not very good. And the reason, first of all, is because, well, in the bilateral context with Russia, the relationship right now is simply not in a state where talking about any of this would make sense. The second point you already raised yourself is that the geopolitics, the global geopolitics of nuclear arms control has become so much more complex. And we frankly do not really know how to solve this. But I think there is also a third reason that was also already touched upon here, and that is the technological context of arms control, or ideas about arms control, is a lot more complex too. We today have so many more systems that directly affect strategic stability that, of course, from an arms control perspective, makes it a lot, sorry if I use this word, but just messier to even find ways into this and trying to stabilize the situation and finding approaches that works. And since you explicitly mentioned long-range precision strike capabilities, I think they're probably on top of the list of factors that just complicate the prospects for any kind of hard arms control solutions. One last aspect is also that I think in terms of the NATO posture, for example, we don't really know exactly yet where we're headed, right, with the implementation of the new force model and so on. So this is also work in progress, and that maybe in a few years we will have a clear picture also
But if I may, I mean, you have explained all the constraints, the limitations we're faced with. Numbers, the geopolitics, new developments in technology and so on. And it is unlikely we're going to have any breakthroughs in any of these areas. But given that the concerns we all have about misunderstanding, unintended wars, could it be that the Western allies should be more ambitious and more proactive in proposing to Russia and to China, maybe to others, to have at least conversations on risk reduction and confidence building measures, which would not be quantitative and physical, but more going back to that aspect of building at least a shield of confidence in terms of what different countries might be doing, so we don't get into unintended escalation, even though the geopolitics are always going to be there.
Oh, I absolutely do believe so. And it's also happening, right? Maybe not everywhere in the alliance, but it is definitely happening in the United States. I mean, the Sullivan speech last year was mentioned, offering strategic dialogue. There's also a range of military-to-military contacts, for example. I mean, in the the U.S.-China context. And I think one aspect to also remember is that there are actually individual NATO members who have measures in place. I'm thinking about Norway, for example, that could also be useful. But in general, I mean, this is a controversial issue within NATO, as we know. But I do think that this idea that this kind of arms control, that risk reduction would undermine deterrence is just wrong. This complements deterrence. Arms control is not the opposite of deterrence. It is a safety valve to make sure that measures you take to prevent intended wars do not result in unintended wars.
Okay, thank you very much. We have 9 minutes to take some questions from the floor. Trust me, it's almost impossible to see anything from here. But, okay, I have 4 questions. I'm going to take the first 2 here, and then I'll take the next 2 there. So let me start with these 2 gentlemen here, and then we'll turn on the other side.
Thank you very much. Great panel, really. The question is, do we see a continuity in United States, specifically United States policy towards nuclear deterrence? And in the context of Ukraine, I want to refer to 1991 so-called Chicken Kiev speech by President Bush Sr., who on return from Moscow landed in Kiev and delivered a speech to the Ukrainian Верховная Rada parliament, saying that the Ukrainians should abandon their nationalistic dreams and remain and work toward the progress and democracy within the Soviet Union. Well, 3 weeks later they declared independence, didn't pay much attention. But why did he do it? This is one of the questions which pestered us throughout the whole period. That means predictability, stability, and safety of relationship with other, mainly Russia, nuclear powers. I'm finishing. Please. So, is there a continuity until today, or has something changed in the American nuclear posture?
Okay, thank you. Next gentleman, please.
Thank you very much. Balkan McDonald Laurier Institute, Canada. Two very quick questions. As China increases their capabilities and aim to reach about 1,500 nuclear missiles by 2035, which is effectively the same as Americans are deploying, we will have a three-body problem when it comes to arms control. How to deal with that with the procedures that we have tends to be about dyadic relations with the US and Russia. And the second quick question is how to think about the non-nuclear strategic weapons when it comes to nuclear stability, things like hypersonics, and how you see the development of that affecting nuclear stability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Amy, I think you go first on the first question.
I can do both of them. I have no idea what prompted George H.W. Bush's Chicken Kiev speech. I remember it well. Don't blame me. It was 30 years ago. Yes, there is extraordinary continuity in U.S. nuclear posture, which makes people in the arms control community really upset. But within the United States, there are just several schools of thought on what our nuclear posture should be, and it moves very slightly between administrations. Sometimes there's a bit of outliers, but there are people at the ends of the range who would like to see massive changes. Never happens. I'd be careful with the China estimates. The intelligence community has said, and I don't have it in front of me, but that 1,500 number is a total stockpile of China warheads if they keep going at the current pace. Our problem is we don't know if they're going to keep going at the current pace. It could go faster, it could go slower. Also, that's total stockpile. The United States total stockpile is up over 3,000 warheads, so do not tell me they are equal. That really annoys me. I can do the math. Also, the United States does not know what China's goals are. So if I'm going to worry about China, I am far more worried about potential changes in doctrine and intent than numbers.
Okay, let me turn to the two persons here on this side. Please.
My name is Jakub Graca. I have a question to Barbara Kunz. You said that the way to win a potential nuclear war is to never wage it. But I have a question because it is a negative premise. So Russia knows that we, the West, that we are afraid of a nuclear war more than Russia is. And shouldn't we rather play along? Shouldn't the West rather turn it into a positive premise, building on the glorious SDI initiative developed by the Reagan administration, and turn the premise we never want to wage a nuclear war into a premise we are ready to, we will develop capabilities to be ready to turn Russia into ashes without the fear of retaliation, because we would be potentially able, if Russia decided to embark on a nuclear war, we would be able to destroy all the Russian delivery systems of
okay, thank you.
Delivery.
Next, please. There's a person here on this side. Oh, there. Maybe it's here in the back.
A question for Paul Schulte. Is there a talking cure for nuclear anxiety? How should democratic politicians address their peoples? And in fact, how can we best aid our democratic politicians from being frozen by fear?
Okay, Paul, do you want to take those?
I think that's a very good question, and the treatment is still under study. This is a nuclear crisis of the kind that the human race is going to have to confront for the rest of the century, and maybe for centuries beyond. It's the systematic use of nuclear weapons for intimidation, for advantage in a regional territorial crisis. And the stakes involved are huge to some, trivial to others, against the risks which appear disastrous to everyone. How we deal with that, how we find what the right degree of nuclear anxiety is, the sort of healthy level, is still to be decided. There will be some kind of unavoidable democratic conversation about it. Some of the exaggerated symptoms of fear are beginning to look ridiculous, I think. We're settling down now about the degree of terror that Russian threats should inspire in us, but I don't know how it'll work out. It does need to be, we need to understand that that nuclear weapons are being used. We've got to stop the vocabulary which pretends that we're not in a nuclear crisis. This is, the Ukraine war cannot be understood in its origins and intentions and the plan for victory that the Russians have without thinking of nuclear weapons. And how we respond to that is something that will have to emerge within democratic societies, ideally with assistance from the sort of strategic community that would be here, and intelligent, determined members of the political classes in all our countries.
Well,
but I don't know what it's going to be.
I need to stop to let Barbara and Lucas also have an opportunity to jump in on this, on any of these questions.
Okay, very, very shortly. So you only got one shot at trying nuclear strategy, right? So that's one reason not to be too forward-leaning. And then the second thing, since you mentioned strategic missile defense in the United States, which I know is a very partisan issue in the US, the thing is that the law of physics are not partisan, and that people with technical backgrounds, I'm a political scientist myself, but the people I talk to with technical backgrounds tell me that strategic missile defense simply does not work. And so I wouldn't base any strategy on that for that reason.
Yeah, I agree. Nuclear primacy, so the ability to strike and destroy everything, that's been theorized, but never actually implemented as a reasonable policy and strategic goal. And it's just not possible with countries with arsenals like Russia's. The best way to deal with intimidation is not to get intimidated. It's as simple as that. And I think this idea about raising nuclear IQ, so talking more, but in a reasonable terms about nuclear deterrence and uses and aims of having our nuclear arsenals, is one way of making sure that next time the decision makers hear about Russian nuclear exercise, they don't start screaming. Again, it's just not just the decision makers, it's also the media, it's also our social media sphere, to just make sure that we are not scared in a situation that we shouldn't be scared.
Thank you very much. Amy, Paul, Barbara, Lucas, thank you very much for your contributions to this debate.
Diego, thank you very much. I would like to invite you to follow up on some things. So you do not win nuclear wars. That was a strong statement. What's your takeaway from the discussion? Are we doing enough to enhance the nuclear deterrence?
Well, I'm pleased that we cover a lot of different bases, from the physical to the psychological. We spoke about credibility. We spoke about capacity. We spoke about the nuclear conventional interface, the relationship of France to the other allies, and we ended up on issues about confidence building, risk reduction, and lastly, maybe the whole issue of how you don't get intimidated and how you resist intimidation and coercion. And I think all of that shows how nuclear strategy has to be a central aspect of everything we do, because wherever we do to the war in Ukraine, the crisis over Taiwan, North Korea, the Middle East with Iran, and the Red Sea, the nuclear shadow is there everywhere.
Absolutely, yeah.
Diego, thank you very much for moderating this panel.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, I think that we are all set to kick off our next session, which will shine a spotlight on the Middle East. So please join me in giving a heartfelt welcome to our panelists.
General Rajmund Andrzejczak, former Chief of the General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces.
Omar Ashur, Director of the Strategic Studies Unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies at the Doha Institute.
John Bruni, Chief Executive Officer of SAGE International.
And Patty Morrissey, CEO of Global Foresight Strategy.
The panel will be moderated by Patrycja Sasnal, Head of Research, the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
And let's start with the clip.
In the volatile Middle East, regional tensions not only persist, but escalate, challenging global peace and security. Amid rising proxy conflicts and potential regional wars, the influence of Western powers wanes. The quest for stability and peace becomes increasingly urgent. This discussion explores strategic approaches to transform regional turmoil into lasting stability. We'll delve into the Middle East as a strategic chessboard, debating if it will remain a key arena where global titans play a high-stakes game, potentially redefining its role as a flashpoint in international relations.
Hi, welcome to the panel about the Middle East and what we called trying to drain the quagmire. I'm really excited to have this conversation. Coming from Middle Eastern studies, I feel like there's been a gap since yesterday until now in talking about really important issues. That is what's happening in the Middle East. So I want to invite all four of you at the beginning to start with a sort of an intellectual exercise and try to fit in the Middle East into the main topic of the Ark, which is the art of winning. So what we are asking in the conceptual note to this panel is the following. How can we define the front in the Middle East between the free world and the fight of the free world against imperialist forces and imperialist adversaries? So this is very tricky. I'm not asking about the front between Israel and Palestine. I'm not asking about the front between Israel and Iran and the sort of axis of resistance. I'm not asking about the front between the Muslims and the Jews. I'm asking about the front between the free world and the imperialist forces. Patty, want to start?
I get to go first, yay. So I guess I would frame it in the, not the imperialist powers, because in another era, other countries would have been seen as the imperialist powers in the Middle East. I would frame it in the larger construct that we talked about yesterday, that it's authoritarian versus democracies, right? This convenient alliance between Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea being the authoritarian sort of, at this point, informal alliance that we are we're entering into a global war against that alliance on different fronts. The Middle East front, I think right now, with what's happened since October 7th, became even more fraught in terms of how the free world and a democracy like Israel continues to represent democracy when a lot of innocents are being killed. I don't think we need to debate Israeli military strategy in this forum, but we're in danger of becoming seen by a lot of the less powerful populations around the world as the imperialist power. And that became shockingly clear yesterday when some of your team presented their Africa research. Russia is flipping the script in some of the countries of Africa and making America and the West the enemy, the imperialist, the people are the powerful countries that are not fighting for human rights and the things that we say we stand for. So we're in a very delicate situation right now, to be continued.
Okay, if we consider this front as a front between democracies and non-democracies, authoritarianism, autocracies, dictatorships, then according to various rankings, only Israel and maybe to an extent Lebanon, maybe Bahrain, would be somewhere up the ladder of democracies, but the rest of the countries are still not free. So is it really a useful differentiation when it comes to the Middle East?
Yeah, I think that's what makes it's so confusing to try to like pull apart what, how the West democracies, the free world that we stand for, how are we actually actualizing that in that region going forward? I think it requires a whole new approach. It requires greater partnerships around some of the rapidly changing areas of cooperation and technology, and just better providing for the citizens. And that's what we say as free governments, that we do better: greater accountability, greater protection of individual rights. There's a lot to unwind there. I don't have all the answers yet, sorry.
Sure, no, I hope we can discuss that further. John, what about you? How do you see that?
Look, I think it's one of those things where when you're talking about the Middle East, very few people really understand the region. Very few people understand the region and the complexities that go beyond the mere lines on a map. We tend to look at things, try to overlay it with a simplistic filter, let the media get hold of that, and then run stories, whether or not they are even close or remote to the truth or not. It doesn't make any difference because most people don't care. I think that basically what we're looking at, I agree with Patty's reframing of the situation. I think that there is certainly a sense of autocracies versus democracies, but it's more complex than that, because some of those autocracies are tied to Western interests. So we have to play nice with some. We don't have to play nice with others. Again, it's a complicated situation, and many people won't really understand that. They will want to see it as, okay, say for instance, Israel is the only democracy, and so therefore the only country and group of people worthy of consideration of defense of their interests. Now, there is a strong case to be said about that, but that also means that those people who are trapped in autocratic states who probably deserve political freedom at some point are being ignored completely, because of course our strategy is premised on the primacy of Israeli survival at the expense of Arab liberation. And when I'm saying liberation, I'm actually talking about liberation from autocratic rule.
Right. Omar?
Thank you. Well, I'll give you three ways of framing it. One way is, as you said, authoritarian versus democracy. And the problem with that, as was mentioned, most of the regime types there are non-democratic. Although the Freedom House, I think, recent classification classified Jordan and Morocco as semi-free, but the rest are problematic. And the pro-democracy forces that attempted to change these regimes failed to do so, and they are suffering now from a similar situation that the Russian opposition suffers from: decentralized, weak, and underfunded, and unorganized, lack of leadership, and so on and so forth. So the change is not near in that way. The problem is if you decide to form a front with authoritarian allies, they're not very reliable. And as you saw, some of those allies were facilitating funds, gold, resources, ammunition, like the 122 millimeters artillery shells, to the Russian Federation, until they get exposed by US intelligence and so on, and then things change a bit. And this is by countries, some of which were funded, trained, and financed. Their armies were funded and trained and financed and equipped by the US. So not very reliable in that aspect. So this is one problem. The other way to frame it is, as you mentioned, imperial versus independent. But for that, the West needs to reframe the strategic communications in a very different way, because you had Russian imperialism in Syria. Aleppo in many ways was a prelude to Mariupol. You had as well Iranian sort of imperialism, but it's a very interesting and subtle way of using sub-state actors, armed non-state actors, to build up military potential and have a veto in high politics in the security and the defense affairs of capitals. So arguably Beirut and Sana'a are in the hands of I don't like the term proxies because it oversimplifies the type of relationship of these actors have with Iran. But Beirut and Sana'a, we would say, very high influence for Iranian sub-state allies. Baghdad and Damascus are on the same route. So here are 4 capitals controlled by, shall we say, sub-state actors or influenced by sub-state actors that are very close to Iran without Iranian boots on the ground. And they're not even governments, so they're not even accountable to electricity, welfare, what have you. But they have their own vetoes. So that's another way to frame it, that subtle postmodern sub-state imperialism in a different way, a hybrid in many ways. And of course, Russia took some notes, starting from the LNR and the DNR pre-2022, and the Wagner Group afterwards. And there was an excellent report by PISM that was outlined yesterday, PISM. And add to that, a third way of doing it, and also a third way of framing it, is small state versus big state, or smaller state versus bigger state. Because many of these states, especially in the Gulf region, were attacked at one point or another, were almost either invaded like Kuwait or almost invaded like Qatar. And they see what's happening in Ukraine, the second largest country in Europe, with over 50 countries backing it as a friends of Ukraine, the Rammstein group. And watching that, if Ukraine loses conventionally, so what would happen to us versus when they face Iran and with all these allies? So I think that there's a lot of ways to frame it, but most of them are maybe problematic. And I totally agree with John here. It's a very complex region. I lived there since 2018. I thought I'm a Middle East expert until I lived there. And then I realized I don't know much about that region. I need to learn more.
Yeah, thanks for problematizing that. I think it's very useful, the 3 ways of looking at it. General Andrzejczak, Raimund, if I may, just for the sake of consistency.
Call me White Eagle 6.
So the Polish view on that, how do you see those front lines?
You know, the vocabulary matters because we have a lot of challenges to use the proper words. And if you say imperial states, I have a challenge, who is imperial right now? However, in a strategy, historical context matters. So the Persian Empire or Ottoman Empire, we still see some dynamics and some energizers as well. So maybe you're right. But I would prefer to use the terms autocratic countries and democracy, for sure. It looks like we have a choice between bad and very, very bad. So if I see a performance of Israel right now, especially looking in the screen a few seconds ago, most of them are about emotions. It's extremely difficult for us to describe Israel today as a definition of democracy. That's the biggest challenge. That we should focus on definition of democracy and performance of Israel, especially here in Poland when we hear comments of Ambassador Livne, who commented one of the Polish volunteers being killed in Gaza. No empathy, and again, back to the emotions we see. So for sure, there was not a democratic example. And in the other side, we have Hezbollah, we have Hamas, we have Iran with all of the aspirations. So it looks like, from me today, that Israel is a consumer of values of democracy, but not necessarily someone who is building democracy. So vocabulary matters. So we have to, synchronize and calibrate the terms we use, and this is huge challenge, especially here in Warsaw.
Yeah, I really like how you put it, because to me, I think the characteristic of the free world is that we abide by the law. And there is international law. In a couple of hours at 3 p.m., the International Court of Justice will again deliver its decision on Israeli conduct in Gaza. And so if we shudder at Russia's conduct in Ukraine, thrashing international law to pieces, we should also be vocal if Israel does the same, and if the court decides about it that way. Do you have an opinion about it? Yeah, go ahead, John.
Look, I think that this is a real point of controversy here. I know that people feel rather offended by having Prime Minister Netanyahu as an equivalent of the Hamas leadership. You know, one is a democratic elected leader, the other one, the other group, I should say, is representing a terrorist organization and a non-state actor. But the fact of the matter is that in this war there are two contestants. And failing the fact that Hamas is actually a political group as well as a militia, it is representing that group in Palestine, in Gaza, from a political perspective, as well as leading what it considers a resistance to Israeli oppression. We may not like to hear this. We may think this is all rubbish, but in the end, this is also a truth that some people in Gaza will fight and die for, which makes things very difficult. And I would go one step further. When we talk about divisions in the Middle East, it's been mentioned about the axis of resistance. I don't think it's much of an axis of resistance as much as it is an axis of revenge. Because really, what is this axis fighting for? What is the end point? Since yesterday, we've been talking about high strategy, and it's so refreshing to come from Australia to a place, Poland, on the edge of one of Europe's worst military crises in quite a few decades, and to hear the level of sophisticated thinking that is going on here. It gives me, as an Australian, a great deal of hope that we can come together. But, just looking at the title, The Art of Winning. So if we look at winning, what does that mean? What does it mean in the Middle East context? The Iranians are fighting for what exactly? They're just throwing a few missiles at Israel in the hope that maybe they score a victory. Maybe they'll kill a few Israeli citizens, and then what? What after? No one's talking about the after, right? Now, when we talk about the Ukraine war, it's a similar kind of situation where we see the war happening, and then it's all right, the war is happening. Is it a territorial war? Is it a war of wiping out Ukrainian statehood? Whatever that war happens to be, what is the thing after? And again, in the Middle East, there's just no clear answer because everyone is fighting, but there's no end point to it. Lasting peace, if it is indeed something that we want, has to take into consideration an enemy population's political, economic, and other welfare. Now, so far, the Netanyahu government hasn't really cared a lot about what's going on in Gaza. How it plays out is anyone's guess, but if it stays a military war, it's going to be a problem.
Right. Unless any of you want to jump in on the international law question specifically.
just if I may, a few words.
Right.
I'm totally agree. The strategy is about something which is on the other side of the hill. We don't see. And emotions are exactly, we're driven every day by media. So if we see, let's say, option one and support what Israel is doing, which is controversial because still we're giving legitimate to Netanyahu, which is bad, and then we accept the civilians being killed every day, and then option two is Hamas winning, Iran winning, a nuclear possession, and consuming more and more resources that we need for Ukraine, not necessarily for Middle East. Is the question for us. So the strategy is to see what is in the other side of the hill. And the other side, only two scenarios, bad and very, very, very bad. That's the option today.
Right. Well, the 90s in the Middle East were not that bad, okay? We can think of a time in the Middle East when things were not as bad, okay? And that really got bad after 2001 and the 9/11 and the wars in the Middle East by the US, which brings me, Patty, to you. So I'm wondering now, let's get more concrete and finish with our intellectual exercises. So the US politics and US policy vis-a-vis Israel specifically, is it changing? Because, on the one hand, you can look at it in the following way. Biden has taken out this atomic option of stopping deliveries of several thousands of bombs to Israel because of its conduct in Gaza. There are protests on US campuses. There's a push, at least from part of Democrats, to change this policy. But on the other hand, Biden himself, he represents this sort of older generational thinking about Israel, and more is still the same. With his other hand, he signs new contracts and deliveries continue. So are we in a sort of a seminal moment in US politics when it comes to Israel, or there'll be more and more of the same?
I think you almost answered the question with your great comments there, because President Biden is really threading a needle, right? I have some daughters that are late 20s and early 30s, and their peer group is up in arms for the Gazans, and they don't have the historical context or the real understanding of the long U.S. alliance with Israel. So I think President Biden is really trying to nuance as much as possible, and I think Secretary of State Blinken is going all out for how do we resolve this, how do we stop the killing of civilians, and I think they're messaging pretty strongly on that. But this goes to my earlier point that there's so much at stake right now with the perceptions of whether we free societies are all talk and are not really protecting innocent civilians wherever they may be, or if it's just a power game for us and we're beholden to Israel completely. So I would say the administration is doing its best to walk that line, but it plays into the larger global war, and this is part of the alliance of convenience where it's helping Putin that Iran is not just instigating some of these, the Houthis and Hamas and Hezbollah to continue to create conflict, to continue to hit from different flanks. So I think, I guess I would summarize it by saying that we have to see the whole battle space, and that pulls into full spectrum Russian hybrid warfare with Ukraine as the central front, but all these other conflicts and percolating perceptions of who are the good guys and who are the bad guys here. So we've got a lot of work to do.
Right, but could you unpack it a bit further? So the Democrats is one camp, and what about Republicans and the coming elections in the US? How will this issue play in the elections, and what can change after the elections? Let's presume for a second that Trump wins.
I can't, well, that's hard for me to presume, but I personally, but I think Trump has, when I've heard him speak to this, he's doubled down on the Israeli side. So in terms of the domestic politics and the younger generation being up in arms and sharing on social media about how terrible it is, Trump is much further to the Israeli side and much less balanced in the rhetoric that I've heard out of him. So politically, I don't think that plays for the Republicans.
Okay. Raimund, looking at the panel, it just struck me this morning that probably us as Poles will be the closest to the region of conflict, because Patty's coming from the US, John's coming from Australia, and I understand, Omar, you're a British Canadian. So us Poles, we are the closest to the conflict, and Polish policy vis-a-vis the Middle East does matter. So is anything changing because of the...
It matters.
Yes. Is anything changing because of the war in Gaza in terms of how we structure or should structure our policy towards Israel, Palestine, Iran, the broader region, within the EU and EU attitude towards the region?
This is a time exactly when Poland was elevated a little bit in the table and we're playing slightly different game, not necessarily locally oriented, but we are champion, so the relations between the global issues are more and more important. And from my perspective, of course, Poland first. This is no questions about it. For me, as someone who is Polish, who is officer, patriot, is Poland first. However, we have to understand the dynamics, and we have 3 fronts right now, globally. Number one is a challenge called China. And this is a Taiwan and entire region that you, from Australian perspective, knows very well. And this is cold, this is passive. And then we have a front in the Middle East, which is Israel and Gaza, but not only, Iran and all of those dynamics. And this is hot, this is active. And the last one is Ukraine. So from my perspective, I realize a lot of discussions, especially in Brussels, from NATO perspective, which is always our priority. China, Taiwan is no NATO issue, so we shouldn't care. Israel and Gaza is not NATO issue. For some of the countries, it's even opportunity. Look at the European Union countries and China. But Ukraine, it is. However, if the same security provider, the biggest and the most effective, no matter what the opinion is, which is the United States, has 3 fronts, and we have still the same resources. So ammunition, we really would like to and appreciate to send to Ukraine through the Polish logistic hub in Rzeszów, Jesionka. It goes to Israel. It consumes, resources. It is not supporting our objective. So we have to see huge, the global aspects and relations between the, Taiwan, Gaza, and Ukraine. So this is the probably very new situation from Poland. I say, if anything happened in Taiwan and South Korea is really concerned, so my K2s, my tanks, my artillery, and my airplanes are not going to Poland, but they will be, frozen in the different regions. So although we don't have geostrategic aspirations, we have to understand the implications interlinked between three I've called it centers of gravities right now, or strategical theaters. That's the new situation from Poland. But I see the situation, and every day I'm studying really carefully what's going on in Gaza, believe me.
So that's a great analysis, but now, so what about recommendations? So what to do? Should anything change?
Well, it is interesting. As a Poland, spending 4% GDP and investing in defense sector very much, we should not be so selfish and looking and understanding only through the Polish-Ukrainian line, but our discussion with the United States should consider as well that kind of perspective. So we should support Americans somehow, which is sounds strange and pretty high level, but without that kind of understanding, in the end of the day, we still have the same numbers of JASMs, in production in U.S., delivering to the Pacific, to the Gaza, or to Poland. I prefer Poland, but it's interlinked system.
Right. So let me just share with you very briefly my experience at the United Nations, the advisory committee of the UN Human Rights Council. And so there are people from the so-called global south there, also representatives, right? And they come up to me and they think of Poland as, representative of the global north, part of the EU. There's a Brazilian, a South African, an Indian, and they say, so you come to us and preach that we need to sanction Russia because it invaded Ukraine. But what you do in Israel with Israel is this and that. So I'm telling you this just to show that in the mindsets of many people, there's a connection between the two issues, and there's a common denominator. So, as you said, if there are 3 spots in the world that are sort of flary and very conflict-ridden, and with a potential global implication, then I want to ask John, coming from Australia and the Indo-Pacific region, which is #1 for the United States, which is #1 for Australia, obviously. how do you link the situation in your region with the Middle East, and how and why is the Middle East important in that calculation?
Oh, that's an excellent question. All right, I'll start with the political first. In Australia, we do have a vibrant Arab and Muslim community. We also have a very vibrant Jewish community. We pride ourselves as being a multicultural country. In a world that is growing more and more warlike, it is becoming more difficult to keep the communities pacified, especially if they come from, areas that are in conflict, especially in the Middle East. So that's problem number one. It's not really a problem, but it's an observation and something that I was listening to Raymond and I thought to myself, yeah, these interlinked connections are really important. From an Australian military perspective, if I just look at the military situation in the Middle East, look, it's an inescapable fact that Israel is one of the best armed forces in the world. And if you want to fight a war, you need to take a leaf out of Israel's books. They've got a flattened command structure, their CNC is really good, their training is excellent. If we were all to prepare ourselves for the inevitable, it is a good model to base our collective defences on. So I think that if I was an Australian looking at the Indo-Pacific and I was in a command position, I'd probably send a few people off to Israel to find out how best to manage defence in depth.
Right, with one exception, right, on the 7th of October.
Well, yeah. Okay, you raised the 7th of October, and that's a fair call. Israel has a lot of really good technology. The one thing that puzzled me about Israel's response to it is that with all the technology at its disposal, it's using 2,000-pound bombs in a heavily built-up area, causing the very crisis that we are seeing internationally around our university campuses and all of this kind of thing. And I'm wondering, what is to be gained from that when there were other means by which Hamas could have been taken out? Technologically, training-wise, it's not that Israel didn't have options, but Netanyahu decided to go a certain path, which is now assisted in turning international opinion away from Israel, which is a very peculiar situation for the Israeli state to suffer. Because up until this point in time, they didn't have this problem. They could rely on international support. So.
Yeah, well, I think the component of technology is very important in the sort of discussion about modern warfare, because Hamas took a path to use only analog methods, no technology, and that is how they gained this advantage over reliant on technology Israel. They do not use cell phones, they only use paper, notes, face-to-face contact. That is also why it's so difficult to get an immediate response from the Hamas side, from Gaza, obviously. So, but that's another question. I sort of still fail to grasp if there is a linkage between Indo-Pacific and the Middle East.
All right. Okay, so if we look at many of the armed forces in the Middle East, they're all based on a Soviet model with Arab characteristics. And as we're seeing in the current war between Russia and Ukraine, the way that the Soviets have a very strict top-down model is something that's been replicated all over the Middle East. And if we think that we're going to be fighting with China, much of China's entire military doctrine is coming out of the Soviet/Russian playbook. So when we see rockets and missiles firing across the skies of the Middle East, we can basically red team what that may look like in other scenarios. Does that make sense?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Omar, yeah, please comment on whatever you want to, but I also know that you've written a lot about terrorism and ISIS specifically. So, what happened to terrorism? Like, where are the terrorists?
It's alive and kicking, but we'll come to that in a second. But just on the issue of Gaza, because it's very important on two dimensions. It shows how warfare transformed in one way, but also it may give us some hindsights for the future. So the Israeli army in June '67 defeated the Egyptian army while being outnumbered and outgunned just by the Egyptians, not to count the Syrians and the Jordanians, in about 35 hours, and took with 3 divisions,
Yes.
and took the entire Sinai Peninsula.
Yes.
The Israeli army today, the IDF had in December 2024 about 20 brigades, so a force with the size of about 6 divisions. In Gaza, 365 square kilometers, and 7 months into the fight, we're not finished. Yeah. And so it gives you an indication of how, and it's not just, well, Hamas did its homework. The 7th of October was a multi-domain, combined arms, offensive maneuver from the sea, air, and land, plus the electronic warfare dimension that they used as well, and also the intelligence information operations. So it was almost a minus space. It was the 6 domains were there, except for space. Space came later with the interception of exo-atmospheric ballistic missile that was sent from Yemen by the Houthis, also another sub-state actors. So all 7 domains of warfare were pretty much there, just to give you how war transformed and how difficult. But also they executed a very clever defense in depth, but it's underground defense in depth, because the subterranean dimension of the war was multi-leveled, and this gave them they doubled the size of Gaza, or tripled even the size of Gaza in a way, and also allowed the overground and underground lines of communication to remain. So the Israelis would clear an area, and after they withdraw from that area, they're thinking, okay, they cut all the ground lines of communications and the underground lines of communication, and then you have places like Beit Lahia and Beit Hanun in the very far north of Gaza, entered by the Israeli forces on 27th of October, so about 7 months before, and they're still fighting there.
Yes.
And still fighting on a squad, sometimes even to a platoon level, so sophisticated multi-level anti-tank ambushes, rocket firing, so also, relatively speaking, it's not just light squad-level infantry. So this gives you why I'm saying this, because the costs here. There was a famous foreign affairs article by Edward Lutwak called "Give War a Chance." The costs here are tremendous for all sides. So the Israelis know that they cannot finish it in 35 hours like they did in June. Hamas, with the LER, loss exchange ratio, between them and the Israelis is about 1 to 25. So to kill 1 Israeli soldier, 25 from Hamas have to die. It's
How
enormous.
does it matter to us?
But they are mobilizing. So even with this very high attrition rate, they're still there in the fight. So with all these difficulties, and with the enormous human costs that we're seeing, over 35,000, and we don't know who's under the rubble. We'll still remove the rubble after this war ends and see what happens. With this enormous costs, I think everybody will have to think about before conducting a military operation. Yes. Okay. Sometimes, the old saying of Sun Tzu, tactics without a strategy is the noise before defeat. This is wrong. You can actually have a series of tactics that will get you a favorable operational outcome without a strategy. ISIS, coming back to terrorism, was the start of that. They had no strategy. Their resources never matched their objectives. Always outnumbered, always outgunned, always changing their operational plans on the spot, like what happened in Mosul. And in the end, fighting 10 to 1 at least, they took the 2nd largest city in Iraq. While with no air support, with no artillery support, with no air defenses, mainly technicals, soft-skinned, unarmored, and they managed to do it via very intensive IED warfare and maneuvers. Which brings me to terrorism, as I said, alive and kicking. And if anyone interested in the details, they can read the last Security Council update it was published last February, on the state of Al-Qaeda and ISIS, especially in places like Afghanistan. Although the Taliban, funnily speaking, they're the counter-terrorist, counter-insurgents now, and they're actually doing some damage to ISPK, the Khorasan province of the Islamic State. But also in the Sahel, there's expansion, but they still maintain a brigade-sized formation in Iraq and on the borders of Iraq and Syria. So they're still there. But very, very, very briefly, there are 4 quick points. One, the tactical innovation and adaptations of these groups have been very much rising, especially the weaponization of civilian technology, including car bombs that turned an urban terrorism weapon into a a battlefield weapon, a suicide vehicle borne. These were the land domain of the sea babies and the Maguras in terms of the, but these are manned actually, not unmanned. So they actually, there's a driver, suicide bombers in it, and they had very much an impact. But also the military effectiveness of the non-state actors that has been also significantly on the rise, and how states are using this to their benefits, including Russia and including Iran, and how they're also mimicking some of these tactics and taking notes of these. And there's a long article also I wrote on how Putin's army fights like ISIS in Ukraine between 2014 and 2022.
Just one footnote question. So knowing so much about ISIS and Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups, what does their history tell you about the future of Hamas?
Well, they're copying from each other in many ways.
No, but will Hamas survive? Will Hamas survive?
I think it will reconstitute. So the damage has been done. It is degraded. ISIS was degraded significantly. It took about 5 years from 2014 to 2019 until they took over the territory, and they're significantly degraded. But I think they will reconstitute. They will be able to reconstitute, even in Gaza.
Yep. Yeah, Raymond and John.
So, Patricia, if I may, I would not agree. I would say what we see, the performance of Hamas in Gaza, is a strategy. This is strategy. This is not tactics, TTPs, and technology. Iran has a strategy to destroy Israel, use Hamas as a proxy, and to destroy the Abraham dialogue. This is exactly strategy. So I'm agreed that Sun Tzu said tactics without a strategy is a way to nowhere or to destruction. But description, it's the key. The paradox is Poland is modernizing armed forces exactly in the way that we see the IDF. So we have the same F-35s, the same precision munition, we have the same long-range artillery, we're investing in offense with the sensors. But the question is not about technology, it's about the strategy, understanding enemy, and using strong points and mitigate the weak points. So that's the point that I would say that the Iran has a pretty effective strategy how to at least mitigate or push the Israel to the corner. And Patricia, if I may, because we describe, the soldier's mind, sorry. We describe space as a chessboard physically about the region globally. But there's another factor very important, which is timeline. And if you see, again, the 3 points, China and Taiwan, Middle East, Iran, Israel, and Ukraine, Poland, Russia, say in the timeline, if, I would say, so Andrew, he's gonna kill me in a second, but I would say like the Washington perspective. If you really want to be effective in the competition, let's use the word competition with China, you have to solve the first problem, and the first problem is Russia. So losing, Ukraine politically, strategically, economically, any kind of dimension, we're losing credibility, and China is winning immediately. Israel right now is a destruction factor. It's unexpected even in the chessboard. But I think that's the understanding the importance from Washington perspective. China will be number one. But I will motivate you and inspire a little bit that Russia is first, because without solving first objective, you will never be effective in the final one. So that's the important to understand the chessboard, like Brzezinski, he says, the great chessboard, not only in the physical dimension, but also in the timeline. That would be my observation.
Great. So I guess 2 fingers from John and Patty, if you want to.
Okay, just on the whole terrorism issue, I have supreme confidence that the IDF is going to make short work of Hamas at some point, taking into consideration everything you've said. But the outcome is pretty much secure. What I fear now, and here's the emotional part of my response, when you see the vision of the civilian carnage in Gaza, you are now seeing the next generation or 2 or 3 moving forward who are going to hate every Jew that they can see. You know, the construct of Israel in their mind will be the construct of the enemy. And this is actually a strategic failure on behalf of Israel because, you know, even yesterday when we were discussing European matters and the idea that everyone here knows what the problem is. We can all articulate it, and yet somehow we can't filter that information up to our, you know, our strategic political leadership. They don't want to know about it. In Israel, it's a sort of similar situation where, you know, you've got a political elite run with a proportional representation system, which I hate because our Senate is based on that, and that's just rubbish. But anyway, the fact of the matter is that Netanyahu knows how to play that system very well. He's got his allies where he wants them to be. Everything is fine. Problem is, there has been absolutely no Israeli statesmanship in order to figure out what is going to be after the shooting. How do we bring the Palestinians away from the embrace of Hamas? How do we bring them away from the embrace of any sort of extremist behavior? They have completely shot themselves in the foot on that score alone. And this is where I think terrorism will actually become quite a problem. And it'll be, you know, a resumption of Palestinian terrorism, probably on the likes that we saw during the 1970s, I would imagine. But
Patty?
And pulling from a piece of what you said in terms of the strategic fight, your fellow countryman and my friend Dave Kilcullen wrote a book called The Accidental Guerrilla, which was brilliant in explaining that indiscriminate use of force is always counterproductive in the strategic sense. So we're in that dilemma right now. But broadening it back out to this idea of what is winning, I feel there is a pretty good consensus in the room that we are in a global fight. We have values that we stand for that you pointed to: rule of law, free elections that are protected, open economies, individual rights. But our foreign policy needs to reflect all that to win strategically, to be believable, to discriminate ourselves against a Xi, a Putin, and the Iranian regime. So I think, just backing up a little bit, I'm not sure we're fully taking into account all the tools that Putin and this convenient alliance is using against us. Some of it's sort of coincidental, perhaps, or some of it is part of a backroom strategy. You know, supplying weapons to Russia demonstrates concretely that there is an alliance there. But I think that we have some work to do in truly understanding that Russian disinformation warfare is absolutely shifting the geopolitical space. I worked on information warfare, information operations for 9 years in the Pentagon in the early days, when we had no real thought that the US population would be vulnerable to messaging that undermined its own government, our own Justice Department, our own intelligence community, and that we would have a president, I'm just going to be blunt, that would be the lead, take the lead in doing that. So I guess I'll leave it at that, but that is profoundly impactful, no matter what you think about the American politics, understanding that is the larger grand strategy that we're facing, primarily from Putin, but in this convenient alliance with others who benefit from the authoritarian model of government, winning and creating that new reality that or that new paradigm for global leadership that we're in danger of losing.
Yeah, I want to link what John said and what Patty just said about the stance of Russia in the Middle East and how that also connects with the situation in Europe and with Russian tactics to stir discord in European societies. So what has been for years puzzling to me is the good posture and stance in the minds of societies in the Middle East of Russia. Even though the first jihad, for the more fundamentalist Muslims, was against the Soviets in Afghanistan, and this is the invasion of '79. So the first jihad in the modern era was against Russia. But still, what trumps this sentiment so much is anti-Americanism. And this links to what you said, John, that there are generations of Arabs, Muslims, and people in the sort of global South who were raised on the history of a series of American interventions. And this is 1991, the Desert Storm. This is 97, Desert Fox. This is 2001, Afghanistan. This is 2003, Iraq. And this is 2011, Libya. So this just tells you that, there's such a vibrant anti-Americanism that Russia can now just, swim in the splendor of the grace of this country in the Middle East. And it doesn't get this backlash that we are getting and the US is getting. So this really does matter. And what Russia does in Europe is they send 5 Bulgarians in Paris last week who sprayed red handprints on the Holocaust memorial, and these are most likely people sent by Russia, who came by train from Brussels to sow discord among the French society, that someone just desecrated this Holocaust memorial. So it's incredible what's happening, and I don't think we are taking enough of a consideration for our politics, don't you think?
Yes, I actually, I'm sorry, I have to quickly
we have
jump
8
in.
minutes, so yeah.
Yep. Look, I think that one of the things that I want to get off my chest, and that is, generally speaking, we lack statesmen or stateswomen or whatever you want to call them in the modern parlance. And what does that mean? It means being able to unite the military with the diplomatic. For many years now, those two zones are as separate as day and night. The military have their particular role to play. They do their thing. They're over there. The diplomats are over there. The diplomats can be sometimes a little anti-military, and I will say the military can be a little bit anti-diplomatic. But I think that statescraft, as it was once conducted in the West, demands that we be able to fuse those two things together and use them as a single force to push back. We haven't got that. And just to carry on with your point, which was excellent, yes, we let the Russians take a free kick to us whenever we like, because we're just not there. We're not able to push back at all. The interesting thing about the Iranian situation, if I'm being completely pragmatic and historical in my thinking, it's like Iran and Russia are not historic default friends. They're enemies. Who in Washington, Paris, London, or anywhere else is cobbling together a plan to cleave Iran off from Russia? Who?
Good point. We'll take 2 questions. I already see hands. All right, so I am so sorry, gentlemen, in the first row, but they were first. They were before you. So the lady over there, yes.
Hi, good morning. Katarzyna Sidor from Case Center for Social Economic Research.
We can't hear you.
Does it work? Yeah. Okay. Katarzyna Sidor from Case Center for Social Economic Research. Thank you so much for the excellent panel. I have a question about your opinion on the impact of the crisis, the Israel's wars on Gaza, on the economic strategy of Europe. And what I mean in particular is the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, which is seen by many as kind of a counter-strategy to the Belt and Road, so the Chinese impacting the region. Do you have any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Okay, let's take maybe 3 altogether. Since Andrew Mikta was mentioned in the panel, he has to ask a question, and also one over there.
The Council. So first of all, Raimund, I'm not going to kill you. I will actually ask you to keep staying on this message, because right now we're talking in Washington in terms of we just have half a box of crayons. That's why we were going to be painting on just half of the canvas, and that is asinine from the beginning. I have a question to John, because you said that what you see in the Middle East is actually showing what might be happening in the Indo-Pacific, what might be happening in other areas. There's a flip side to this. The Russians are also seeing this. The Chinese are seeing this. They're going to school on the weapon systems that NATO produces, procedures targeting, sensor to shooter, everything, which means that the system that Polish military, American military, anybody in NATO will be using. Now we have to factor in that they'll be degraded in terms of their original capacity. So when you're looking at the effectiveness of those systems, it works both ways. The Russians are going to school, they're learning, they're jamming. We're now looking at C2 issues like we never had before. And my question is there a conversation within the alliance about, it takes two to tango and it works both ways? And the larger question is this. IDF, supposedly one of the best forces out there. The US military, allegedly one of the best forces out there. We broke a lot of China in the Middle East and elsewhere. We achieved none of the strategic objectives. We have a culture of military power that is completely disconnected from temporal aspects of war, geography, culture. We're counting bullets and we're thinking that technology will solve it. In fact, technology is failing us. And the Russians are doing this the old-fashioned way. Everybody's laughing at them, but it's worked for them for 300 years, right? And they're 20 miles away from Vilnius. So my question is, what do we need to do, looking at Israeli failures, American failures, to actually start rethinking how we build our military power so that deterrence holds?
Just very brief question, Patrick. Like 2 sentences.
Okay. Thank you very much. Patrick Kugel, PISM. I would like to link again this panel with the main focus of this conference and ask the panel about the impact of the war in Gaza Strait on the war in Ukraine. And I'm asking this question in the context of strategic communication, what Patricia said about the international law. When the war in aggression of Russia started in 2022, the West tried to present it as a war in fight in the protection of the rules-based international order. And after the last couple of months, I'm afraid this framing is not credible anymore. It's maybe trashed. It seems that we have many autocratic states that cares much more about the human rights of the civilian population in the Middle East.
I think we get it now.
Yeah.
Yes,
so,
I think so.
Do you think, is it a serious problem, or do we need a new framing for the war in Ukraine, and what can be done? What can be
or
done
a new
about
framing
it?
for the war in Israel, right? I mean, Gaza. We'll begin with you, Patty, if you agree. If you want to take any of these.
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to have to attack you. Well, not attack you, but handle that question. That's very complex, Andrew. But one thing that I would say is that we need, many years ago in the 1990s, we were formulating all these great, what do they call it, network-centric warfare fighting strategies. And that's great, utilizing technology in the best way possible to allow for a better outcome on the battlefield. My thinking would be extend that to unite your diplomatic with your military. Have one policy. It gives you policy coherence. And getting back to the strategic communication issue, comes down to strategic communication. Why is Russia winning? Because it has one simple message and it keeps on hammering that simple message. What comes out of the West? The TikTok generation. Everyone's got a view. Everyone, wants to go out there and say whatever they have to say. Doesn't matter how uneducated it is. But that is the very chink in the armor for our strategic communication. We don't have a clear one message from any government.
Well, when we do, they immediately gets countered by some other nonsense that a lot of people, that it's a hot button and people start believing it, even without any expertise.
Absolutely.
So Patricia, if I may, just one great example that was mentioned by Andrew is relation between instrumentarium and strategy. Let's take for a second one example. 1991, Desert Storm operation. What kind of instrumentarium we have? Abrams tanks, Bradleys, MLRS, Apache helicopters, F-15s, F-16s. And we are successful. More or less, George Bush, his idea, his strategy, how to solve the problem was successful. We have a 2003, again in Iraq. We have the same tanks, the same Bradleys, the same MLRS, the same Apaches, F-16s, F-15s, and we are not successful. So that's the reason that...
There's one big difference. the whole societies of the Middle East are in favor of the war in Iraq in 1991.
Strategy matters.
Whereas
So-
2003, all are against.
So I wouldn't say the instrumentarium is the problem. It's a matter of idea, it's a matter of understanding enemy, understanding the region, relations, alliances, investments, timeline, and so on. So that's the point. And the gentleman asked about the relation between Gaza and Ukraine. There will be brutal description what I'm saying, but we have two biggest laboratories of war today, which is Gaza and Ukraine. So anything happen over there is absolutely future for using military instruments of power in a policy. So the question about relations, any single Iranian drone flying across, Iraq and going to Israel, and lessons learned taken immediately goes to Russia because Russia used the same drones in Ukraine and feeding, what the Houthis are doing and what's going on in Hamas. And it's exactly the situation what we observe in Ukraine. So this is no question. This is very simple for me. The question is how we gonna influence, cut off, or or change the things we see. It's a direct connection between Gaza and Ukraine.
Brilliant.
Just on the same,
Last word.
In the same manner, it is interconnected. I think the Soviets saw it always as one theater from the Baltics to the Mediterranean, or Baltics to the Red Sea actually now, so with the Russian Federation. And that's a multi-front theater, and the fronts support each other when needed. So there's a classic example from December 2017 in the Donbass, where suddenly, after Minsk II, the firefights were reached at 1.40 per day, and then suddenly they're zero. And when were they zero? When Putin had a peace initiative for Syria. So it's de-escalating in the Donbass just to support his so it's one theater with multi-front. And as for Gaza and Ukraine, there's lots of comparisons. Like strategically, that's a part of it because it was rumored that Putin has told a Hamas delegation that was a present for him, 7th of October, allegedly. And but more than that, there's an operational and tactical. There's a lot of notes taken. So whether it's the quadcopters dropping munitions, IEDs on Israeli points in the 7th of October, or how very effective are the old ways of having defensive lines inside the urban areas, subterranean and above above the ground, to either to undermine and atterrate the IDF in Gaza, or to undermine and atterrate the Western-trained Ukrainian brigades in the south of Ukraine, in the east of Ukraine. And other than that, there's quite a few others, including the idea of combined arms and multi-domain, horizontal escalation via sub-state actors. So if you're under pressure in Gaza, your sub-state actor can support you from Yemen, or from Iraq, and so on and so forth. And similar situation we have with the Wagner Group and others. So.
Thanks, Omar. Thank you, Patty, John, Raymond. I think it was a brilliant conversation.
Patricia, thank you very much for moderating this session. Can you come over, please?
Coming.
Yeah, I want to ask you a very broad question. Regarding our focus on developing a winning strategy, I'm wondering what it means to you, what it means to win in the context of the Middle East.
I'm not getting there. I think a big win, although I'm not sure if of global importance, would be some kind of an agreement between Palestinians and Israelis. And I also suppose that paradoxically, there's more chance for it now with the war raging there than it was just a year ago. So what I take from this panel, which I thought was really fascinating, are those clear links and linkages between what's happening in Ukraine and what's happening in the Middle East. We really live in a global world, and this shows it.
Patricia, thank you very much for your insight. Thank you very much. And with that, we wrap up the first part of the second day of our conference. Thank you very much for attending. Now I would like now I would like to invite you to the well-deserved lunch. We will restart at 1:30, so please be on time and enjoy your meal. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome back from the midday break. We appreciate your timely return for the afternoon session as we commence the next segments of our conference.
Let's move to our first discussion, the first panel in this session. The panelists will try to find a way to secure, we'll discuss how to find a way to secure peace in Asia-Pacific and whether there is a role of Europe in that. So please join us on the stage.
Antoine Bondaz, Director of the Indo-Pacific Observatory at the FRS.
Paul Choi, Principal at Stratways Group.
Alice Yang, Assistant Research Fellow at the Institute for National Defense and Security Research.
And Tomoyuki Yoshida, Director General at the Japan Institute of International Affairs.
And this panel will be moderated by Justyna Szczudlik, Deputy Head of Research at the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
And as before, let's start with a clip.
As tensions rise from North Korea to the South China Sea, the Asia-Pacific region stands as a crucial intersection of European and U.S. interests, with stability here key to Europe's security and economic prosperity. Challenged by the growing assertiveness of China and its partnership with Russia, Europe's role in this strategic landscape is pivotal. Can Europe enhance stability and ensure free navigation in these contested waters? This panel will dissect Europe's potential contributions to peace in Asia-Pacific and explore strategic responses to the region's complex geopolitical dynamics. Join us to assess how Europe can navigate and potentially stabilize this key global arena.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my enormous pleasure to have with us the, excellent experts on Asia-Pacific security. And I know that it's our panel is just after the lunch, but I think it is a very good timing because we would like now to offer you the other course, the third course, the plate with a food for thought. And I'm convinced that having such excellent panelists, you will have a very delicious food for thought. So I would like to, first of all, maybe I will disappoint you, but we have a panel about security in Asia-Pacific, but I think that the best, because we have the second part of the title, about what Europe could do to contribute to security and stability in Asia-Pacific region. So to be frank, I would like to use the opportunity that we have with us, our panelists, just to focus on Europe and ask our panelists if you could provide us with a recommendation and some suggestion if there is any role for Europe, what we could do if we have any kind of instrument to contribute to the peace and stability in Asia-Pacific region. So without any further ado, I would like to start our discussion and ask the same question to all of you. The question may be a little bit basic or maybe easy, very easy, but I think that we should start from this kind of question. So does Asia-Pacific really need Europe to contribute to the peace and stability in this region? And please do not answer yes or no, but also explain why you think that Europe is important, that Asia-Pacific needs Europe, or if you think that there is no anything that we can do, also why you think so. And I will start from Antoine, who is from Europe. Antoine, you are an expert on security in Asia-Pacific, so I'll start from you.
Thank you very much, Justyna. Just to be clear, I'm speaking in my private capacity since I'm not the European Commission, so it's only my own private statement. For sure, Europeans and Europe in general can play a role, and we should in the region, not only because we can, but also because it's in our interest. And I think that's something very important to remind everybody. We do have interests in the Indo-Pacific, and the Indo-Pacific matters for Europe. I'm just going to talk about security perspective. But on any form of security, be it economic security, environmental security, human security, it does matter. The Indo-Pacific, we tend to say, it's more than half of the global population, more than a third of the GDP. But in terms of economic security, from a European perspective, it's 50% of manufacturing added value in the world. It's 95% of the shipbuilding manufacturing capacities. It does matter. When we talk about raw minerals and resources, it's more than 90% of the graphite being produced. It's 67% of the nickel, 70% of the silicon that we produce in the world. So it does matter. Then when we talk about environmental security, it's more than 50% of the greenhouse gases being emitted every year. It's 7 of the 10 biggest consumers of coal. It's 14 out of the 20 countries the most affected and the most vulnerable to climate change. And just to conclude on human security, it's more than 60% of the cases of tuberculosis every year, more than 70% of the cases of malnutrition. It's 4 of the 5 countries with the highest number of deaths of HIV. And even if we talk about human rights and values, it's the 3 worst country in terms of press freedom. That's mostly, unfortunately, hybrid or authoritarian regime. And that's 9 of the 10 countries that executed the most people with death penalty in 2022. So for all of these issues, and not even before talking about Taiwan, the South China Sea, the Korean Peninsula that we're going to, I'm sure, talk in the few minutes, it matters for us as Europeans, as global citizens, and as a global actor.
Antoine, if I may, because you answered the question, to be honest, you answered my second question, why the Asia-Pacific is important for us. But could you just in 2-3 sentences, do you think, being an expert on Asia-Pacific, that Asia-Pacific needs Europe? Do you think that Asia-Pacific needs Europe? We should, because of the security issues.
I will do something that Europeans normally don't do. I will reverse it and say, do the Asia-Pacific countries expect Europe to play a role? Or do we expect Asia-Pacific countries to play a role in Europe as well? I would say yes. But to make sure that we can play a role, we not only need to be very well aware of our interests, what I try to mention. Second, to be very credible in our capacity and in our determination to do more. And third, and that's even more important, to coordinate. It's not up to us just to say, oh, we can contribute and we're going to do that in the Asia-Pacific or in the Indo-Pacific. It's for us to say we have interest. Second, we have means, we have tools, we have the determination. And third, what can we do together? And that's where coordination with Korea, with Japan, with Taiwan, even though it's more complicated, with India, with Australia, and other countries, including the smaller countries, is so important. So not for the Europeans just to go there and say, we have an interest, so we're going to do that. To say, together, we have a common interest, what can we do together?
Great. So to be honest, later on, I would like to ask you about specific tools, if we have, and what we can do. And now, Paul, if you could just answer the question, if Asia-Pacific needs Europe.
Okay. Simply, the question you asked was if Asia needs Europe. And I would say, because of the nature of the risks, challenges, and threats that we face, we absolutely do need Europe. And as mentioned previously in other panels, the interconnectedness of our theaters, right? The fact that we rely so much on the United States as our most important and critical ally, but that the United States is constrained by resources. In addition, the uncertainty of commitment. That is why Asia needs Europe. But just to elaborate a little bit more on this, from a South Korean perspective, we face existential threats in an era of what my current administration has called polycrisis. Right? So simply put, we can use all the help that we can get. Right? I just believe, and I hope we will elaborate a little bit more later, on how realistic this help is. Particularly, I think Europeans need to be very frank with us about what they can provide, how and when.
Alice, the same question to you. If Asia-Pacific, Taiwan needs Europe?
I would answer the question in short. That will be certainly yes. I think firstly, because this title is, of this panel is securing the peace in Asia-Pacific, and with what's going on with Ukraine and what happened in Gaza, I think the world does not need another place to have any more conflicts. So since I would say that Asia-Pacific is actually relatively peaceful now, although with even the situation between Taiwan and China, I think Europe could and can play at this role in mitigating the factors that will cause the escalation in Asia-Pacific. And another 2 points I would make is as Taiwanese, we all know that Taiwan is a major producer of semiconductors. That is, I think, one thing that is very important, not just to Europe, but for the whole world. And nobody wants to have a disruption with their trade routes. So it's not just about Asia or Taiwan needs Europe. I think Europe also needs us. We also have a lot of other products, not just from Taiwan, but from Korea, from Japan. And so I think definitely Europe has an interest in it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alice. And the same question to Mr. Yoshida. Does Japan need Europe?
Yes.
Need Europe?
So short answer is yes, of course. Why not? Well, already, well, all the panelists have mentioned many things, and so maybe very little be left to mention. But I'm not afraid to overlap the remarks of our panelists. First of all, the security in Europe and the security in the Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific cannot be separated. This is something that we confirm throughout this conference. Then we are close allies with the United States. But take a look at the war in Ukraine and conflict in Gaza. And if something severe happens, contingency happens in the Asia-Pacific, United States has to make 3 fronts or more simultaneously. So diplomatic resources, military resources of the United States will be stretched. Then we need to complement the US deterrence together with Europe here in the Indo-Pacific, first of all. And the second thing that the challenges that we face are common, both in Europe and Asia-Pacific. China's ambition to change the status quo, even try to change the international order, and this is the challenge to the democracies. We are all democracies in the Pacific and in Europe. We should be stand together to China, and they are associated with other authoritarian regimes like Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And the third, the nature of the challenge, just not for the kinetic and the military terms, economic security, cyber security, information, cognitive warfare, etc. All these challenges are common between Europe and Asia-Pacific. So we need Europe.
Okay, fantastic. So we have a consensus that Asia-Pacific needs Europe and Europe needs Asia-Pacific. So I would like to ask a question, and I would like to address the question, Antoine, to you, because okay, we are here and you are experts. We are our audience. They probably know that Asia-Pacific is important. But imagine that there are people who are not very familiar with what is going on in Asia-Pacific. They are not very interested in international relations. So if you, in a very short way, because we can say, come on, Asia-Pacific is far away from Europe. Why we should care about Asia-Pacific? If something happens, it's far away. And don't be angry with me, but because I have a quotation from Macron. Macron last year being on a plane going back to Paris after his visit to China, he said, "Is it in our interest to accelerate on the subject of Taiwan? No. The worst thing would be to think that we Europeans must become followers on this topic and adapt to the American rhythm and a Chinese overreaction. It was about Taiwan, but let's use this quotation when it comes to Asia Pacific. Why we should care, how to explain to the people who are not very familiar that we should really care about stability and security of Asia Pacific region, we in Europe, being in Europe.
So I started already presenting the security challenges we have that are not only hard security challenges, but also like softer ones. Even though the impact in terms of environmental security, human security for the people on the ground is sometimes even bigger than on the hard security. So for the European, this kind of non-hard security challenges matters, and if we want to reach the sustainable development goal, etc., we can and we should do even more. But going back to your question, of course, on harder security issues and major crisis, military crisis, I would say that any major crisis, military crisis in the Indo-Pacific, especially in the Korean Peninsula, in the Taiwan Strait, in the South China Sea, would have huge consequences for the Europeans. Not only because it would not be local crisis, but very fast global crisis, but also because the consequences for us would be tremendous. And I know that it's very hard to say that from Europe, especially with the war, the Russian war in Ukraine, but the consequences of a war in the Taiwan Strait, or even a blockade of Taiwan, would have even bigger consequences than the war in Ukraine, for, I think, at least two reasons. The first one is related to the economic disruptions or any major contingency in the Indo-Pacific. Most of the countries in the region are dependent on maritime trade, not only because Japan, Taiwan are islands, because Korea de facto is an island, because there is no trade at all on the continental border with North Korea, but because we are so dependent on that trade. Rhodium, Bloomberg Economics have made some broad estimation on the impact of a blockade of Taiwan and the disruption of the flow in the Taiwan Strait. They have evaluated at thousands of billions the consequences, with something very specific. The economic consequences would be even bigger for Europe than for the US. So that's something we need to get into consideration. Second, many final goods or intermediary goods could not go to Europe anymore, with just consequences, of course, on the value chains, on our industrial systems and all of the factories in Europe, but also because, let's say something simple, the screen we have behind us, the phone I'm using, the EV that the taxi driver was driving would not be working anymore. It's not only to get new cars, it's that even to repair it, to maintain it, would be impacted. And the second aspect, as important as the economic disruption, is the consequences on the global balance, with the US refocusing on the Indo-Pacific, shifting troops, shifting assets, let's be honest, from the Euro-Atlantic theater, maybe even from the Mediterranean theater, to the Indo-Pacific, with two consequences. First, how do we Europeans fill the gap in the Euro-Atlantic, maybe a little bit in the Indian Ocean, etc. Second, because it creates a vacuum, you can incentivize opportunistic countries to kind of misbehave. What would be the opportunity for Russia, for Iran, for non-state actors, if the US is militarily but also politically in terms of attention focusing on the war, on the major contingency in the Indo-Pacific? And to put things even worse, most of the scenarios we are planning, most of the time rely on one single contingency. Taiwan Strait, China, Philippines, Scarborough Shoal, Korean Peninsula. But as you say, we are not only in a poly-crisis mode, but it is also possible to have a multi-front contingency in the Indo-Pacific. Because it's highly likely that if there is a contingency in the Taiwan Strait, the North Korean can seize the opportunity. So we need to not only be better prepared, to be more resilient, but also to signal as Europeans, and we can talk about it a bit later because I don't want to be too long, that not only we have interest, second, that we are prepared, that we're resilient, and that we are determined to contribute in maintaining stability and the status quo, for example, in the Taiwan Strait.
Antoine, thanks a lot. Because before I address the question to our Asian speakers, I would like to ask if you could just 2-3 minutes about what kind of instrument we have in order to contribute to the security, stability in Asia Pacific, we as Europe, because we are talking about, okay, we do not have, let's say, as Central European countries, we do not have navy, we could not deploy warships. Is it only about the navy military issues, deployment, or maybe we have also other instruments? I know France could send warships, but what else? Not only when it comes to the military instruments, if I may.
It has been mentioned a lot already in that excellent conference yesterday, this morning. The art of winning sometimes is the art of deterring and the art of not having to wage a war. So Europe has way more leverage in deterring a conflict, in preventing a conflict from happening, than to act if ever there is a conflict. So the Europeans need to be very realistic on that. The day there is a conflict, our leverages will be minimum, and the impact on European interest will be maximal. So we need to be way more active now to prevent a conflict from happening.
So what to do?
It means, first, we need to be more prepared and more ready to face any kind of conflict. As you know, former Finnish President Niinistö was asked by the European Commission to write a report on Europe preparedness and readiness to all kinds of security threat and else. And I think that to contribute at the EU level, but also the European level, to be more prepared to any form of crisis is one step. The second, we need to be more credible. And we are credible if we are more resilient. So everything that is being done now at the EU level to de-risk from China, to secure the access to critical resources and protect, de facto better protect our value chains, even though we are far from being very resilient, and we still have a lot to do, is important, so to be resilient. Third, and that's another mission that was asked to Professor Draghi, the competitiveness of Europe is important, because if we are competitive, then we have the resources to be more prepared, to have more leverages, to have more capacities. So first, what we have to do is, as European, in Europe, to become credible, to do our homework, before going to other countries and tell them what they should do, etc. Second aspect, once we have done our homework in Europe, is we need to signal our interest. We need to signal to China that we are in favor of maintaining stability and opposing any unilateral change by force of the status quo. That's something that the Europeans are doing now. A few years ago, many member states did not even dare to say that. As a French citizen, I would say that in many French official documents before 2022, the Taiwan Strait was not even mentioned. The idea that the Taiwan Strait was one of the hotspots in the Indo-Pacific, coming from France, the first European country to have laid out an Indo-Pacific strategy, was not even mentioned. So we need to signal, we need to cooperate with the Japanese, with the Korean, and else. But once again, we have limited resources. We are not collectively a military power. We are a security actor, but not a military power. And then we need to deter. And deterring means to use every leverage we have. And one of the big leverage that the Europeans have, that the access to the internal market, that the question of the sanctions. And we need to draw all of the lessons we can from the war in Ukraine. And if I can, the one lesson for sure that we can draw from the war in Ukraine is that we failed. We failed in deterring Russia from invading Ukraine. That's so far the single lesson that we cannot put into question. So how do we make sure tomorrow that we deter China, we deter North Korea, or we deter other countries to disrupt international trade, to change unilaterally the status quo? And that's something we need to do as European and with our partners.
Thanks, Antoine. Paul, I would like to ask you directly and specifically about Korea, Republic of Korea. What's the biggest threat for Republic of Korea? Is it the PRK only? Is it China only? The PRK and China together? And so is it first part of my question. And the second, because we have this title, what Europe can do in order to help you to deter Kim or Xi Jinping?
Which is the biggest threat isn't, I don't think, a very useful question, right, to be honest. Because North Korea is an existential threat. It's a nuclear threat. War with North Korea could mean my country might disappear. China, no one will underestimate the challenge that China poses. Right? I think people underappreciate the threat perceptions in South Korea with regard to China. Right? China's Northern Theater Command is closer to Seoul than Boston is to DC. Since we're in Europe, let me translate that to Europe. Right? It is closer than Warsaw is to Berlin, or Paris is to Munich, or London is to Berlin. If you go out just along the waters of Korea, you see many Chinese ships. China is exercising with Russia and North Korea in our airways. Right? It's obviously modernizing its nuclear capability rapidly. And so does South Korea view all of these as significant threats? Yes. And that is why we need Europe's help. But how can Europe contribute? And this conference is about the art of winning, right? I think everyone in this room will agree that the art of winning is not about everyone being everywhere, doing everything, especially because we just discussed the whole point that we need Europe is because of limited resources, right? But the art is in part about strategically designing Europe's contribution. And here, I think, given the interconnectedness of the threats, it means making sure that Asia-Pacific countries and Europe have a single operational picture, right? That means Europe being resident in the Asia-Pacific, right? I'm happy to have learned recently that Sweden has placed a resident defense attaché in Korea, right? Things like that matter, being present, because where you sit helps you understand perspective. The second, given the interconnectedness, is for Europe to do more here in Europe. Take greater responsibility for security in Europe. That actually contributes to peace and stability in Asia. Right? It frees up the more global US forces upon which Asia-Pacific allies depend. And then I would also recommend that to overcome the challenges that we face, we practice vujade, right? The tyranny of distance is not new, right? But through European Asia-Pacific cooperation, countries like South Korea that don't have strategic depth can create strategic depth. Our cooperation in Poland, the fact that we are manufacturing capabilities that my armed forces are used to deploy, because our defense industry capacity is at risk during conflict. Having that redundancy, having a source of supply in Europe, just in case we need it in conflict, strengthens deterrence. In addition, with regard to asymmetries of risk and stake, right, we need to empower and equip the country with the greatest stake. For conflict in Ukraine, that means equipping and empower Ukraine. For conflict in Asia, that means for Europe to help equip Japan and South Korea for conflict in Asia. And finally, to overcome the common need for shared resources. Yes, many people will say this as a competition between Europe and Asia, right? But it doesn't have to be. We can leverage this to foster economies of scale. We can launch joint ventures to distribute risk necessary for innovation, right? Create an environment for non-prime industry to innovate at speed. Get capabilities to our warfighters. Finally, another very practical policy recommendation would be to encourage exchange between the NATO Innovation Fund, between Diana, with potential Asia-Pacific investment funds and accelerators to advance defense technologies. So that, I think, is a smart way for Europe to contribute to Asia-Pacific security.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Paul. It was really fascinating. And now I'd like to ask Alice about Taiwan. Let's talk about Taiwan, because Taiwan was mentioned already. Frankly speaking, recently we are discussing, there are some kind of scenarios about threats from China, about full-scale invasion, blockade, partial, full blockade, long-term, short-term, about quarantine. But I think that one of the biggest threats, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this gray zone operations. That China is conducting not only against Taiwan, but also in the South China Sea, various kind of these gray zone operations. So I'd like to ask you, first of all, what kind of threats for China is the most the biggest, the most dangerous for Taiwan? If you're really afraid of full-scale invasion, or maybe you are really afraid of the scale of this gray zone operation, and of course the question, as usual, what Europe can do to deter China to help Taiwan maintain status quo in the Taiwan Strait.
Thank you. That was actually a lot of questions. So I will start with gray zone. The gray zone, the issue actually has been going on for a while, and we know there are different kinds of tactics. There's economic coercion, there's coast guards, and now just happened yesterday, military exercises, because we have a new president now, and China, they also feel they are obligated to do something. But we can also see that they have been very carefully treading the line. They are not really breaking international law. They are still following the orders set out by the Western world. And it's what they're doing with Taiwan. So they don't really have to use this full-scale invasion, although I'm sure this is a possibility we're not ruled out. They are focusing a lot on other tactics. And of course, it's hard to say which one is the worst because they are all causing a lot of pressure, but that actually is also building Taiwan's resilience capabilities. For example, we have suffered a lot cyber attacks. But actually, our government is improving a lot, and we also have many really good engineer cyber experts in the civilian world. And we also have some expert groups from also Europe and other Asian countries like Japan, Korea, to come to us and ask us how we deal with cyber threat. Because this is something, not just a problem to Taiwan, it's a problem to other countries as well, and also Europe. And also we are, it sounds a bit strange, but we're a little bit used to what they're doing now. You know, they're crossing the median line. They send a lot of fighter jets and military exercise, the PLAN, the Navy. And so they are, all this also, it's like a practice for them, but it's also pressuring Taiwan's government to be ready. Because I think Taiwan is also one of few countries, we are very small. You know, the size, although not that small, we actually have a lot, comparatively, a lot of defense budget. We spend a lot of building our capability. So with all these gray zone tactics, I think actually Taiwan is getting better and better. And maybe one day we can also be helpful to Europe too. Like in the beginning in Ukraine, Taiwan was one of the Taiwanese companies. They also provide drones, and that at that time was people were like, which company was that? And then in the beginning, I saw the news. They thought it's from a Dutch company, but turns out it was from Taiwan. Yes.
Thank you, Alice, very much. So now let's go to Japan. And I would like to ask Mr. Yoshida about security threats for Japan. China, DPRK. So what kind of, a similar question to what I asked Paul. So what's the biggest challenge, the biggest threat, and how Europe could contribute? What we can do if we have an instrument to help Japan to be safe and secure?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, Japan is surrounded by the nuclear power state, China, Russia, and North Korea. And China's massive military build-up over the last 20 years, defense budget basis, it surged, skyrocketing 30 times as much as its scale. Their nuclear arsenal is increasing rapidly, and wide variety of delivery vehicles, more sophisticated. even though China still continues to possess declaratory policy, no first use, negative security assurances, but what if they possess Tongfu 41? This is a medium-range ballistic missile, dual capable. This doesn't reach the mainland of the United States. So this is not the second strike capability. There is a gap of the declaratory policy and their ability in nuclear weapons. North Korea missile nuclear development accelerated, and it is aggravated by the military cooperation with Russia. We are very much scared. In terms of the vicinity of the distance, Japan, with Korean Peninsula, Taiwan Strait, very, very short. So once one of these contingency, one of these flashpoints breaks out, if the deterrence fails, inevitably Japan will be affected, and the consequence is grave. Maybe China's best interest is take over Taiwan without use of forces. So they may start gray zone situation or even cyber attacks from the peacetime. So it's not immediately escalate to the kinetic exchange of the forces. But the first thing China may do is to place the blockade to Taiwan, vicinity of Taiwan, under the Taiwan Strait. There is going to be disruption of the energies, natural resources, goods and services, all the strategic line of communication is blocked. So what is the biggest threat for Japan? Maybe all. And besides, one point I would like to point out is Russia. Russia is not regarded the direct threat so far, but we should be reminded that Russia took our territory during the World War II, violating the bilateral agreement. So we should not be complacent. And adversaries may take advantage of the situation where one of these flashpoints break out, even in the East China Sea, on the South China Sea, not necessarily Korean Peninsula and the Taiwan Strait. They may take advantage of this situation to initiate some aggressive behavior or even cost-opposing strategy. So we should be all prepared for that. Now, we are very much grateful if the countries in Europe, particularly countries like Poland, Baltic, Northern Europe, in the front line with Russia, intelligence and analysis exchange with us is very much useful, vice versa, maybe. And we have a 2+2 mechanism with the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and step up their defense efforts, cooperation. Kindly enough, all these three countries already dispatched naval vessel to this region, navigate in Taiwan Straits, demonstrate the freedom of navigation. This is very much encouraging signal to demonstrate Europe's presence in the region. And finally, I would like to emphasize once again, economic security, cyber security, information, cognitive warfare, which may be associated with the first phase of the Taiwan contingency. We have a lot of things that we can learn from Europe in this regard.
Fantastic. To be honest, I have the last question that I would like to address to all our panelists, and you already mentioned Russia, because I have a question about China-Russia relations. But before I ask you, so I would like to tell our audience that it will be the last question from me to all of the panelists. So if you like to ask question after my last question, so start to think about the question to our panelists. So I would like to ask you about, because our conference is focused mostly on Ukraine and Russia, what to do to make Ukraine win the war. And, for me, it's very important that we have this China-Russia no-limits friendship. So my question to you, and of course, it's obvious, it is said by American intel, but also the UK, that China is giving Russia a lifeline, and not only political, economic, but also military. So I would like to ask if you, maybe we also, not only in Europe, but also in Asia-Pacific, should perceive China and Russia as a one threat, one entity, as a one threat. So it is like one part of my question. And the second one, if Asia really, Mr. Yoshida already to some extent answered my question, if Asia-Pacific countries are afraid of Russia, is it Russia can have a destabilizing role in the region, bearing in mind that there is a kind of China-Russia joint drills in the region, there are some kind of cooperation between the PRK and Russia. So this is my general question about China-Russia relations and how to deal with this, let's say, those two countries, they cooperate very closely with each other. Antoine.
I will maybe start with your last question in the convergence of interest between European countries and East Asian countries. I remember a discussion in Tokyo almost like 10 years ago when the Japanese used to tell us, we see the face of the dragon and the tail of the bear. In Europe, it's the opposite. You see the face of the bear and the tail of the dragon.
So we have the same experience as a PISM delegation in Japan a few years ago.
So now we are both facing the face of both the dragon and the bear, for sure. So there is an assessment that we need to cooperate way closer between European countries and East Asian countries on that so-called Russia-China axis. Should we consider it as a single unity? No. There is no alliance between the two, even though, let's be very factual, there is a growing convergence of interest, for me, not between two countries, but between two political regimes that do not consider each other as a threat. The Chinese regime does not consider Russia as a political threat. The Russian regime does not consider China as a political threat. And this is very important, because from the Beijing perspective, political security, that is the preservation of the political regime, is the most important part of the comprehensive security concept that the Chinese leadership has been developing over the last 10 years. So that's very important. They might disagree on many small issues, but they don't disagree on what matters the most, the convergence of political interest, and the idea that Western liberal democracies are a threat, not military threat, but mostly a political threat to the survival of their own regime. Then I will just be very short on the very last joint statement that was issued last week. What is very interesting and concerning for us, Europeans, are some new elements and some newly missing elements in the joint statement. For example, that the first time that the Russian and the Chinese officially together at that level talk about a future Eurasian security architecture, that they need to discuss it. What does it mean for us, Europeans, and for the Korean and the Japanese? That's something we need to work on. Second, what does it mean when in the joint statement now, there is no mention on the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula? It's not mentioned anymore. It was mentioned last year, was mentioned in 2022. It's not mentioned anymore. The JCPOA with Iran is not mentioned anymore. So what does it mean for the denuclearization efforts at the global level, especially when the P5 and N5 cooperation is so important? Third, that the first time in the joint statement between Xi and Putin, it was actually in a statement late 2023, but not at that level, that Russia said they openly support Chinese efforts against Taiwanese independence. That's not something that was mentioned before in the joint statement. So these are all concerning issues. We need to follow, of course, this development very closely, but also be aware from the European perspective that so far the military coordination between China and Russia is even bigger in East Asia than in Europe. This is in East Asia that you have air joint patrol between Russian and Chinese Air Force. And that's why, in terms of sharing intelligence, discussing about strategic issues, the need for us to talk to the Korean, to the Japanese, is even more important than before. And the war in Ukraine and what has been going on all around China, with China having new capacities and changing, de facto trying to change the status quo, bring us closer together and with a growing interest to coordinate, to cooperate, and to have de facto a strategic culture between Europeans and East Asians that is sometimes quite lacking.
Thank you. Antoine, Paul, the same question to you about China-Russia relations and how we should perceive as a threat or not.
I think our perception needs to be nuanced. I think it's helpful in certain ways to consider them as one block because they are cooperating increasingly so, because there is utility and strategic value in trying to pull them apart. Also, it is artificial to think that any conflict against one would not include, direct or indirect support from the other. But I think we need to be cautious about overgeneralizing the two as one and not accept an answer today as the potential answer for tomorrow. So I think it was mentioned in a different panel, depending on the success and effectiveness of Russia, that will alter Beijing's calculus. And if that opportunity arises, we need to push on that pressure point. So we have to continue to question and challenge what we know today, tomorrow, based on the dynamic situation.
Thank you. Alice, the same question to you.
I think, of course, China and Russia, they are separate entities. But also with the Ukraine war, we kind of, now we see that there would be alliance of some sort. There is already an alliance of some sort. And so that also makes this panel's title even more relevant. Why Europe matters to Asia, or why Asia matters to Europe, because we are actually facing a similar threat. It is, of course, for Europe, the more concerning one is Russia, and for Asia, probably China or North Korea. But they are, there might be a alliance between them. And that was another thing I wanted to mention, that Europe, at least they can share more intelligence with us. So that can also help us to assess the situation. And there are, of course, like from Taiwan, of course, we don't think that having a real military support, at least for now, would be realistic. But there's so many other things to do other than just military-wise. For example, as I mentioned, like there's cyber threat, information sharing, or there could be more on the internal side, like Coast Guard cooperations between Asian countries, and then we will also have other information from Europe. So in order to be in this fight against, well, I don't like to use the word fight, but we have to be together to deal with these threats. Thank you.
Thanks, Alice. And the same question to Mr. Yoshida, and then I will, after the response, I'll open the floor to the audience.
Well, there are different assessments as to whether the China and Russia really literally no limit to partnership or there is a limitation. Historically, China, Russia, huge distrust. There is a Cold War, and from the different perspective of the different communist regimes. And also long borderline between two countries. So there is a territorial disputes, economic problem, immigration problem, environmental problem. So there are inherent limitations. However, we had better to regard this partnership continues for the time being. Particularly, the no-limit partnership was announced by two leaders. The countries where the leaders are infallible are guaranteed unconditionally. So it is not likely that leaders' meeting will erode away immediately in the short term. Well, they are doing a lot of things in the military domain, joint patrol, joint exercise, even in the Baltic, why China is going to Baltic. Then, economically, China assists Russia war economy. Almost all daily products, which used to be coming from the West, are now supplied by China. And they are trying to hedge the financial sanctions to use of the spreading transaction of renminbi and etc. So these cooperation will be robust. So we should be prepared to these two countries collaborate each other in the contingencies. But rather than to regard two countries in one group, we had better to regard two different theaters, Europe and Asia Pacific, which is already de facto one single theater.
Thanks a lot. Time for question. We have 7 minutes left. Uli Speck, the second row.
Uli Speck, analyst and writer from Germany. I was wondering what you make of the sleeping giant in your region, India. Nobody talked about India. And it's obvious that India took a more active role engaging with ASEAN. Between Japan and India, there's a lot of exchange. Where do you see India in the emerging deterrence architecture in the region? Thank you.
Okay, so we have a question about India. So I would like to pass the floor to panelists, and then we will see how many time we have. So who would like to answer the question about India? Okay, sure.
I try to be short. Well, India joined the Quad framework, Japan, Australia, United States, and India. And it seems that India is going to be hedging with the West against the threat of China. But at the same time, India has traditionally a very, very good military cooperation with Russia. For the perspective of India, maybe multipolar, there is no single hegemonic country in the world. It's the best interest. Well, but as far as India's interest coincides with our interest, we had better to deepen our partnership with India.
Fantastic. So the next question, we have time for next question. So, and over there.
Hi, Michał Bartosik. I'm a junior analyst. One question is for Mr. Bondas. You mentioned that the European Union has leverages now and not when a conflict breaks out. So is there any chance that the new European Commission after the European elections will move towards imposing trade tariffs on China, or would that be a bad decision? And the second question to all analysts, if you would have to choose, which hot conflict is more likely, in Taiwan or on the North or on the Korean Peninsula in the next 15 years?
Please be very brief.
I'll be very short. I won't comment on anything European Commission related. Just to mention that the current anti-subsidies, for example, probe on the EV of China, etc., are completely unrelated with any form of sanctioned diplomacy or any form of I would say, related to what's going on in the region for security reasons. So I would not actually mix the two issues. One is purely bilateral trade issues, and we have the own European regulation, Toolbox, etc. And the other one is what if there is a conflict, and could sanction on all the leverage could be used to prevent a conflict. And then on the second question, what is most likely? We talk a lot about the Taiwan Strait, a lot about the Korean Peninsula. I would not dismiss the tension in the South China Sea, especially across the Scarborough Shoal and the Sierra Madre, the Filipino ship, etc., that is over there. I think all of these, once again, are very tense hotspots. And I will insist that we need to start thinking, once again, about this kind of multi-front scenarios, and not to always isolate only one single event, but to try to bridge and link them together. In terms of strategic thinking, that's something we really need to do when we start planning.
Paul, Alice, would like to add something about this. What is the most likely conflict or tensions in...
Also, just to echo what Antoine said, I think, I don't think it will be Taiwan particularly or North Korea. I think South China Sea particularly probably is more dangerous. And also what Antoine has just mentioned. And so the elephant in the room here would be China, because China's, their ambition is never just about Taiwan. You can see how they are doing that. They are building artificial island, they are expanding the powers of the Coast Guard, and they are doing so many things at the South China Sea. And they're doing actually a little bit quietly, that when you found out there's already measures they have taken. Taiwan maybe is more like, you know, like a front, because everybody will be focused on Taiwan Strait with the military exercises. But I think maybe we should be more careful and focus more on South China Sea.
Paul, do you want to add something?
I think that's a dangerous question.
Yeah,
because I think all have very high probability of at least low-level conflict with the risk of escalation. And I think what will determine the probability of which actually takes place or escalates will be determined on how we are able to distribute our labor and actually strengthen deterrence on all those fronts. So the reason why I think it's so dangerous is by identifying one that might have us focus there at the risk of the others.
Mr. Yoshida, would you like to add?
Well, I don't think there is nothing to add to these three excellent panelists. South China Sea is most dangerous, but because this is a low-intensity conflict, easy to escalate. On the other hand, Korean Peninsula, Taiwan Strait, there is a robust deterrence, unless Kim Jong-un does a stupid thing.
Okay, thank you. If you have 10 seconds question, the last one. No, you have many questions, but a pretty long one. So I would like to, first of all, thank you very much. It was a fascinating discussion. We delivered delicious food for thought. And to wrap up, I would like to use the title of the article that was published a few weeks ago in the Foreign Affairs, but the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan, Joseph Wu, and the title is very interesting. Defending Taiwan by defending Ukraine. So I could paraphrase, defending Asia-Pacific by defending Ukraine. Thanks a lot. Please join me to thank you, our speakers.
Justina, please come and join us here.
Thank you so much.
So you covered extensively the possible role of Europe in this region. What stood out for you in terms of recommendations? What would be a sort of the best of in this regard from the discussion?
Well, I would like to say that what was very interesting for me, that there was a consensus that Europe is important, that we can contribute, and there was a long list of things that we should do. First of all, we should be focused on what is going on here in Europe, be prepared, be resilient, but also we should also signal to the, let's say, China, the PRK, that we are really interested. We should share our knowledge, whatever was going on here in Europe and what is going on in Asia-Pacific. So in that sense, we have many things to do, and we have many instruments not only to deploy weapons and to send warships. And I think it was extremely important to know that despite the fact that we're far away from Asia-Pacific, we can many tools that we can use in order to secure peace and stability in this region. It was really interesting because I have fantastic panelists.
Perfect. That's really perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justina.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel will focus on the upcoming American presidential election and the global consequences of the next US administration. Please welcome
Charles Kupchan, Senior Fellow at Council on Foreign Relations.
Katie McFarland, former Deputy National Security Advisor for the Trump administration.
And Stanley Sloan, Visiting Scholar in Political Science at Middlebury College.
And this session will be moderated by Anne McElvoy, Executive Editor and Head of Audio for Politico Europe.
But before we jump in, as always, a clip.
As the U.S. presidential election approaches, the stakes are high with global implications that extend beyond American borders. The world is watching. Will the next 4 years be Biden 2.0 or the return to Donald Trump and his policies? Diverging visions from Donald Trump and Joe Biden promise radically different impacts on diplomacy, security, and global alliances. The chosen path will navigate the U.S. through complex international crises and shape global stability. This panel will explore potential shifts in U.S. foreign policy and their consequences on international relations and ongoing global challenges. Join us as we dissect these pivotal issues and assess what the future may hold under the next U.S. presidency.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thrilled to be moderating this panel, particularly having listened attentively to the discussions since I joined the conference, and aware that so much of what we've discussed and so many of the multiple choices and critical choices that confront us in geopolitics and security depend to some degree, and some large degree in many cases, on the outcome of the election this year, and it's going to be one guy or the other guy. So it's an unusually clear framing, this panel, for which your chair, at least, is very grateful. I think you know who the panel are already, but I would like just to take you through how we're going to do it. I thought we'd give everyone 5 minutes just to set out their stall, so they can't come back to me afterwards. And I know as a podcast interview host, people say, oh, you know, I really wanted to talk about this. I was like, you know, if you want to talk about it, tell me now. You could set out your stall, ladies and gentlemen, about 5 minutes each. I'll keep an eye on the clock, and then we'll have some discussion on the panel and challenges, and then perhaps bring you in as an audience a little earlier and just see how that goes. I felt sitting back there was a little pent-up demand that I should try to satisfy. The question, I'm going to start off with Katie McFarland. I did check what you'd like to be called, and Catherine or Katie, and I like a rapper, she goes by initials.
Yeah.
One of the great rappers of US politics and beyond. If possible, can you tell us who each of you, as we come to you, you think is more likely to win, and what you think the consequences are either way? And I'll start with the rap god, Katie.
Actually, I was called KT at the Pentagon because I had the rank of a 3-star general, and I had a lot of men working for me who were a lot older than I was. So they couldn't call me by my first name because the military would never let you do that. And it was really uncomfortable to call me Madam Secretary. So I just got my 2 initials, KT, and then I got a husband, and I put a new last name on the back. I just want to tell you, I am really honored to be here in Warsaw and in free Poland. And I'd like to tell you a story that I'm sure very few of you know. I was a speechwriter in the Reagan administration, and Reagan would use speeches to send important messages. So on March 30th, 1981, he gave a speech to the American AFL-CIO, our main labor union. And he wanted to talk to the people of Poland. And here's what he said. As union members and as concerned citizens of the world, we watch with great interest the struggle of our fellow workers in Poland. Their courage reminds us not only of the precious liberty that is ours to nourish and protect, but of the spirit in each of us everywhere. The Polish workers stand as sentinels on behalf of universal human principles, and they remind us that in this good earth, the people will always prevail. They serve to show us how trust and unity keep alive the very purpose of our existence, and to remind us that man's work is not only directed at providing physical sustenance, but that the toil of men and women everywhere must also have the goal of feeding the spirit of freedom. Very few people heard that speech because about half an hour later, Ronald Reagan got shot and he almost died. So the media, the American literati, nobody paid attention, but the people of Poland heard that. And Solidarity heard that. And that was the first signal from the United States that we were on your side. And if you look at what Poland has done since earning their freedom, I mean, you've made all the hard decisions. You've self-sacrificed, hard work. You stood up a constitution. You created an economy, a military. And the things that Poland has done since Ronald Reagan said those first few words are truly an example to the world. And so I think it's terrific that Poland is now taking its rightful place as one of the leaders of Europe. Now I want to get to the Donald Trump part. It wouldn't be fun if it wasn't controversial, right? So I want to tell you, I have watched with great interest the speakers for the last 2 days. And I just want to tell you, Trump 2.0 is going to be like Trump 1.0, which is really the Reagan principles. And so far, listening to the speakers, you basically talked, and when you talk about Ukraine, you've said, you know, Ukraine win, good. Russia lose, that's good. Russia win, really, really bad. And you focused a lot on the military aspects. And, you know, Ukraine in and out of NATO, NATO in and out of Ukraine. And you've really ignored probably the most important issue, which is the economic leverage that the United States has. There was one panel this morning that in about, I don't know, 90 seconds maybe, mentioned the economy. I think you've all learned, you've forgotten the lesson of the Cold War and how we won the Cold War. We bankrupted the Soviet Union. And here's how Reagan did it, and here's how Trump's going to do it. So, first, Reagan fixed the American economy, which was in terrible shape. Trump's going to do the same thing, tax cuts, spending cuts, deregulation. The American economy will grow and thrive just like it did in Trump 1.0. The second thing will be a defense buildup. There'll be, like there was a Reagan defense buildup, there will be a Trump defense buildup. He'll continue the buildup that he started. 3, he's going to convince the allies to do more. Not you guys, but you know Trump when he's going to be talking to the Germans and the French and various other people. He will convince them to do more, just like Reagan did when he convinced the Europeans to modernize their weapons, especially their nuclear weapons. Trump will stop the technology transfer, just like Reagan shut it down. At the beginning, when Reagan came to office, the Soviet Union didn't have Xerox machines. They were still using old mimeograph machines and copying things out by hand. Reagan shut down the transfer of sophisticated technology to the Soviet Union. Trump will do the same. It's not as important now because we don't really trade with Russia, but he will shut it out to China. Next, Reagan froze the Soviet Union out of the international banking system. They couldn't loan they couldn't borrow any money. Trump is going to do the same thing. He's already done the same thing. It's sanctions. He said, who will enforce those sanctions? But then finally, and the most important part, and this is the real secret of how Reagan won the Cold War, is he drove down the price of oil. He did it by sending a general out into the desert of Saudi Arabia to talk to the king. And the general convinced the Saudi king to pump more oil, even though it was not in Saudi Arabia's interest, but convince more oil, pump more oil, and America will be your friend. So the Saudis did exactly that. The price of oil went from $40 a barrel to $18 a barrel in 9 months, and it cut in half Russian revenues. Because, well, how does Russia survive? They sell oil abroad. I mean, who buys Russian watches, right? Who buys Russian computers? The only thing Russia has to sell is weapons and oil and natural gas.
Katie, I'm going to just ask you to wrap in the next 30 seconds.
Yep,
so
okay, so Trump will do the same thing.
There'll be more to explore about what you're saying. I just would like to get around the panel.
So if you like Trump, you're going to really love Trump next time.
That brought it to a swift close. Thank you very much. I know there's a lot to dive into there. I'd just like to get the introductory thoughts from the rest of the panel. So yeah, Charlie, like, what's not to like about that? I'm fascinated by the fact, by the way, that the experience on the panel ranges from Reagan to the Trump administration. Here from Katie and Charlie, from you from the Clinton National security, ecology, Obama, and obviously still very active beyond. Would you like to just give us your introductory thoughts, and then Stan, and then we might dive into that early argument.
Sure.
Even provocation from Katie.
Thanks to Slavomir and PISM for this wonderful gathering. You know, in terms of what's going to happen, it's anybody's guess. It's a toss-up. And I think that right now the polls are tilting in Trump's direction. His main challenge is expanding from his base, which is big. 42% of the American electorate is white without a college education. Most of those vote for Trump, and they're mobilized. They're going to turn out. The question is, can he get beyond that into the independent, moderate Republican swing voters in a small number of swing states that are really going to determine this election? Biden, I think, also has a strong base, not as mobilized as Trump's base, in part because of some disaffection among progressives about the war in Gaza, some loosening, softening of support among minorities, Latino men and black men in particular. But I do think that when it comes to some of the key constituencies, mainly white women that live in suburban communities in the Midwest, they're more likely to go for Biden than for Trump, in part because of the abortion issue, and in part because I think a good number of them may not simply be able to go and cast a vote for Trump, even if they are Republicans. But right now, I would say it's a toss-up. If Biden is reelected, I think 2.0 will be a lot like 1.0. Biden is somebody who governs from instinct. He's not out there sort of putting his finger in the air. He's an Atlanticist. He is someone that's committed to our alliances. I think one of the main accomplishments of his term has been really to reinvest and reanimate alliances across the Atlantic and across the Pacific. That will continue. I think on Ukraine, he's going to have a hard time getting assistance anywhere near the levels that he has been able to achieve. We saw a 7-month delay on the last package. I think it's the last time you're going to see a $61 billion kind of package for Ukraine. And as a consequence, I think in the second term, we're likely to see more of a focus on holding the line, ensuring Ukraine's emergence as a secure, stable country that can defend itself, less focus on trying to get back more territory. That's just a guess, but when I look at the numbers, that's where I see things heading. I would say a ramping up on competition with China and more of a focus on China, probably risking on some level a further fragmentation of the global economy, and I think that would happen under Trump as well. And then my final prediction would be more of a focus on the domestic front. He came into office saying we need a foreign policy for the middle class. He wanted to invest deeply in working Americans. He's done some of that through the CHIPS Act, through investment in infrastructure, but I think he's going to go back to try to get more money from Congress to try to get working Americans back up on their feet. I think he kind of sees this as an emergency. And also on immigration, where many Americans, justifiably in my mind, believe that the system, the policy, is non-functional. Trump 2.0, I think the biggest impacts would, number one, be Trump's reelection. I think it would send a bang around the world, and in many respects, create a set of uncertainties around the world simply because the United States just reelected somebody who attempted to overturn the 2020 election. And I think that will really kind of push us through this inflection point in which liberal democratic institutions and practices are on the line in a direction that I think would be very worrying. And I think that countries around the world, from Poland to Germany to South Korea to Japan, will have no choice but to say, can we count on America? Is this a country that is, for the time being, sufficiently polarized, sufficiently dysfunctional, doesn't know its own mind, that the country is going to be swinging back and forth across this deep partisan divide for the foreseeable future? That will have an impact on the policies that you all take when it comes to dealing with your external threat. In some ways, it may be good for Europe, because Macron and others who want to see more strategic autonomy will get a boost in that direction. My biggest worry would be on the domestic side, where I don't think that Trump would abide by the same guardrails that tried to hem him in, and where I think many of the adults in the room that were there in term 1 will not be there in term 2. He's going to try to fire civil servants. He's going to, I think, try to take over the Justice Department in ways that could be quite worrying. I think American domestic politics will be in danger.
We might just wrap up on this round when you get a moment, Charlie, just to conclude.
Finally, on Ukraine, I think he thinks he's going to get a deal with Putin, and I'm guessing he'll call him on the first week in office. I don't think he's going to get a deal, or if he gets a deal, it's going to last 24 hours. And as a consequence, I think we're going to be in a situation in which the war in Ukraine goes on, and everybody's wondering where Trump and where Congress are going to come out. Final point. These issues that we're discussing here are, in my mind, the central issues of our time. I am much more worried about the internal threat to the West than I am about the external threat. And that's why the outcome of this election in November is of historical importance.
Thank you very much indeed. There was some contrast between our first two speakers. So did you get that? I just thought I'd point you to that in case you'd had a very long lunch. Stan Sloan, visiting scholar, political science at Middlebury and Scowcroft Centre at the Atlantic Council, with a very long record of writing about America and international institutions, security, NATO. The impact of this election on the way that you've looked at this over years, and do you agree that it is an inflection point of particular magnitude?
I agree with a lot of what Charlie just said about the dangers from Trump. I've just started out by providing some context and saying that I've never served in a Republican or a Democratic administration, but I have worked for Republicans and Democrats as a CIA expert and as an expert at the Congressional Research Service. And that doesn't mean that I am neutral on Trump, because I have done a good bit of research and analysis of the impact on Trump's influence over America's role in the world and America's foreign policy. To begin with, in 2017, I was asked to write a study about Donald Trump as president and NATO. And I wrote an article that was titled, "Historic Alliance Meets Ahistoric President." And perhaps that's an important theme, because this is a man who does not have a particular sense of history or precedent. And we saw that in Trump 01, and I think we would see it in Trump 02. The other experience I had directly affected by the Trump administration came after I perhaps had established too strong a track record of criticism. In December of 2019, the Danish Atlantic Council invited me to provide a keynote address on the 75th anniversary celebration of NATO. And I was about ready to head out to Copenhagen when the head of the council called me and said, "I'm very sorry, but the U.S. Embassy has said that because you are a critic of the president, that you can't speak at the meeting, and so I'm going to have to uninvite you." And I said, "Well, that's unfortunate. I'm really sorry, but I had my remarks prepared, and I put them out on the internet. And within a matter of hours, enough people in Copenhagen had contacted the council to say that if Stan Sloan isn't going to be able to speak, we aren't going to come, which is kind of a nice compliment. And the council eventually had to cancel the meeting because so many people decided that they weren't going to come. I don't say this because it was a fascinating personal experience for me. It was my 15 minutes of fame with all the major newspapers in the United States and many around the world reporting that a Trump ambassador had blocked an American critic from speaking at this conference. But the important point here is the attitude, the fact that this Trump ambassador in Copenhagen felt that it would be bad for an American critic of the president to be seen at such an event. And I think that is the kind of an attitude of not being respectful of the opinions of other people that leave me with a lot of concern about Donald Trump and his potential for being the next president of the United States. One thing, and Charlie has already referred to this, is that Donald Trump has said that he will put only people that he agrees with and agree with him in his new administration. He recognizes that the guardrails that were put in place in the first administration prevented him from doing many of the things that he really wanted to do. And someone who served in that administration and has published this, Rich Hooker, who was here at this meeting, has said, you better believe what Trump has said about NATO because he really does not like it. And I think that sort of thing leaves me with a lot of concern about how Trump in a second administration, without the same kind of guardrails that were there in the first, what the consequences would be. A very brief comment on President Biden. Obviously, we would see a lot of continuity. President Biden, I think, was expected to be very pro-alliance. He has been. He's made his mistakes. He's had his problems. He's had things that have come along, like Gaza and other events that have certainly made his presidency much more difficult. But he's never backed down from his commitment to be a very strong supporter of NATO and of alliances and of international cooperation with other democracies. The final point I will make is that in 2021, I wrote a study asking the question about whether Biden could de-Trump American foreign policy. And one of the points that I made in conclusion is that a lot will depend on Biden's success at home. And I will, in subsequent discussion, talk about one of the things that concerns me is that so many Americans support an individual like Donald Trump who does not seem, to many of us, to match up to American principles, standards, and history.
Thank you very much. Well, let's get subsequent. Katie, I thought I really got to get to your economic levers point, so I would like to just point the panel and any thoughts towards that. But if I could just try to bring to a nub what we've heard in that round after your comments. You described it as a sort of wild ride. If you love Trump, one, you'll love Trump too, and if you didn't, you're probably really not. But you know, it's disruptive, it's unorthodox, but that's a bit maybe what the world needs. The challenge, in different ways from your co-panelists, was that there are aspects of conduct in Donald Trump that reach back to 1.0, and perhaps even towards that time on the transition team in which you were involved, which kind of show that he's not only an exciting, thrilling, kind of disruptive figure, you can't rely on him, and he brings all sorts of things with him and attitudes and untruths that make anything good that he wants to do really harder to live it. Is that a fair observation of the way you see the debate?
Well, I guess you don't like the mean tweets. I would say that a president who has peace, economic prosperity, got our alliance, our allies in NATO to contribute more, had a trade war with China, which he was doing very well with, introduced the Abraham Accords, and really fixed the American economy, has a pretty good track record compared to a president who is now running at 20% inflation, who has 2 wars, which could break out into bigger wars, who has had the American embassies in 11 countries be pulled out, who has cut the American defense budget, and who has failed to, as he promised, and the reason that I think a lot of people voted for him was he said he was going to unify the United States. And in fact, the United States is probably more divided than ever. So if you're going to balance on one hand the mean tweets, on the other hand, peace, prosperity, peace in the Middle East, I think I'm going to take the guy with the mean tweets.
Thoughts?
I would say that calling his only dark bit mean tweets is a little bit, burying the lead. I mean, this is a guy who attempted to overturn American democracy, right? I mean, this is a guy who has fundamentally challenged the most cherished founding principles of the United States. Now, I understand that there are a lot of Americans out there who have grievances, and they should have grievances. They are having a very tough time making ends meet. But I would also challenge the idea that somehow President Trump made their lives better. Like, we are living through an era in which the transition from the industrial age to the digital age is causing massive socioeconomic disruption across our societies. The answer is not deregulation and letting the market take its course. That's how we got into this soup, right? The answer is targeting investment, is industrial policy, is getting American workers back up on their feet. And that is not going to happen through the policies that Trump has been either pursuing in the past or plans to pursue.
Stan, do you want to just follow up on either of the things you've heard? And a bit of a challenge there also, surely, to the Biden side, or if you want the liberal in the US use of the word, or perhaps centre-left view, that a lot of people didn't really expect Trump to be able to come back. And the fact is, Katie referenced it, I mean, seems to be something that is pulling him in, other than sort of hand-wringing that a lot of Americans don't agree with values that some people don't think they should have. That would appear to have been a bit short-sighted. I don't know, I'm looking at you meaningfully. I just felt there was a point I wanted to bring into the discussion.
I was struck by an article in the New York Times yesterday, which is somewhat counterintuitive, but an article that said that the United States was already moving toward a new form of centrism. And I've always felt that centrism was, that's where things get done. That's where you accomplish things. And the article suggested that some of the recent actions where Democrats have joined with the Republicans, for example, to keep Johnson, the Speaker of the House, in his job, and many other acts that have been passed in the Congress and then signed by President Biden, suggest that maybe there is something here. In 2018, I did a study called Transatlantic Traumas. And in that study, I looked at all of the radical right-wing movements in Europe and the United States. And I concluded that we were going to, those of us who believe in democracy and the liberal approach to politics and society, that we were going to have to do something more dramatic than just fighting off against these forces. This reality is still with us today. And what I suggested in 2018, that we needed to take a two-prong approach. The first one is very simple and has to do a lot with the NATO focus that I've had for my whole career. And that was, we still had to deter and, if necessary, fight the enemies of liberal democracies. The second point was something that I called establishing some kind of radical centrist populism. An attempt to use the center of the political system to actually move ahead more progressively and more dramatically, but to take into account the views on both the left and the right, but then to move in the center. And this is what the article in the New York Times suggested yesterday. To my mind, President Biden is much better positioned to lead this kind of a movement, and I think this holds out much more hope for our country than what we would see with with a man that has proven himself to be so divisive.
Let's dive into Katie's sort of golden shot on the oil price and the way that America might use a prime economic lever there. And we just wanted to, let's get the conversation sort of flowing a bit. Please do just jump in on the panel, get through this in a little bit, where it would leave us. What makes you think that, I mean, the fact that it worked so well under Reagan, in your view, Katie, what makes you think that there's a bit of a causation and correlation that often goes on in this, isn't there, about, well, this did well then, we'll make it work now. And you still be confronted with as we've heard across the last 2 days, a vast ideological and sort of strife opening up in the world, which doesn't appear to be only resolvable through economic means. But I only throw that to you so you can kind of double down on your argument.
Well, I think, this is not a psychiatrist conversation. But I think
very poorly trained.
Let's just agree to disagree and not go point by point by point. What I'd like to focus on, though, is how Trump would do all the things that I've said that he's going to do. So he said that on day one, he says, drill, baby, drill. Now, what that means is he's going to unleash the American energy industry. Let me give you a little background. About 15 years ago, we always knew we could get oil and natural gas out of shale rock, but it was always too expensive and too complicated and too dangerous. About 15 years ago, American engineers and wildcatters, they figured out how to use 3D mapping, horizontal drilling, and hydraulic fracturing to get oil and natural gas out of shale really cheaply. So Trump emphasized that in his first term, but what's happened is that it's gotten even cheaper. So the Trump strategy is to push the price of oil back down. I mean, use American energy, oil and natural gas, as a weapon, an economic weapon to bankrupt our adversaries, improve the economy of the United States, and help our allies. And here's how it works. If you look at Russian history, every time since the 60s, every time oil prices are high, the Russians rebuild their military, they invade their neighbors, they have proxy wars around the world. When energy prices are low, like they were in the late 70s, late 80s, early 90s, Russians hunker down because they don't have any extra money. When President Obama was in office, oil was $120 a barrel on average, and you got Crimea. Trump came into office and unleashed the American energy industry. Oil went down to $40 a barrel. So that cut Russian revenues by 2/3 because their oil exports are what pays for everything else. American companies make a profit at $40 a barrel. The Russians need it above 80, the Saudis need it above 80, 90, the Iranians need it well above 90 because it pays for everything else they do. So Obama, 120, Trump, 40, no wars. Biden comes in, undoes the Trump stuff, oil goes back to 100, and you get Ukraine. So the Trump strategy is to, like the Reagan strategy, we didn't win the Cold War on the battlefield. We won it on the economic playing field and on the technology. Would be to use America's amazing opportunity with cheap, safe, abundant American natural gas to let the Europeans get off the Russian energy, which Trump warned them about the first time around. It bankrupts Russia. They won't be able to continue to fight a war in Ukraine if oil is $40 a barrel. I mean, and the price of oil will probably fall within 3 to 6 months. So they've already run through almost $1 trillion of their reserves. They don't have anything left. So how are they going to pay for all the weapons they've got to buy from other countries? At the same time, we will enforce the sanctions against Iran. That bankrupts Iran. At the end of the Trump administration, the Hezbollah and Hamas, we were picking up, and it was in the media, I'm not saying anything classified, they were complaining that the Iranians had cut off their money. And when President Biden came in, he didn't enforce the sanctions. Price of oil went up again, and the estimate is it probably gave Iran an extra $100 billion. And that's what they've used to pay for the war.
There's quite a lot in there. Do you mind if I just sort of encourage some comments? Please jump in, Jenny, you're being very, very courteous. There's just such a lot there. I mean, did either of you buy this argument?
I hear the story that Katie tells, and I agree with it to a large extent in the sense there's a material side to the West's triumph in the Cold War. We just outperformed the other side, and we were patient. But there's also an ideological and political side to it. That is that the West was politically healthy. There was a broad bipartisan center that was ideologically moderate, and unified. There was a commitment to the rule of law and to the practice of liberal principles. And our appeal was stronger than their appeal, and our societies held together politically. And so, yeah, we obviously need to talk about energy prices, and we need to talk about export controls on China so that we can keep several steps ahead on AI and quantum computing. That's all important. But I think at least as important is the political side. And I agree with Stan, the rebuilding of our political centers. Right now, we don't know, right? When I look at what's happening in France, when I look at what's happening in Germany, in my own country, I mean, Poland is a remarkable bright spot, a remarkable turnaround in your politics. We just don't know which way the pendulum is going to swing. But for me, this is the core issue. Rebuilding our political centers, reanimating our democratic institutions. Strength starts at home, political unity, ideological centrism.
Stan.
An aspect that particularly bothers me is the relationship between Trump and President Putin. And obviously there's only so much evidence to go with, but there's a lot of suspicion. The evidence, I think, suggests that Donald Trump really admires dictators. And you can look at his statements and speeches over the years, his tweets, and you can see that admiration. But what really settled it for me was when at Helsinki, on a joint press conference, Donald Trump and Putin, and Putin said, "Oh, you know, we didn't do that," and Trump said, Trump said, "Well, I'll take your word for it," and he basically was turning against the American intelligence community. As a former analyst at the Central Intelligence Agency, that upset me a great deal. There were other things about his relationship with Putin during his presidency that concern me as well, and they still concern me. Because as we know, President Putin does not have any good intentions toward the United States of America. And I fear that if we have a president who is going to trust Putin more than his own intelligence community, we're going to be in big trouble.
Katie, you could speak to that, because of course you know this story
take
from
it on.
early up
Two against
from
one.
the administration. Off
Good.
you go.
Look, if you ever read Art of the Deal by Donald Trump, I would suggest everybody read, if you really want to understand Trump, read The Art of the Deal, because he's considered one of the great business negotiators of his generation. And what he talks about is that his opening bid is always outrageous. And then he walks it back, and then he, eventually settles. The other thing he talks about is if you're going to try to do a negotiation with somebody, don't trash talk them. Don't say how terrible they are. Do you remember Ronald Reagan ever saying, he talked about the Soviet Union and the evils of communism and the system and the Soviet Empire, but he never trash talked the leaders because he knew he was going to have to sit down and deal with them. So I'm a little less concerned. And boy, if you want to start talking about the record of the American intelligence community, how many things they got wrong over the last 30 years, 50 years, I don't think you want to go there, Stan.
Well, in fairness, why don't you respond to that, and then we'll take another round of something else. Is that a fair point? Yes, no? You better tell the audience, not just me. The charge that the intelligence community had got a lot wrong, in a sense, sort of deserved challenge. Is that your point?
I mean, look, it's a rhetorical question, but yeah, I think Donald Trump...
British, I took it completely literally. Any rhetorical question I was looking for an answer to.
Go.
I'm sorry, the intelligence community has made mistakes, no question about that. And if you have any kind of intelligence agency is going to make mistakes over the years. The biggest ones probably are on the operational side. I had the experience on the analytical side, and I know that it's possible to make mistakes, but I also know that when the analysis is done at the CIA, in conjunction with the other intelligence agencies, and my final job at the CIA was managing the work of the intelligence community on Europe. And I know in that work, considerations are given to all of the facts, all of the perspectives, and the best honest judgment is made and sent to the President.
Just before we go out to the audience, there's a fan in the front row. CIA. Not you, sir. So let's, underneath all this, I think, is that question, what does Donald Trump mean for NATO? We might take a quick round on this, because I would love to just hear what the audience is thinking, what they'd like to, or we, I should say, like to pick up on as a whole in this community. I still find when you look at that statement, that typically provocative and the most so in many ways statement that Donald Trump meant, if you don't pay your dues, you kind of deserve to get invaded. In fact, I'd welcome a extra flourish. That really divided people. And those who said, what he's really doing, we even heard it from, I think, Radek Sikorski's interpreted it, at least publicly, as he's just shaking down the Europeans to pay more money. Come on, we heard Katie talking about the art of the deal. That's what it looks like. And then we heard other people saying, well, you see, this absolutely proves he is uncomfortable with NATO, he doesn't like it. I think you referenced that earlier. Each of you, briefly, if you could, what do you think Donald Trump really thinks about NATO and how he would approach it? And I'm going back to Charlie.
You know, my best guess is that the bark is worse than the bite, and that when he's making a decision about NATO and alliances in Asia, he's a politician, and he's going to say, what's in it for me to pull down NATO? And I think the answer is nothing. And that's because NATO has broad bipartisan support in the United States. I think in terms of using that threat to squeeze more money out of allies, to get the South Koreans and the Japanese to assume more responsibility, yeah, it works. But I don't think that he would actually pull the trigger. My bigger concern is simply the symbolic political impact of having Trump back in the White House, knowing that he was elected by the American people, and the knock-on effects of that in capitals around the world, that the leading democracy in the world that has led the progressive march of history since the founding of the country is now governed by someone who doesn't seem to cherish those founding principles. That cannot but cause the Japanese, the South Koreans, the Poles, the Germans to say, can we afford to put our marbles in this basket? And I think they're going to say, nope, it's time to hedge.
The marbles analysis.
Can I?
You're ready to go. I want to come to Stan, but you have the mic, and you had a determined look after that last comment. Go ahead.
Every president since John F. Kennedy has said that the European allies in NATO aren't doing enough. I mean, Barack Obama called them freeloaders, not you guys, but other members of NATO. Trump is the first American president that got everybody to start paying up. And there are many estimates of how much more money NATO had, but the low estimate is $100 billion. So I would say that if you talk about somebody who, do they like NATO, do they blah, 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 strong NATO, weak NATO, how about the guy who convinces the other people in NATO to start contributing more to the common defense? I think that's a stronger alliance where the member states who can afford to, very much afford to, can contribute to a common defense rather than freeloading on one country. So I would say that about NATO. The other thing that I guess just, to me, the conversation that we're having is the conversation a lot of Americans have. And I am Oxford educated, taught nuclear weapons at MIT. I should be a card-carrying member of the Republican establishment. I'm not. I'm a MAGA Republican. And I guess it's the sense of the people who are supporting Donald Trump, which, as Corey said last night, if the election were held today, Trump would win. Trump just had a rally yesterday where blacks and Hispanics in the Bronx came out. And New York and New Jersey may actually be states that are in play. The Republicans haven't won those states since Reagan. So I guess I would say, the elites versus the common people. The elites tend to call them deplorables. They're not educated enough. They're not smart enough to govern themselves. That's the sense that half the country has, that the elites not only don't recognize our ability to be vital members of a democracy, but frankly, the elites have probably gotten a lot of stuff wrong in the last 25 years. So not only as the populist movement in the United States, I think the populist movements in Europe are the deplorables who are supporting people like President Trump in other countries as well. And that it's as much a reaction to the economy, to all the other issues, as it is this sort of visceral reaction to who the hell do they think they are, that we don't have the right to be full-fledged members of a democracy.
Right. Stan, your moment has come.
On the NATO front, as the person who developed the term New Transatlantic Bargain and the concept as well in 1983, and has been working on trying to promote that development ever since, it's a frustrating topic, and burden sharing is one that all of us who work on NATO know how difficult it is. Very interestingly, a couple of days ago, a friend of mine who's a very good academic and instructor at West Point and several colleagues produced a study that was published in War on the Rocks. And that study has demonstrated through data that the Allies are much more responsive to positive incentives rather than criticism and threats. And so the record is, at least in that study, demonstrates that a lot of the progress toward increased spending was in place before Trump came to office. Secretary General reinforced tried to convince Trump that he'd had a big influence, but the data show that his threats were not the most influential, that in fact a more positive approach is more influential. And if I were offering any suggestions to European governments, if they wanted to be more comfortable about who our next president is, instead of expressing fear about Trump and saying, oh, we'll have to do more on our own, they should be saying that Biden has shown us how cooperation and a good approach to the alliance can be very constructive for all of us, and we have to make sure we give him credit and also give him big improvements that will move Europeans to taking over much more responsibility for defense in Europe, because whether it's Trump or Biden, we need that.
Great. Let's throw it open to the floor now. I'll take a question. Someone gauge the appetite for your circadian rhythms and energy levels. I can see a hand there. We'll take about 2 at a time if we can, and then it just gets a better spread. I'm so sorry that it's terrible, and I'm very light, and I'm very long-sighted, but I can see your hand. Maybe wave if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jakub Graca. I have a question. Assuming that... Thank you. Assuming that Joe Biden wins the election, which for now may seem not plausible, but assuming that he wins, do you think, it's a question to the whole panel, do you think that it is possible that the Biden 2.0, because the common widespread opinion is that Biden 2.0 administration will be virtually the same as Biden 1.0. My question is it, in your opinion, possible that the next White House will be just a little bit hawkish on, let's say, Russia? Is it possible that there will be significant changes in the National Security Council? Because for now, after more than 2 years of the war in Ukraine, it is a little bit disappointing to hear the White House officials that they are still afraid of escalation, that they are still loath to allow Ukraine to hit the Russian territory with American deployed supplied weaponry.
I think I'll just hold that thought for a minute. There's at least two big possible strands in that panel. Anyone else? Someone on this side of the room? Yeah, let's go. Oh, I'll take the lady. Is there the pink shirt? Were you waving, or were you just being friendly? I'm going to ask, but yeah, grab the microphone. It's your. No, just go to you. It's right next to you, and then we can go behind you next. Thank you. You do need to hold the mic up. Sorry.
I don't know where to start, actually, but with all due respect to Katie, who's friends with Donald Trump, and of course she's going to defend him, and she was part of the administration. The points that were made by Charlie and Stanley about what's at the heart, what's at stake here, And after being a career national security person who pulled myself up from the middle class, where I lived in a tiny little village growing up, nowhere near Washington. I am not an elitist. I begged myself through two grad schools. The idea that we had a president who couldn't accept the legal results of a fair election, and as summed up by Cassidy Hutchinson, who was on his staff, motivated thousands of Americans to attack the US Capitol based on a lie. I don't know what else we need to say about this man should not be president again. He knows how to play. He knows how to play to the resentment politics. He's a master, okay? But the fact is, the policies that Joe Biden has instituted are absolutely helpful to the middle class. There is no arrogance.
Can I just ask if there is a question, or would you rather just leave it as a comment? Which case I think
I guess I don't really need a response. I just needed to say, as an American,
it's fair enough.
Okay, there are some basic fundamental things we stand for, and January 6th was not it.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a place of free speech. You don't have to ask a question, but it's just nice if it's something that at least I can take over. You're right, amendment. Right. Who wants to go first?
Just last comment, thank you. And I guess I'd like to ask Katie, how do you personally deal with that? What do you just say, well, the end result is worth it? But I'd like to just understand psychologically, how do you come to terms with that event? And then to your question, I think generally more of same. I'm guessing that in the not too distant future, there will be a decision to allow US weapons, such as ATACMS, HIMARS, to strike in a limited band across the border in southern Russia, with restrictions perhaps on targets, on deep strikes. But I feel like we're seeing things edge in that direction. But more broadly, will the Biden administration continue to take steps to avoid escalatory spirals? Will the Biden administration avoid putting US or NATO boots on the ground? Yes, and it's, in my mind, the right thing to do because it's the prudent thing to do.
Katie, I think there was a question of vaguely relevant to you there, and the other question as well.
I think I'm going to just ignore the insult you made to my integrity, and I'll answer the question about Ukraine. Donald Trump has said that on day one, he's going to unleash the American energy industry. I've already explained what that does. He's also said that the way he would solve the Ukraine war is he would call Vladimir Putin and he would say, unless you go to the negotiating table, I'm going to give Ukraine offensive weapons and just let them loose. And then he's going to call Zelensky and said, unless you go to the negotiating table, I'm going to not let you have any weapons. He wants to force a deal. He wants to force a negotiation. Now, the terms of the negotiation, I'm not going to try to prejudge. But I would say that let's just play the long game for a minute. And if there is some kind of a settlement, nobody's going to get what they want. Everybody's going to get something. But fast forward 5 years after the fighting stops. Where is Ukraine? Ukraine could potentially be Poland. Ukraine will have probably $1 trillion will rush in all over the world to invest in Ukraine. They're resource rich, they have agricultural resources, they have human resources. They actually also have the ability to frack, but that's another conversation. Ukraine, 5 years after the fighting stops, could be one of the more prosperous countries in Europe, certainly in Eastern Europe. They will be fully integrated into the European economy. The Europeans, other countries in Europe, will be eager to have them in the European Union, potentially even into NATO. Now, fast forward to Russia. Where's Russia 5 years after the fighting stops? Now, remember, oil is going to be $40 a barrel. Putin's bankrupt. Nobody's going to rush to invest in the Russian economy. Putin, going back to his doctoral dissertation said that he would marshal all of the resources, the natural resources of Russia, under the state, and they would invest heavily in them, and that's what they would use when oil prices went high. That's what they would use to create a new Mother Russia. That isn't going to happen. And so nobody's going to invest in Russia. He's going to be a pariah on the international stage. His pal Xi Jinping is probably going to end up controlling a lot of eastern Siberia. And so I think that, you know, to get a negotiated solution in Ukraine makes a lot more sense, as Donald Trump describes it, than another forever war where even all the really smart people, I don't think anybody's really talked about, certainly the Pentagon doesn't think that there's a real path to victory that doesn't involve an escalation of the war in Ukraine.
Can I just ask one very short point before Stan, and then let's keep it moving, please. Short question, even shorter answers, panel. Did you feel that the reason you didn't want to engage this lady's question, that it was unfair, that the framing was unfair around the events of January 6th, the responsibility for Trump, and what that might mean looking forward, which is absolutely the focus of this panel, not looking backwards, or that you felt it was just unfair personally to you? Because you didn't want to engage that question. I just wondered why you thought it was unfair.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the lady asked the question.
Oh,
you said you
right.
didn't. I just wanted it just very briefly, because I think it would be, you know, unfair to leave it hanging there on all scores. What was it that made you think I don't want to answer that question?
You know, I mean, I guess I think that some people make an awful lot of January 6th. Some people in the United States aren't even paying a whole lot of attention to it. There's no legal recourse right now, and at the end of the day, Donald Trump walked away. And so when people say, well, you know, if there's another election, then Donald Trump isn't going to accept the results of it, how do you know that? I just think that this sort of fixation on something that really doesn't matter to a whole lot of people, and at the end of the day, you know, Donald Trump isn't president. So I'm not going to waste a lot of oxygen on it.
Stan? Remember, let's try to go back to our original royal framing. Thank you, Kitty.
Very briefly, on the first question of a deal on Ukraine, I think the consensus here is quite clear, and that is that there, at this point certainly, and at no predictable point in the future, can we make a deal with President Putin on which we could rely. And I therefore am very suspicious of Donald Trump's pledge that he will get a deal right away. I don't care how, if he's going to try to get it with President Putin, I can't imagine it will be advantageous to the United States or to Europe or to Ukraine. And I would hope that President Biden would not seek a deal early in a second term and would in fact try to give Ukraine more assistance to try to be much more successful, or give Ukraine much more success in its defense against Russia, and to, in fact, as many have urged here, try to allow and to permit and to support Ukraine to win. Secondly, on the question of President Trump demonstrated that he is very transactional, and I understand that, and relationships with allies can be transactional. There are transactional elements. But perhaps I've been working on NATO for too long. I'm very sensitive to the fact that the preamble to the treaty very formally endorses democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. And I believe that those values are important, not just to me as an analyst of NATO, but to all of the NATO countries and to my country.
Right, let's get some more questions in, and we are going to go.
Can I just say one thing? I don't think anybody trusts Vladimir Putin, you know, as far as you could throw him. The point is that you bankrupt him so that he can't invade other countries, and he cannot continue this war as much as he would dream of doing it.
Right, come on, let's get some more questions in. So I'm so sorry, it's absolutely impossible. Yeah, just please wave your hand. Got a hand there. Anyone at the back? Yeah, gentleman at the back will be next. But we'll a couple of questions at least to the panel, and keep them brief. Thank you.
Przemysław Żurawski-Welgrajewski, University of Łódź. I have a question about what has already happened, namely in December 2020, during the transit of power between President Trump and President Biden. German presidency in the European Union pushed for the EU-China agreement, and the only Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Union that protested was the Polish minister. And then one of the first decisions of President Biden was to lift sanctions on Nord Stream 2, which was a kind of prize for Germany and punishment for Poland. And then there was the prolongation of the agreement on a New START between the US and Russia. And then Biden and Putin summit.
What's the question, sir?
Yes, the question, last fact and then question, yeah? And then the unfamous declaration that minor incursions will not provoke a major reaction about Ukraine. What was the political strategy behind all those deeds? Thank you.
Right, you're going to get tested on that list of facts. The gentleman at the back. Yeah, hi. Thank you. With the white shirt. Thank you very much. Sorry, microphone people, I should direct you. It's the gentleman standing with the white shirt. Too many microphones. There you go.
If we get our crystal ball, which is what we're doing at the moment, and we try to pontificate what's going on into the future, what is going on in the mind of Biden, what's going on in the mind of Trump, what happens if we take the Trump example and we say, well, yeah, out of the deal, perhaps, but then Putin doesn't play the way that we think he's going to play. What happens then? We're left with a mess. We're left with an America that's kind of lurching from one crisis to another. I mean, how will a Trump presidency work if the outcome isn't as secure as what you're putting forward? I just don't get it. I mean, Trump is known to be a disruptive influence. He's made his entire reputation on that. But if Putin doesn't play according to Trump's rules, I think we've all got a problem. No?
So if the art of the deal doesn't turn into a deal, very good challenge. There's one gentleman in the front. We'll take that question briefly, and then panel, please select your strengths and answer accordingly. Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's not a very edifying vision of the United States you're offering, which begs the question, can we Europeans any longer trust you Americans for our security?
Okay. Which bit you thought was unedifying, but I think I'll leave it to the panel to determine. Let's start with Stan, who's often ended up patiently waiting at this end of the panel. So why don't you start us off on your answers?
Well, I'm not sure as an American if I can trust my own country, but I would say that you're probably better to trust the United States than any other country in the world. We, after all, have the power that is very important to the alliance, and you normally use it wisely. And I think that is, it's critically important. We need to be able to trust our European allies, and our European allies need to be able to trust us. We're both stronger if we do that.
Katie, to you, there's a good selection. I like the sort of timbre of the question. The back was a bit Peter and the Wolf, wasn't it? You know, what if the wolf had grandfather? What then? It might not go according to your kind of well-thought-through plan.
I guess I just don't understand. You must have infinite funds, because if you've ever been in a situation where you don't have any money, what are you going to buy? You can't buy anything. People aren't going to lend you credit. And so I think that's the position that President Trump would use rather than going to war, et cetera, et cetera. And then I just want to probably finish by saying, I know a lot of people in this room don't like Donald Trump. And maybe a lot of people in this room are Polish. I just want to tell you that Donald Trump, you may not like him, but he likes you. And the Republican Party likes Poland. So, again, I really think that, well, we'll just see what happens.
I think you'd probably have to, we may squidge in another question too, but I'm afraid I'd rather have them as questions than shouts, if that's all right. I think that's only fair to the event. Charlie.
Yeah, to your question, Julian.
You can have a question if you like, madam.
In some ways, I don't think you need to decide, because it's in the European interest to become more capable and to become more self-sufficient, because either you end up a better partner of the United States because we're going to stick with you, or we may not stick with you, in which case you need to be more capable and more ready for that. So you don't have a choice. And hopefully we will be the partner that you would like us to be. On the question of, the first question about U.S. China, U.S. Russia, different perspectives, I think on the U.S. European front, there isn't much daylight on Ukraine. There may be more daylight moving forward. I more worry about maintaining transatlantic unity on China, where I do think whether Trump or Biden is elected, we're going to see some pretty tough policies coming out of Washington. And I'm not sure that there will be a consensus in Europe about the kinds of protectionist measures that are going to be forthcoming. The export controls, already IRA is a divisive issue. On Russia, there were differences of opinion inside Europe and across the Atlantic. Clearly, an effort was made to try to do business with Putin. That failed, and now that has led to what I would call a very strong, unified position that Putin is going to be a troublemaker for as long as he's in office, and that requires supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes, beefing up NATO's frontier, which is, I think, been handled well by both sides of the Atlantic. And here I agree with KT, imposing biting sanctions on Russia. I'm somewhat less optimistic that we can strangle the economy. It's been the weakest link, even though we have hit them with high sanctions. That's simply because the Chinese, the Indians, the Turks, the Central Asians, they're doing business with Russia. We haven't been able to stop that. I'm not sure we can.
That is the ideal place to leave it, as we've just gone into extra time and we have one more session that you're certainly going to want to stick around to hear. But I'd like to say thank you to my feisty and candid panel. And I really enjoyed that as a look ahead to the election in the US and what the consequences might be for Poland, for NATO, for Russia, Ukraine and beyond. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for moderating the panel. Can you come over, please? Yes.
Yes, I knew there was one bit of choreography I was bound to get.
Yeah. So that was a fascinating discussion. What was a big takeaway that you got from the conversation?
Well, where to start? I mean, it was certainly had perhaps more dividing lines than some of the other conversations that we'd had in the room. I thought it was very interesting. I thought all of the panel acknowledged that there was some uncertainty about what was likely to be the outcome of the election. I think KT probably had the strongest view that it was most likely to be Trump and that we should kind of buckle up and get ready, as she described it, for what seemed like a sort of bracing, but as she thought, rather promising ride. I think the big question that she did put into the room was, had we discussed economics enough and the impact of economics on the security compact? And as we all have a tendency to think in silos, I thought that was very challenging. What I took from it was also a bit of a values challenge. That did it matter if there was a lot else that was wrong with Donald Trump, but that you could somehow, if you were thinking as a negotiator, whether you were in the government in Warsaw, in London, perhaps in Kyiv, that you think, well, there are still things we can work with here, or to what extent did, that's kind of the Shrek, the international Shrek to the system that Donald Trump has been seen as, would that stand in the way of any good stuff?
Great. Thank you so much, once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Someone else.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to introduce our last panel, an in-depth conversation regarding the current state of international relations and the role of Poland in all of this. So, please welcome
Radosław Sikorski, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland.
And Sławomir Dębski, Director of the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
Director Dębski, it's over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have sailed into the final stage of the Strategic Ark 2024. I have enormous pleasure and honor to welcome and introduce to you Radosław Sikorski, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland. Please welcome Minister once again. Minister, this conference has been devoted to the idea of winning. We have agreed that the free world has a problem with winning. The art has lost his notion. And we here try to rebuild, reestablish the conviction that the free world can win again. Many great minds, strategists, came here to listen this region perspective. John Paul II was mentioned. Miłosz was mentioned. Józef Piłsudski was mentioned. Actually, we are sitting just a few hundred yards from the place from which John Paul II raised the spirit of this nation in the darkness hour of the communism, saying, "Don't be afraid." It is a Piłsudski Square, a leader who is famous of the quote, "To be defeated and not surrender is a victory." You have just defeated Russian ambassador in the Security Council of United Nations. So how our experience, Polish experience, this region experience, can be helpful in re-establishing the faith that the free world can win?
Well, thank you for the invitation, and thank you for mentioning my little debate with at the UN Security Council. There are some pleasures in this job. He got off lightly anyway, which because originally I meant to call him throughout the Soviet ambassador, which would have had the benefit of giving him pleasure and being used as an insult at the same time. But I think we are in a very good place to talk about winning, because Poland continues to be an icon of the West's victory in the Cold War. We all know what Poland looked like 40 years ago, and we've had the longest period of catching up with the West in our 1,000-year history. Poland is, both as regards transition from dictatorship to democracy and from command economy to a free market economy, an unquestioned success. But we haven't had so many clear victories in the last 35 years elsewhere. We made a series of bets, which as the collective West, we failed. We made a bet that if we embrace Russia, maybe she will civilize. We made a bet that if we admit China into the WTO, she would liberalize her economy and, who knows, maybe even politics. We made a bet that Arab Spring might be, for that part of the world, what 1989 was for this part of the world. We made a bet that Iraq could be a functioning democracy. Afghanistan could become a better society, and we failed most of those bets. So we do need a victory, not just in geopolitical, geostrategic terms, but we also needed to reassure ourselves that we are capable still of winning. We need a morale boost. I mean, the Ukrainians are magnificent in this regard. They, during the Euromaidan, they staged the largest ever pro-EU demonstration in Europe's history, 800,000 people. And last year, it looked like we were winning. This year is a challenge. But wars are never linear. We need to prove to ourselves and to Putin that we can stay the course and win it eventually.
Minister, one of the ways how we could defeat Russia is to deny Russia's story of victory over Ukraine. Putin says that there is no Russia as long as Ukraine exists. Putin says that there is no such thing like Ukrainian nation. So how we can defeat this kind of rhetoric, how we can prove that he's wrong, that first, Ukraine can prevail, and again, that Russia will remain as a country, as a nation, that there is no contradictory ends here. How we can do this as a Central European Poles? You know, we have long tradition of engagements, let me put it in this way, with the Russians, good and bad. How we can be useful in this aspect?
First of all, by explaining to our Western interlocutors the implications of the Putin beliefs that you correctly stated. Because he also accuses Lenin, an ogre to us, of inventing Ukraine. If you read Putin's essay of July 21, if you listen to his interview with Tucker Carlson, and when you listen to his speeches, you're right. He thinks that Ukraine is illegitimate, and that means that Ukrainianness could be permitted to exist as Russian regional folklore, but not as a
sovereign country.
A sovereign country that decides its own fate. That means that if the Putin plan were to be affected, means a cultural genocide of Ukraine, a purge, extermination of its elites. And we know this is for real because it's happening in the occupied territories. And where does it come from? It comes from Putin absorbing all the nastiest parts of both Tsarist and Soviet imperial historiography about that part of the world, which is factually wrong. It is true that not all of our Western allies know this history, so let me just spend a couple of minutes on it. It is true that ethnically Ukrainians, Russians, and Belarusians come from the same root. Back in the 11th century, they were all tribes within a provincial branch of the Byzantine, of the northern marshes of the Byzantine Empire. But then the Mongol conquest split them. That part of the world was ravaged. Muscovies started becoming tax collectors for the Mongols, and that was their business and political models for 250 years, whereas the rest of Ukraine and Belarus came under the rule of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. And for, 600 years after that, existed in a completely different polity. And so the politics, the consciousness, and the languages diverged. And language is not synonymous with political identity. Americans are not British, Irish are not British, and so on. You can have people speak the same language who hate each other. Go to Croatia or Serbia. So to equate to say that you can have a territorial claim just because the people on the other side of the border speak the same language is just false. But in Russia, the reason why this has taken root, I think, is partly religious and partly the result of Russia's failure to reinvent itself after the fall of the Soviet Union. And we picked it up, the danger implied in this, much earlier, because we followed the Russian curricula, we followed who their national heroes are, what their national anthem is, the symbols. And we know that in the beginning is the word, And ideology does drive people. In that sense, the West is much more Marxist, because the West thinks that the base determines the superstructure, whereas we know that the superstructure can determine the base, speaking in Marxist terms. In other words, there's a primer of politics. It's the logic not of Marx, but of Genghis Khan. And if you don't get this, you will get Putin wrong, because he feels this in his bones. I no longer have chats with Sergei Lavrov, but he said something arresting after the invasion. He said, he was asked, how much influence do you have on President Putin these days? And Lavrov said, well, these days he has 3 advisors: Ivan the Terrible, Catherine the Great, and Peter the Great. And I think this is it. You know, the British have a saying that after 8 years, every British prime minister goes mad. This guy has been in power for over 2 decades, so he believes in his own propaganda. And therefore, I'm not sure, and therefore we know what his definition of victory is to disinvent Ukraine as a nation, and to turn the clock back, not 50 years, not 100 years, but 800 years.
Indeed, I joined the Institute in 2000 as a Russian analyst, so I've spent all my professional life with Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. Minister, there is a kind of definition of success, not necessarily victory, but the success that we can find in different circles here and there, that says that the free world doesn't have enough strength, doesn't have enough power to stop Russia or to help Ukrainians repel Russian aggression. And this conclusion leads some people to suggestion that we have to satisfy ourselves with what we have. So a kind of negotiated peace would be, or should be regarded as a success, as a victory, that at least part of Ukraine would be sovereign, independent, and free. For nations of Central Europe, this kind of solution reminds us a kind of the Yalta agreements, divisions, partitions. Do you have any suggestion, idea, how in practice we can discuss with this kind of logic? So, as we don't have enough power, we have to agree, and this kind of the solution sometimes is called realistic. So if I know that in your daily business you find this kind of voices as well among political cycles. How do you respond to such suggestions, propositions?
Well, first of all, let me rise to the provocation about realists, whom I find mostly unrealistic. Last time I debated Professor Mersheimer, he was arguing that it's NATO enlargement that provokes invasion. But then my question is, why has Putin not yet invaded Finland and Sweden? If ever an academic theory has been disproved, it's now. What you're describing is not actually, I think, Munich or Yalta, it's actually Finland. Finland lost territory as the result of the Winter War, but preserved independence, and then eventually was integrated in the West in all spheres except the military one. But just to make this comparison shows how pathetic these claims of ours are. I mean, not of mine, let's be clear, because Finland fought alone against the Soviet Union. and inflicted 300,000 casualties. And only then did Stalin offer terms. It's absurd to say that we are tired of this war. The European Union is depending how you count, 15 to 17 trillion euro economy. On this war, we've spent so far 120 billion? Peanuts. I mean, we spend more on agriculture, on many other items in our European budget. And then the United States. What's the US annual defense budget? 800, Charles, help me here. 800 billion per annum? 850. And US assistance to Ukraine over two years has been roughly the same as the EU, so roughly 120. So we are talking about what? 1/5, roughly, of an annual US defense budget, thanks to which the Ukrainians have destroyed the original army of Russia that invaded them. This is really good value for money. We can afford it. And the cost of deterring Putin, if he can claim victory, will be much higher. And lastly, it can't be us who decides what Ukraine can live with, because then it becomes Munich or Yalta.
Indeed. Minister, there are another group of voices who say, particularly on the other side of the pond, we can hear them, that United States is actually too overstretched, that United States should focus on its primary competitor, that's China. Some say there that Ukraine, it is not our war, I mean, not American. For Europe, for Europeans, for nations of Central Europe, this kind of voices are, sounds very, I would say, ugly. We don't like this kind of proposition. What we can do as Europeans, as countries of NATO Eastern flank, to convince first the part of American elite, because I'm not talking about Biden administration. Biden administration is clearly committed to Ukraine cause, but there are others, to convince them that it is in American interest, it is in transatlantic interest to see Ukraine prevailing, to see Russia's defeat. What kind of arguments we can use to, well, successfully make our case?
I think consensus is actually better than you portray. I mean, not a majority, but a very large minority of Republicans voted for the Biden package for Ukraine in the end. And let's remember that it was the United States that provided leadership in this confrontation. It was a brilliant use of intelligence for a strategic purpose, denying Putin the casus belli. That was great. I really take my hat off to the CIA and to the NSC, because I know what a difficult decision that must have been, exposing sources and so on. Saying it's not my war is very easy, but when the United States got attacked on 9/11, we didn't say that Afghanistan was not our war. We rallied round. Poland alone sent a brigade to Ghazni, which was a tough province. And we now need the United States because Ukraine's conquest of Putin would be a direct threat to us. And we rallied around in Afghanistan, we rallied around in Iraq, even though we have no national security interests in either country. And we rallied around Ukraine because it was actually President Biden who led the West on Ukraine. And it's President Biden who traveled to Kiev and planted the standard of the United States, saying we'll do whatever it takes. So I think we're entitled to say your credibility is at stake. if after such a public commitment you don't come through, then we start wondering about the strength of your guarantees to us, and that has consequences, not only in this area, for the entire American system of alliances. This talk of needing to devote resources to China is welcome in one sense. It shows that there is appreciation in Washington that America's resources are not infinite. You know, I lived in Washington at the time when some of my colleagues invented the Iraq War. Do you remember, what was his name? There was a guy in the White House who said that the war might cost possibly as much as $200 billion. And he was sacked. And it ended up costing $3 trillion. And so when the US now calculates more realistically what can be achieved, that's not a bad thing. And when they tell us that irrespective of who is in charge in Washington, Europe should take greater role in defending itself, and we will not panic like we did in the past about Europe also developing some autonomous ability to deal with lower order threats. That's also good. But first of all, I mean, we have people who know this in greater detail than I. Deterring China in the Pacific requires different capabilities. I mean, what? Is the US going to be shelling China with 155mm shells? I don't think so. And also, the two issues are linked in the following way. If we win in Ukraine, President Xi Jinping might conclude that retaking what he regards as a renegade province is harder than you think. And we might actually avoid a kinetic confrontation, which would be a good thing.
Do you think that Europe can be useful for United States in deterrence policy against China, and how it can be?
Look, I was the co-author of a policy paper which was adopted by the entire European Parliament on this. And I believe we coined the phrase, collaborate where possible, compete where needed, confront where necessary. China differentiates between Europe and the United States because China needs the trade with us almost as much as we need it. China is our biggest trade partner, although we have a huge trade deficit with it. We are already contributing by signaling to China that doing Taiwan would have consequences for our trade, that we could not tolerate that. Some people forget, we've been maintaining an arms embargo on China since Tiananmen, since 1989. And all right, China is now producing stuff that it didn't produce then, but over many years it was a factor. And I think we should get more serious about sanctions busting. The United States is much more effective in using its financial muscle to deter companies from evading sanctions. The legal authority in the EU for using euro transactions in the same way is actually the same. What lacks is the mechanism of enforcement. But we are beginning to work on this.
Minister, you are just coming from the meeting of the Weimar Triangle. And definitely, you know, discussions about Europe's policy vis-à-vis China, vis-à-vis United States, vis-à-vis Russia, Ukraine, is the discussion with Berlin and Paris, first and foremost, for economic, political, military reasons. Do you believe that the Weimar Triangle is a good vehicle to create a common stance, harmonize our policies, and perhaps generate a common voice vis-à-vis this capital I have just mentioned countries?
I went to the Weimar Triangle and then to London for possibly my last visit, conversation with Lord Cameron in his current capacity, because they have a general election. Britain is still very important. But yes, Weimar Triangle represents 40% of the population of the European Union and 1/3 of its voting power in both the European Parliament and in the Council. So but more than that, it represents 3 sizable countries that represent different strategic directions. France more southernly, Germany central, and Poland representing its region eastern. The agenda is mostly to do with the EU for obvious reasons. You know, we have European elections coming up, a new commission coming up, new packages of sanctions, a new budget is on the horizon. But we've agreed a set of measures, including, for example, a one-stop place where all the sanctions information will be held so that the national enforcement can be more effective. But yes, the Weimar Triangle is a very useful access to the decision-making core of the EU for Poland. We shouldn't have wasted a few years in using it.
As you mentioned voting powers of France and Germany, I cannot hesitate to ask you a question about your suggestion that Poland may be open for negotiations about, you know, this voting powers, opening treaties, or at least changing this decision-making mechanism, and that we can trade something into that. I mean, we can agree on qualified majority voting in some more cases, some more policies. And you know, for less voting powers for Germans and the French. Did I understand you correctly?
You understood it exactly backwards. What I said in my speech to Parliament is that Poland is against changing the treaties. But we cannot exclude the possibility that we may be blackmailed. Namely, if you want enlargement, we want to talk about the change of treaties. And we have to be prepared for that discussion. And let's remember the history of it. When we joined, our voting power was almost the same, 1 vote less than Germany and France under the Nice system. And this changed under the Lisbon Treaty, which was negotiated by the Jarosław Kaczynski government and ratified by President Lech Kaczynski. And in my view, we gave up too much. And the question is, can some of it be clawed back if we have a new discussion? And my party voted against extending non-unanimous voting, with one exception. And I hope we can have national consensus on this. And this exception is the imposition of sanctions. Because I think with this, with these delays of sanctions and the dilutions of sanctions under the pressure of one member state, and clearly out of sympathy for Putin, I hope everybody can see that using veto in this case doesn't enhance our power to change the world, to influence events. Actually, it diminishes it. And you know, liberum veto is not the only definition of democracy.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to open the floor for questions, as the audience of Strategic Ark are not passengers of this ship, but the members of the crew. So, the floor is open for questions. Please introduce yourself at the beginning.
Bartosz Cigocki. Minister, Poland will soon start her presidency in the EU. Accession talks between the EU and Ukraine are expected to start. what would be your priority within this process? Where do you see chances or challenges? We, maybe foreign guests are not aware, we just finished the over a year-long farmers' protest, on Polish farmer protest on the border, truck drivers' protest, corruption, demography. Please, could you give us your idea where's the chance and or the challenge?
Well, the priorities of our presidency will be to do with security, obviously, military security. We are now under a campaign of diversionary attacks and incipient terrorist attacks orchestrated by Russia, by the GRU. We have the evidence. It's a multi-pronged attack using hired terrorists, using people purposely imported from Africa to assault our border. 90% of people assaulting the Polish border from Belarus now have Russian visas. These are people who are encouraged to come to Moscow via some Middle Eastern countries and then are shipped in order to affect our security. So it'll be security, security, security in many dimensions, including the food dimension. So far as I know, thanks to Ukrainian victory in the Western Black Sea, the volume of shipments from Odessa via the Bosphorus to the world markets has now returned to pre-war levels. So I hope the grain issue in that emergency sense is solved. But we have discovered a problem in our legal system, in my view, my personal view, okay? If you or I blocked a narrow road near one of our border crossings, we would get a fine from the police and told to move on. Various professional groups should be allowed to go on strike, but to go on strike or to protest is not the same as blocking a public road. And I think we need to fix the law on this. The larger truth is that the solidarity of all of the European Union cannot, the cost of that solidarity cannot fall disproportionately on two professional groups in one member state, right? I think on agriculture, I hope we're in a better place. On trucking, it's interesting because you remember when 3 or 4 years ago, there was a transport directive and truckers were required to be paid the national wage of the country in which they are doing their trade. We thought that that would be a way of making our truckers less competitive. But actually, with the Ukrainians now taking some of that market share for them, actually, we can see the logic of that move much better. Ukrainian membership of the EU will be an even bigger challenge to the existing members than our membership was to the old members. And some of the fears and charges are identical because labor costs are lower, because there are some competitive advantages of the new members. But we solved it, and now everybody understands that Poland is not only a success story economically, but will soon, probably next decade, become a net contributor. And I think with wise negotiations, transition periods and so on, we can also get Ukraine to a place where everybody appreciates that it's a win-win on both sides.
Hello, I'm Miroslava Gungadze, Voice of America. Thank you for this opportunity. My questions will be about international policies. Next month, there will be two very important meetings regarding Ukraine and security in the region. First, peace negotiation, peace talks, peace forum in Switzerland on June 15th, and second, obviously, NATO summit. The question is, how do you see the role of Poland in this peace negotiation or peace security forum? And second, on NATO summit, last week there was discussion in Tallinn, and there were proposals possibly that NATO countries should agree on specific set of financial support for Ukraine from their GDP. How do you see this idea, and would Poland support that idea? Thank you.
Starting at the end, we are just now negotiating, literally today, the shape of our document, a plan of collaboration with Ukraine that is in the press called security guarantees or assurances, but it's actually a plan of action. And we hope it will be one of the most ambitious of these documents. And we need something similar at the NATO summit. The NATO summit will be a failure if the Russians are on the offensive and are successful. And they mustn't be. We need to decide on practical measures to strengthen the eastern flank and also to help Ukraine achieve success. On the Swiss Peace Conference, we are being helpful to President Zelensky. It's not our initiative. There are some risks involved in that initiative because if it is to confirm President Zelensky's peace plan, then of course we want the widest possible participation. But that shouldn't be at the expense of diluting the war aims. But we are loyally supporting Ukraine on this. And I understand that the President of Poland is planning to attend.
This conference,
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, my name is Jakub Graca. The leitmotif of this conference is the art of winning. And I would like to ask about, you speak a lot with our American allies. And there has been a lot of talk in the United States between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party about a strategy, a clear strategy for a win in Ukraine. It is the Republican Party, or at least certain circles of the Republican Party, mainly in the House of Representatives, that have been demanding such a strategy from President Biden and the White House. And this requirement has recently been enshrined in the Ukraine supplemental passed by both houses of Congress. President Biden, the Biden administration is required to present such a strategy within 45 days. And my question is, from your talks to our American allies, do you think it is realistic that such a strategy will not be only on paper, and that such a strategy will in fact become an important part of U.S. foreign policy towards the Ukraine and the European continent? Thank you.
Well, you have influential representatives of the Republican Party foreign policy establishment here, so you should ask at the source. What I hear from them when I visit Washington is that, maybe the thing to do to make Putin more realistic is because we need to change Putin's calculus. Okay, this war will only end when Putin decides that the cost in blood and treasure is not worth the ultimate objective. Unless he decides that the invasion was a mistake and that he can't achieve his war aims, he will not stop. So we need to change his calculations. And obviously the losses that he's suffered so far are insufficient. And some people in Washington say that a new administration from whichever party should threaten to escalate, to increase his costs, and to make him more realistic. I think this is a classic colonial war. They usually take a decade because they require a change in the metropolis. They require for Putin to make the same judgment as the French did over Vietnam or Algeria, you know, the Portuguese in Mozambique or Angola or the British in Ireland. You know, oh, let them go, not worth it. And they're not there yet. So I think there is a winning strategy, but it's certainly our Western too little, too late is not it.
Ulrich Speck, analyst from Germany. One question that hangs over this conference, obviously, is American elections and what if Trump wins? And we all know that in, I think, 24 or 48 hours, he will solve the Ukrainian issue. How will you make sure that the Ukrainians get hurt? How will you make sure that the Europeans get hurt in such a process? Thank you.
Poland's position is to have the best possible relations with the United States, whoever wins. So I will decline this invitation of interfering in the American politics, because as Humphrey says in Yes, Prime Minister, once you start interfering in the internal affairs of other countries, you are on a very slippery slope.
But there is a little piece of policy which is now quite controversial in terms of differences between the United States and European, including Polish approach. There's our position towards International Criminal Court. Biden administration was more likely to support International Criminal Court case against Vladimir Putin. Now the same court we are hearing.
The US, of course, is not a part of the treaty.
Yeah, exactly. But now the same court is making the case against Prime Minister Netanyahu. So do you think that this tension exactly about this issue can actually spoil the water between United States and Europe?
Poland was first encouraged to join the ICC by the Clinton administration and was then asked to leave it by the Bush administration. We are a serious country, and therefore, once we decided to join, we joined. And I'm glad that the court had the courage, under a Polish president, Judge Hofmański, to issue the arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin for the war crime of stealing children. The US is not a signatory, Israel is not a signatory. I have not, because I was abroad, and this is, 48 hours ago, I have not yet read the justification and our considered position on this, but as a politician, as myself, I think they made a big error announcing the two indictments or whatever they are simultaneously, because to equate the leader of a terrorist organization and the prime minister of a democratic nation state creates a false symmetry that is unacceptable and unhelpful.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Institute of International Affairs. Recently, when I was in US, I've heard very nice sentence regarding threats. So I've heard that maybe China first, but Russia always. Would you agree when it comes to Polish security strategy or art of winning that our aim would be like America first, but Europe always? How we will balance this relationship regarding the art of winning? Thank you.
Do we want to see United States a European power still, or power in Europe? So that's the kind of the... So all power against Europe, because there's another proposition. So that's how we should position ourselves vis-a-vis two possible policy proposition towards Europe, United States.
We don't control this. And even the United States doesn't control this. It's Xi Jinping who will decide whether he does Taiwan or not. And I'm told it's part of his definition of making China great again, and part of his legacy, and they're preparing for it. And it's official policy to do it by whatever means. And so, Poland's policy, actually consistently through all governments, has been to have as much of the United States in Poland as possible. And you probably remember how controversial it was when I was asking for 2 heavy brigades in Poland, right? 10,000 troops.
I remember the conference PISM organized in Washington, D.C. in November 2009, when you made the point that we had in that time 15 Marines in Warsaw, 15 foot on the ground. Now we have
the equivalent of 2 heavy brigades. We have around 10,000 US troops, and they are welcome, and we hope they'll stay for as long as they want. But if Mr. Xi Jinping does Taiwan, we cannot exclude the possibility, whoever is in charge in Washington, that will consume all of America's bandwidth and resources. And in that eventuality, we should not be helpless. We should not be defenseless, which is why Poland has consistently been spending 2% of GDP on defense for the last 15 years through successive governments, and which is why we're now at 4% and next year probably more. And which is why we believe that we should have a second insurance policy. Europe should not be as pathetic as it is. And at last, we're encouraged by the United States to do this. If I was banging on about it in the European Parliament, even before the invasion, but if this invasion and this war doesn't wake us up from our strategic slumber, I fail to think what can.
Another question, please.
Kazimierz Puławski Foundation. I've got a very simple question, actually, about possibility of sending Western troops to Ukraine. We remember that President Macron made a point that we should create more strategic ambiguity towards Russia and do not exclude possibility of sending troops, realistic or not. Right now, there are some voices that we should create any kind of training mission to facilitate training of Ukrainian troops closer to the front line. If there was, any kind of coalition of willing nation to create such kind of coalition, would Poland join such training mission? And do you think it's a realistic idea? Thank you.
Well, I will not be making such an announcement at this conference. And as you know, Prime Minister Tusk has already excluded the possibility. But I will tell you this, I support President Macron's thinking on this, that we should not always be giving reassurance to our enemies about what we will not ever do. Finland was mentioned already. If there are any Brits in the audience, they can perhaps confirm, or Finns actually. Stalin decided to offer terms to the Finns, A, because he was suffering huge losses, but B, because he got a report about British Spitfires in Azerbaijan. You see, the confrontation with Russia over Ukraine should not be taking place only in Ukraine. The Russians are not confining it to Ukraine. I mean, yesterday they moved naval buoys on the borders of the Baltic states and published for a few hours a document which suggested territorial claims. They are sending terrorists to Britain, to Germany, to Poland. You know, thanks to good collaboration between security services, we are able to prevent some of these attacks. But the will is there. And, you know, we caught them red-handed. We know how much money they offered to whom to perform terrorist acts. So why should we confine ourselves only to what is in their comfort zone? Putin has been at war with us, I would say, from 2011. And we were warning the West. The West could not believe that he was for real. You know, this is not the first time we've made this mistake as a general West. That when dictators say crazy things, we assume this must be just for domestic consumption. He can't be that crazy, and then they do it. Okay. Now we don't have an excuse. He's really in a life and death confrontation with us, and therefore we should confront him also globally. We should be exercising in the far north. In the high north, our sanctions regime should be much stricter. This guy has unmoored from the generally agreed principles, and we need to stop him from doing what he's doing.
Before we send anybody to Ukraine or deploy, I don't know, Patriot system close to Ukrainian border, as it was proposed during this conference, that perhaps it's another option to help Ukraine to clear its skies, at least partially on above Ukrainian territory. There is a need to boost up production base, ammunition production base in Europe. We have sent, Poland was the first to aid Ukraine, send 340 tanks, armed vehicles, howitzers, ammunition. But now the war looks that it will take some time. It will be longer than we expected. When Europe will be ready to send more ammunition to Ukraine, when this moment when we boost our production would have an effect in our practical ability to support Ukrainians and ourselves also more.
Sure. Look, production schedules and shipments of ammo is not something that I deal with on a daily basis, but roughly, we not only disarmed during the decades of the peace dividend, we actually deindustrialized in the defense sphere. And also, we were preparing our armies for expeditionary warfare, because in Europe, there was Kantian eternal peace, you see. And our militaries focused on high-value, sophisticated weapons system. And it turns out that in a real world war, you need large volumes of quite primitive, towed artillery and dumb shells. And quantity has a quality of its own. And here we need to spend money, because for the first year of the war, I think people hoped that this would go away, and governments were not willing to give companies the long-term contracts that would justify the necessary investments to create new production lines. And these are commercial companies. They need to justify these decisions to their shareholders. So you either have to pay for the production line, which will be idle in case the war ends prematurely, fine, or give them a long-term contract. There's no way around it. Security costs. You know, when I was defense minister 15 years ago, we had a budget item for maintaining idle production facilities. And we need to get back to that system.
Minister, and now we are coming to the end of our conversation, and also the end of this conference conducted under the titled Art of the Winning. Is there any single recommendation you may have for the participants of the conference, for the audience outside, in the tune-in online, on how we can reestablish our confidence in ourselves, that we, the free world, not only is capable, but also willing to succeed. What we should do to reestablish this confidence in ourselves?
I don't think we need to do anything superhuman. We just have to, sure, Ukraine is now having a more difficult time. Russia has regained the initiative, but they're not 10 feet tall. They have huge problems. Do you remember Putin saying about a year ago that, we mustn't commit the mistake of Brezhnev, who spent so much on the Soviet military that he bankrupted the country. What is Putin doing now? Exactly that. Wars end in all kinds of ways. It's unlikely that Ukrainians will walk into Moscow. But the Russian economy cannot sustain this forever. We should be playing to our strengths. The European Union plus the United States plus Japan, we are about 22 times richer than Russia. We can sustain it. If we stay the course for another year or two, the Russians will start feeling the pinch, and then maybe they will become ready for more realistic solutions.
Thank you very much.
Stay the course.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the contribution to this strategic debate we have had in Warsaw for these 2 days. Before I generate applause for you, deserved one, let me to express my gratitude to all members of this crew this year. I would like to thank all panelists for their contribution to the discussion about, the victory of the West, victory of the free world. Thank you for reestablishing, I think we managed to reestablish confidence in ourselves. The Strategic Ark 2024, I think, reinvigorated and generated very positive message that yes, we can win, and we have to believe in that. Without believing, we cannot succeed. So first, do believe we can win. I would like to thank my team, members of PISM, for all their contributions, all their work. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let me join me in thanking Minister for his contribution, his presence, and his time. Ministers are busy people. So, Minister, thank you very much. Applause, please.
Thank you.